Spellcraft, Reincarnation of a Magic Scholar. Chapter 551 The Emperor PT2. Oh okay, calm down. Please. You know the only thing that I listen to, Kuzan. The intensity all around me rose again. A brief moment of tense silence pervaded the air, and even I found myself gulping in suspense. This is embarrassing. Kuzan rubbed his hand on his face and sighed. For some reason, it felt like he was reporting to his mother, or a superior. That was the vibe I was getting from the boy's interaction with the familiar. This is crazy. Pweety please. Did Kuzan just make a cute sound, or was it only me that heard it? I looked behind me, to see my team, and they were all laughing. Anna was blushing for some reason, though. Does she find that hot? What a weirdo. Ha ha ha. Now that's what I like to see. Kuzan, you've sure grown, but you can never outgrow me. He he he. The familiar laughed. I shouldn't waste this chance. While Kuzan was still in a flustered state, and his familiar was conversing so casually, I had to take my shot. Original magic. The tower, and then Vermilion Nova. Vermilion Rupture would have been better, but that took too long to prepare. Since I was simply exploiting a window of opportunity, I had to make do with the time I had. My body was shrouded in mana, and my memoir appeared, right on time. Flipping its pages in a flash, I felt the space around me warp. The destructive mana of my spell began converging, and I prepared to devastate the targets. Oh? What's this? Mana. The flaming lady glanced in my direction. Did she notice what I was doing? I was using the Tower Arcana to conceal the immense mana I was gathering. By teleporting the spell to their location so it would explode at point blank, I would ensure complete accuracy. However, how did she figure it out? The flaming lady's eyes were sharply on me. You interrupted our conversation. That's quite rude, you know? You want me to handle this guy for you, Kuzan? No. There's no need for you to do it. I just need a bit of your power. Okay then. For some reason, the familiar didn't bother with the spell I was preparing. Was it really going to be powerless before the might of both Kuzan and the flaming lady? Vermilion Nova was one of my most destructive spells, and since I could use it quickly, it was simple. So far, I've not gotten nearly enough information to record in my great sage's memoir. I couldn't get very close, so feeling things out was the best I could do. The flaming lady merged with Kuzan, and I saw his body glow for a moment until it returned to normal. Nothing happened. No, wait, he feels different from before. I couldn't describe it, but the mana I felt around and on Kuzan had vanished. At this point, I could only feel energy. And it was intense. Let's try this again, shall we? Several more of his golden blades appeared, formed by his threads weaved together. Once again, they launched at me with blinding speed. I didn't need to react to the golden blurs, so I once again went for my anti-magic option. However, it didn't work. The blades were already close to piercing my body and impaling me on all ends. Fortunately, I got teleported to a different location thanks to my original magic's response. I was now looking around in utter confusion. Why didn't anti-magic work? It was working earlier, but suddenly. It must be due to that familiar's interference. But, what did she do? More questions sprang up in my head, so I decided to observe a little more. Now that I know it works, I'll be finishing this quickly. Kuzan's golden threads swirled around, and several magic beasts were formed with nothing but his thin wires. The creatures all looked like genuine beasts, having distinct features. Not only were they humongous, but they appeared feral, and the concentration of energy on them was immense. The golden beasts lunged at me, and I teleported every time they got close. Running away is getting annoying. I snapped in annoyance, ready to retaliate. Vermilion Nova. I manifested the vermilion orb that was filled with condensed energy. Its power was enough to clear the entire area, and I launched it at the center of the creatures. That packs quite the punch, Kuzan murmured. As the smoke cleared, I noticed he was unharmed. Then, what of the constructs? My eyes bulged as I noticed that they too were unharmed. The entire area had suffered damage, yet the golden creatures were completely fine? How is this? One of them jumped at me, but I instantly made to switch positions with it, making its attacks futile. But it's not working. Nothing was effective. Does Kuzan have anti-magic too? I found myself hung up on so many questions. This wasn't a battle any longer. I was simply trying to unravel a mystery. I'll have to use Spellcraft. Using Grand Fusion Mode, Mage Mode, and Elemental Chamber all at once, I felt my body swell with power. It was time to take this fight seriously. With several elements, like particles of light, dancing around me, I hovered in the air within an indestructible orb of mana. My body glowed brightly, a culmination of several familiars half bright, and half dark. I'll be using mana and miasma in tandem, alongside anti-magic. If I utilized Spellcraft, the attacks would be even more lethal. My original magic would also respond to any situation I couldn't foresee. Kuzan was giving me more trouble than I expected, and he seemed to be holding back, but I was sick of playing defense. I should wrap this up quickly, and make him join our group. I darted in Kuzan's direction, fully aware of the threads that always danced around him. The concentration of energy grew denser the closer I approached, but I could use Spellcraft to turn everything in my favor. I noticed something as soon as I got closer to Kuzan. My eyes widened, and I saw a smile form on his face. At that moment, I knew that something was awfully wrong with the situation. What's wrong with your face, Jared? Kuzan's smile grew more intense as he stood still and watched. He seemed to be enjoying the show. Teleporting around, testing the waters, critically examining me, it makes no difference. Taking one step forward, Kuzan sent shivers down my spine. In the end, no one beats the Emperor. Chapter 552. My automatons and golems were pulverized. Anti-magic was ineffective. Original magic was barely hanging on. I thought I could turn the tide by using more power and forcing the situation back in my favor. Using my powerful transformations in addition to my ultimate weapon, Spellcraft. However, I realized something when I drew closer to Kuzan. I understood why all my automatons were pulverized, even before his familiar made an appearance. This is. Spellcraft wasn't working. You get it now, don't you? Golden lightning manifested on the boy's body as he smiled at me. Several golden threads converged in various locations and formed arsenals of weapons around me. Without Spellcraft, and the viability of anti-magic, I had nothing to defend myself from the barrage of attacks he was sending. I had many abilities at my disposal, but the quality of Kuzan's magic was superior. I have to retreat. I'll use my original magic too. To my shock, even my original magic dissolved. What? My transformation became undone, and I was stripped of all the power I accumulated in an instant. What is going on here? I didn't understand anything. It happened so quickly, and in such a strange way, that I couldn't comprehend the slightest bit of it. This should finish things. Now willing his suspended blades to move, Kuzan aimed all of them at my defenseless body. I can't use all the spells in my original magic anymore. That meant I can't teleport away, use any of my other arcanas or summon shields for myself. Spellcraft was also useless, and using a spell from scratch seemed to be the only alternative. I'll defend myself and... The moment I activated a spell, it was deactivated. Shit. I watched the blades move slightly. They were going to launch at any moment. It seems whatever mana or magic that leaves my body loses effect. Since I understood the effects of anti-magic Kyuzen had to be using something similar, I decided to use the loophole. I'll just enhance myself and escape. With that in mind, I used mana to strengthen myself from within. I would just resort to physical abilities. Once I got out of his range, I would summon my blade and other magic items. It was best to use those rather than raw power. Martial arts should do the trick, considering he still isn't superior in that aspect. If I used the hermit to quicken my body, and the sun to strengthen myself further, I could guarantee victory. It was risky to use the latter, but I was going to be careful. In the end, I just had to win. I realized something after thinking about what to do next. I can't move. So many weird and unexpected things had happened, but I didn't expect things to reach this degree. Is he binding me with his threads? No, I don't think so. Still, I felt something holding me down. I couldn't move. I simply stood still, seemingly under the control of some higher power. Just as gravity kept every person down, it felt as natural as that. As though I was naturally bound by the laws of whatever was holding me in my position. You have some arcanas in your possession, Jared. Didn't you ever think for a second that I would have one too? Kyuzen interrupted my thoughts with his usual smile. Of course, I factored that into my calculations. But, without knowing the arcana he possessed, I couldn't prepare countermeasures. Besides, it wasn't like I knew the abilities of every single arcana. The most I could do was make guesses based on inference. In essence, Kyuzen had the element of surprise. But, I figured I had an advantage considering I have 4, hold on. My eyes bulged the moment I realized there was one more arcana I had yet to take into account. Strength. This is your loss, Jared. With that, the golden blades came crashing down. Boom! An instant gust of power erupted from my position, destroying the blades that nearly got me. Ha, that was a close one. I smiled, emerging from the center of the blast. The energy around me shone in multiple colors and it was still very unstable, but it felt similar to the kind of power I felt from Kyuzen. You saved me, Merlin. I smiled at the glowing arcana with relief. I was desperate back when Kyuzen was about to end things, so I resonated with the arcana in my pocket. Fortunately, it responded to my call and created a wave of energy. If it hadn't been for its interference, I would have been done for. So you had a card up your sleeves? Strength, That's an interesting pick. Do you even know what it does? Just how much does Kyuzen know? He knows of this arcana's effects. I gritted my teeth and readied my stance, bracing for the next attack. I can move. Upon realizing this, I hurriedly escaped from Kyuzen's reach before it was too late. However, swoosh! Kyuzen suddenly appeared before me in a golden flash of lightning. Where do you think you're going? Before I could say or do anything else, he grabbed me by my throat, sending an immeasurable amount of his golden electricity. As I felt the currents course through me, I found myself unable to do anything, not even resonate with the arcana in my grasp. The pain alone could drive any person insane, and the only reason I could hold on to my sanity was because of my immense fortitude. Plus, I was protecting myself internally. That was the best I could do with the current situation. Gah! Kyuzen mercilessly kept his attack up, refusing to stop. I thought it was going to last forever, when I should stop now. He suddenly released me of his own volition. Falling to the ground with a thud, I let out a relieved gasp. Sparks of lightning danced around my body, causing me to spasm in agony. Sorry, Jared. I went too far. I forgot that I wasn't trying to kill you. The look in his eyes showed he genuinely meant what he said, both the apology and the intent to kill. I shuddered instantly. With this, it looks like I'm the victor, right? Chapter 553. Do you disagree? Would you like to go on? Kuzan stared at me. His smile was condescending, but I realized that he had every right to look at me in that way. We had both come a long way since Arin's Lark days, but some things never truly changed. I lost, and overwhelmingly so at that. This had to be the first time I would suffer such defeat in battle ever since I was a kid. It felt really shitty. So, Jared, my information. Why my information. The location of the Nether cult. Ah, that. For a moment, I had forgotten the reason why we started fighting in the first place. 1. Section. Now capable of using my magic, I used healing magic on myself and also used a potion from my special storage. Fortunately, none of my internal organs were affected, so it wasn't fatal. I healed up in no time. Much better. Rising from my position, I looked in Naren's direction and signaled him to bring down the barrier. Once he did so, the members of our team slowly began moving in our direction. Jared, the location, Kuzan said impatiently. He's leaving already, I tried my best to make him stay, but I wasn't strong enough. The reason he agreed to our match was probably because he knew the outcome already. I had thought I was in the big leagues thanks to the whole demon saga, but was I really just at the starting point? It's located at the very center of the world, between the 4 continents. I sighed, glancing at Kuzan's stoic face. There's nothing there's though. That's what they want us to think. I tracked one of their members there. And you think they didn't notice? They did mid-meeting, but it was already too late by then. I had gotten my information. I see. It's just highly doubtful that they wouldn't have sensed something I was able to. Well, I used a different method. Our conversation was so fluid that I almost didn't believe we were fighting just moments earlier. All right then. I believe you. Kuzan said, smiling at me differently. What? It felt weird that he wasn't giving his usual cold expression or mocking gaze. I just thought you didn't do very bad, Jared. You performed better than expected. We were just a poor match. He shrugged. TCH. Whatever. Now that you've gotten what you want, you can leave. Naren and the others arrived right in time, and the first to speak was of course Lamy. Ha ha ha. Serves you right, Jared. This is the first time I've seen you get beaten like this. It feels strangely satisfying. Stop that. I murmured, not even having enough strength to resist her teasing. It felt horrible, though. My own daughter. I almost wept in shame and disappointment. Not so fast, Jared. You said I could have whatever I wanted if I won. I've still not done that. Kuzan smiled ruefully. His expression now looked more like the snobby dude I knew him to be. Ugh, all right. What do you want? And don't say my arcanas, 'cause I'm not giving. What? Arcanas? That could work, but that won't be necessary. I already have one, so it's fine. Kuzan shrugged. So, what do you want? I could feel some gazes on me, while others were on Kuzan. It was really embarrassing that I lost to him when everyone was watching, but there was nothing to do about it now. I'll just grant his request so he can leave. We have a lot to cover in our search, after all. I think I'll need one member of your group to help me with something, a mission. What? That's what I want. You're not going to deny me that right after I beat you up so much, right? I had no right to refuse, but what was this guy saying now? Didn't you say all of us were dead weight? Not all of you. Also, I apologize for calling you dead weight. You're far more capable than I gave you credit for. Yet I still lost. Just how capable did he think I was before now? This thought troubled me, but I simply decided to listen to what he had to say. So, who do you have in mind? Me. For a moment, silence pervaded our vicinity. Kyuzan blankly stared at me, and I also blankly looked around me. I would like to have your expertise, but I'm not cruel enough to stand in the way of your mission. I'll take a member that won't affect the productivity of your team, at least, not too much. Who could that be? Is there someone here who's not dead weight and is also not too essential to our search for the arcanas? Kyuzan's eyes darted in a particular direction, and before I could turn to look, he had already vanished and grabbed the person to his side. Hi Aake. The girl's thin voice pierced the air as she was both flustered and confused. I'll be taking you. He carried her like a sack by his side. That was how small the person of his choice was. What are you doing? Let me go. Anna yelled, trying her best to break free, but failing nonetheless. A deal is a deal. Isn't that right, Jared? Kyuzan smiled, looking at me for confirmation. Well. I met Anna's gaze. Though she was complaining, I could tell that she was enjoying this. It also seemed like she liked Kyuzan a lot. As for him, I wasn't sure yet. Still, I didn't want to stand in the way of whatever was going on between them. Plus, we had a deal. Will she be safe with you? I'm not sure. But it's not like she'll be any safer by your side. That stung a bit, but I accepted Kyuzan's words anyway. He wasn't wrong, after all. Fine. A deal is a deal. Jared. Anna yelled at me with disbelief in her eyes. What are you doing, Jared? You're letting that dude take Anna. Laimi yelled at me in disbelief. Well, I better take my leave now. I don't want to get into this conflict. Also, it seems you've become more popular with the ladies, Jared. Must be tough making a choice. Wah! You bastard! Before I said anything more, Kyuzan vanished in a flash of lightning. That guy! I found myself conflicted about what to think of the young Midas. Truth be told, my memories of what I knew of the Midas Empire were a blur. But, I still had some fraction of it. Are they all powerful monsters like him, those royals? I smiled to myself. In the end, I never gained any special magic or additional knowledge from Kyuzan. It felt like a total waste of time, well, almost. Chapter 554. After Kyuzan left with Anna, and our team lost one member, awkward silence took control. But only for a few seconds. Why did you let him take her? Why does Anna have to pay for your defeat? The person speaking was, of course, Laimi. I sighed at the girl, not knowing if she would understand the reason behind what I did. Perhaps not even Anna would appreciate it at the moment. There's no point explaining it. I glanced at Maria, and her expressionless face spoke volumes. A glance at Alovita gave me the assurance that at least she was on my side. Let's all calm ourselves. Naren stepped up. It was probably a good choice, considering I was tired at the moment. It's been a long day, so why don't we return to our base and relax? Yeah, good call. Laimi murmured, finally leaving me alone. I could tell that she was still angry, though. Considering the fact that Anna was the closest person to her at the moment, I made a big blunder by separating the two. I should apologize later, maybe. Are you feeling okay? A voice echoed beside me. It belonged to Edward. We hadn't had the opportunity to talk very often due to how occupied he was with training, or gawking at my half-elf daughter. Not really. Why? Because of Anna, or the fight? I think both. I sighed. Despite everything, I felt Edward was still a reliable person I could count on, like a sturdy pillar or an unbreakable wall. Yeah, that wasn't a pretty sight to see you getting beat up like that. At least now you know how we feel all the time. What do you mean? I looked at the buff guy with surprise. That feeling of inadequacy you have when you're pummeled, it drives you to be better, and the restlessness that comes with it makes you push on to overcome your limits. I feel inadequate all the time. I never proclaimed to be the strongest person around. Well, maybe you're right. But, at least you have one more reason. Besides, I don't think seeing you lose was a bad thing. Edward's lips curled up to form a smile. I was beginning to wonder if someone could sucker punch you one day, considering I've never seen you lose in a fight. Ha ha ha, really? Edward nodded. Yet, inadequacy should have a balance. Your position as a sturdy and powerful leader is excellent, but unless you show some vulnerability, your followers will only feel more inadequate. I was surprised to hear such profound words from Edward. I see. I guess you aren't such a meathead, after all. Why yeah, I guess you could say that. Edward's gaze shifted in a particular direction, but I decided to simply take that as him being flustered. Unless... Hold on, did someone put you up to this? What are you talking about? Edward looked even more flustered. I knew it. You were probably just repeating after them as they telepathically gave you the message. Who's the person? I sharply glanced in the direction where Edward looked before and found Maria quickly walking away. It came from her. Edward, whyy. I gave my friend a tap on the shoulder and shook my head. His teary eyes made him look like a baby, and I could see the guilt on his face. She made me do it. Why did you lie? What did she offer in exchange? The boy shyly looked to the ground. For a man who looked so powerful, he seemed so fragile in face of that question. Well, she said, she would help me out. Really? Let me guess, with Lamy. Shhhh. Keep your voice down, man. Edward looked panicky and jumpy. This dude. I nearly sighed. To think even Edward had fallen this deep. Initially, I was a little upset that my friend was so interested in my daughter. However, at the moment, my relationship with Lamy was so strained that I couldn't even consider us family. I am not Lewis Griffith, after all. With that in mind, I put my hands on Edward's shoulders and smiled. You can do it. Just be confident. Maybe it's just me, but I have a feeling she likes you too. Really? Yeah. She's always ogling you with her eyes. Well, there's a possibility she wants to use you as her lab specimen, but... I decided not to add that bit. Edward beamed brightly. He must have been overjoyed with the possibility that his feelings weren't one-sided. Ah, the joy of youth. I truly could not relate. Still. Maria, A smile spread across my face and I decided to do some thinking. Looking to my right, I observed Naren and Sarah. To my left, there were Sierra and Jerry. Edward was already speaking to Lamy, and ASA was being catered for by Aloe Vita. To be honest, everyone was so busy forming bonds, but it felt like I simply couldn't. Even Anna and Kuzan. It almost sounded like a dream. A lot of things had changed, and so many things were still changing. I can't compromise now, though. There was a serious conflict ahead, and romance wasn't going to fix it. Still, despite understanding that, why was everyone still giving themselves to their hearts? The logical thing to do is to forego emotional attachments and focus on the challenge ahead, right? However, my memories returned to the Celestial War back when I was still Lewis Griffith. Upon remembering the special moments I shared with Emilia despite the rising conflict, and how our love was born from war, I realized. I'm just giving excuses. The problem wasn't the situation, but me. I was simply afraid of something, or maybe I didn't want romance, but it was unfair of me.to pin it on the war with demons, or the current nether cult issue. There's always going to be something. In the end, I was just being a hypocrite, wasn't I? With a smile on my face, I looked to the sky. Somehow, realizing that about myself made me happier. Thank you, Maria. Chapter 555. As Naren suggested, we rested well for that day. The next morning, however, I called for a meeting, and everyone attended. Lamy showed up last, and her attitude pretty much reeked of rebellion and defiance. I'll just ignore her. With that in mind, I didn't address her silent protest and initiated the meeting properly. We were in a vast field, the campsite we were using to coordinate our activities. As the fresh morning breeze welcomed us, I organized my thoughts and commenced my speech. First of all, I want to tell everyone how happy I am about our success in the first mission. We got our first arcana. I displayed the strength card to everyone, and even let them pass it along to each other. This is only the beginning, though. We have a couple more to go, 6, to be exact. I smiled. Using magic, I retrieved the strength arcana from the last person to observe it and regained possession. Since Kuzan has an arcana in his possession, that rules out one of our targets, hence, the number 6 remaining. Do you have an inkling about the arcana in his possession? Naren's voice softly rang in my ears. Yeah, I do. He most likely possesses the Emperor Arcana, and... Oh? Why do you say so? Lamy's nagging voice interrupted. At this point, she seemed to be looking for attention. Is this her way of protesting Anna's sudden removal from the team? Ignoring her once more, I continued. He seemed oddly interested in the Empress Arcana. Considering he's of Midas descent as well, I find that they're linked. Plus, he did tell me that no one beats the Emperor, or something similar to that. So, I suppose we had to cross that off his list. Considering his ability to manipulate so many things in the space around him, the Emperor's abilities really seemed like a feasible explanation. The arcanas that are yet to be found are, the Fool, the Pope, Wheel of Fortune, the Moon, Judgment. Finally, the World. I had compiled so much data on several mentions of these arcanas, but there was nothing at all that pointed me in the direction of the latter well, except the name the World. Since there were 22 arcanas, and adding it as the last piece completed the number, I found it acceptable to add the World to the list of items we were searching for. As for clues or descriptions, I had no information on it. Now, for the most important aspect of this meeting. There were 2 major things I wanted to discuss. First was my conversation with Merlin. I explained everything in detail, making sure I emphasized the terms I wasn't familiar with. So, we're to stop someone called Seal, and ensure the Nether doesn't return? Who are these apostles of Ether? Everyone was equally as confused as I was. Even Naren. Naren, are you okay? I asked, noticing he looked dazed for a moment. Why yet, what's the matter? Snapping out of it, he returned to normal. His eyes regained their dark shades, and his expression was stoic as always. Still, I felt like something was off. You looked out of it for a moment there. Do you perchance know about what that Merlin character was talking about? A brief moment of silence ensued as Naren rubbed his chin for a while. My heart leaped for a moment, hoping to get another clue, or at least some new information that would allow me to make sense of the many confusions wrapped in my head. No, I have no idea. He finally retorted. Ah, I see. That's too bad. Naren still appeared to be in thought, but I knew there was no way he would hide something this important from me. Alright then, I guess that's something we have to keep in mind. Now, as for the second matter for discussion, which is actually the crux of this meeting. Everyone had shifty gazes, and I paused for a few moments before landing. I'm dissolving the team. What? Their loud reactions nearly blew me away. Every hair on my skin stood as I felt everyone's glare greet me. Relax. Relax. It's not what you think. Let me explain. Their glares intensified, but I could see 1 or 2 faces that still stared suspiciously at me. Ah, I guess I said it in the wrong way. It's more like I'm splitting the team into fractions, 5 groups, to be precise. Ah! Their eyes widened in surprise, and the realization of my true intentions began to seep in. I should really work on my conversation skills. I get misunderstood a lot. But why are we being split up? Edward asked. Well, that was a wonderful question. I expected Lamy to ask, but maybe Edward knew that and decided to take the lead. Such an idiot. There's hardly any time left, and I would like us to be as efficient as possible. Besides, this was my intention from the start. It's why I didn't place too much emphasis on organized teamwork in our training. I only boosted their individual abilities and split them into simple groups when there was combat training. It was all for this moment. Kuzan also has the right idea. Having too many people would just be dead weight. It's best if we function separately, while coordinating our movements. But, isn't that dangerous? There's safety in numbers, after all. Alovita asked. Her worried expression was most likely directed at people like Asa, or the other members of the team, rather than herself. Just what did I expect from the good-natured Alo? Well, it could be. But, this mission itself entails danger. If we want to play it safe and end up giving the enemy a chance to obtain more arcanas, then we've lost. Alo nodded, albeit still looking worried. I understand how you feel. Don't worry, I'll provide teleportation spell cards for everyone. That way, you can retreat. Also, I'll ensure to track everyone. If anything happens, I'll come running to your aid immediately. Chapter 556. It seemed my response was satisfactory, as Alo was beginning to grow calmer. Just to be safe, I'd like to have you all carry my soul brand with you. Of course, this is simply optional. You can choose not to have one. After explaining the relevance of a soul brand, and how incredibly useful it would be in coordination, my audience was more adept at it. Of course, the kind of soul brand I was going to establish would not have any coercing element. It would be as equals, sort of like how Jane and I did in the past. No. I'll have to refuse. 2 people vehemently disagreed, which was fine too. After explaining the importance, if they weren't willing to go through with it, there was nothing that could be done. Since Lamy and Sierra have decided against it, I'll just do it with everyone else. Of course, I toned down the function of the soul brand, so we couldn't randomly hear each other's thoughts or anything. The purpose of the brand was to track their whereabouts and directly contact them even if there was interference magic involved. My current magic tools that allowed long-range communication would be rendered obsolete if someone interfered with it using magic. The only way out of that predicament was to use a soul brand. For those who have chosen to go along with it, I'll be sure to remove the brand once we're done with this mission. Fortunately, they all understood. Once we were done, it was finally time to split our team into 5 distinct groups. To be honest, it was a somewhat tricky choice, considering we were a total of 12, now that Anna wasn't present. However, after taking everyone's strengths and weaknesses into account, I created the perfect team. Team 1. Naren Khalid. Sarah Crimson. Team 2. Edward Carl Leon. Lamy Vindial. Yvonne Smith. Team 3. Maro Smith. Alovita. ASA. Team 4. Jerry Keller. Sierra Eppelson. And finally, Team 5. Jared Leonard. Maria Helmsworth. Maria's eyes widened as I mentioned how we would be splitting our teams. She must have been surprised that I placed her on the same team as me. I had to admit, that was a bit of bias on my part. But I felt it was necessary. Maybe I should try spending time with her. No harm in that. It could have just been a reason I gave myself to ease my guilt, or perhaps I wanted to explore what feelings I had for Maria, and what feelings she had for me. In any case, I made sure every other team was balanced. Does anyone have any complaints about the team arrangements? I scanned the audience, but there seemed to be no problem. Sierra was even beaming at me, giving me a thumbs up for some reason. It had to be because I placed her on the same team as Jerry. With no one else in their group, she was free to keep fraternizing with the boy, or whatever it was that they were doing. Even I didn't understand their relationship, at this point. I'll be using today to learn more about this arcana. You can all focus on training while we spend the day. You can choose to prepare for tomorrow as well. There was so much to learn about the strength arcana, considering it was the first one in my possession that I never interacted with in my past life. Well, that's it for the meeting. After concluding the meeting, everyone slowly dispersed. Laimee, a word. What? The girl's response was cold. It broke my heart to see her look at me with such eyes. I never for one thought about acting as her replacement dad, considering I had no right to. What I could do was teach her and guide her in the best way I could. Of course, if it was friendship she desired, I was going to try my hardest. Unfortunately, things didn't work out well. Laimee didn't trust me, and it seemed anything I tried to do only made things worse. Maybe I just suck at relationships. I bit my lip to hold back any emotion that displayed weakness. I couldn't afford anything of that sort at the moment. Nothing. Never mind. I smiled, turning away from the girl. My sensory perception kicked in and I noticed that she stood still for a few moments, before finally leaving for whatever she wanted to do. You suck, Jared. You really suck. I teleported away from my position and decided to dedicate the entire day as a shut-in. Distracting myself from the pain I felt by wholeheartedly focusing on a task was the best way I knew to cope. You were right, Miss Sarah. It worked. Maria was currently happy beyond description. Right in front of her was Sarah Crimson, Grand Mage of the Eastern Empire, as well as the sweetheart of Naren Khalid. She was Maria's mentor in both magic and love, and her advice on how to handle Jared had finally begun to show results. I thought our relationship got worse, but I think we're moving in the right direction. I told you, Maria. You only needed to trust me. I'm so sorry I doubted you in the past. Maria looked earnest as she tightened both hands and prepared herself to keep working hard. The last advance she made on Jared, watching over him when he was naked and flirting with him afterward, everything came from Sarah's counsel. Her mentor was always right in these matters, as Maria had come to learn. Jared finally made a conscious effort to put the both of us in the same team. Maria smiled, her cheeks turning pink. But, you can't relax now, Maria. This is where the true battle begins. Sarah smiled at the pure and innocent girl ready to dye Maria once again in her color. Oh? What's the next step? What should I do next? Maria's eyes shone like diamonds as she readily waited to hear the wise words of her teacher and mentor. Sarah Crimson smiled proudly, happy to have such a diligent girl as a protégé. Just as Naren took Jared in, she decided to raise one as well. Initially, she merely picked Maria because she showed promise and talent. Their relationship didn't extend to much, but as time went on, the woman found herself growing attached to the girl, and vice versa. Before long, their bonds deepened, and Sarah became more of a mentor. All right. Listen well, Maria. Yes, ma'am. Both women were glad to have each other in their endeavors. Sarah was determined to help her protégé win over the one she loved, no matter what. Chapter 557. A world full of darkness. All around there is only destruction and chaos. A trail of dead bodies, mangled flesh, fresh blood, and an air of unending despondency. This could be hell. And no. A voice leaks out into this abyss. It is of a young man. He has dark hair, and his bangs cover his pure black eyes as he kneels. There is a woman on his lap, and he emptily stares at her while repeating his earlier words. No. 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 The crimson-haired woman is dyed in blood, left for dead. The black-haired man seems to have fallen into despair completely. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. A hulking figure moves in the distance. It is the very epitome of chaos, and it brings the world to ruin. The being ignores the man, and the man ignores it as well. While one grievously mourns, the other relishes in the destruction it has wrought. It's not my fault. 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 Repeating those words so much that one might think he is insane, this man keeps making this statement. His heart churns, and he feels an unexplainable loss. Everything and everyone he loves, they don't exist anymore. However, you're a sight for sore eyes, Naren. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my. The black-haired man stops his mantra and looks forward. His head is raised and his shoulders slump. There is another being standing right in front of him. The being looks human, but the grieving soul knows that his true self is far from it. You. Don't look at me that way. Isn't this a result of our efforts? This isn't what I wanted. You lied to me. You. I thought we were friends. Ha ha ha, well. I guess that's one way of putting it. You bastard. You and Seal tricked me. You, why? It was unavoidable. I don't really care either way, but apparently, she's the one who wanted this outcome. Why? Well, the work is done. Sooner or later, I'll get what I want. It's a shame, though. This world is doomed. And no. Yes. The Nether is here, after all. It's only a matter of time. The man called Naren can only shudder and wither away as he feels even more despair. He curses himself, regretting everything he has ever done. But, it's just as the other being says. Everything will end. The world. Existence. Himself. Naren raises his head and his jet black eyes slowly show a glimmer of light. I won't allow it. Suddenly, the entire area is enveloped in white light, and the shock is enough to send ripples of distortions flying around every corner of the world. Enough to finally. Yarg. Wake up the dreamer. Naren's body was covered in cold sweat, but that was only for a moment. His body reset, and he felt perfectly normal afterward. Still, his mind couldn't help but focus on the nightmare he just had. That dream, what the hell? Truthfully, Naren had been having certain memory flashes and sudden thoughts, but this was the first time he had dreamt so vividly about it. What happened? Naren couldn't make sense of the matter. It had been a while since he felt this way, so confused and lost. Now sitting up on his wide bed, he looked beside him and spotted Sarah sleeping peacefully. While she was overactive during the day, the woman was quite a deep sleeper. Naren liked how she looked so cute and peaceful as she slept. He made to caress her cheek, smiling to himself. However, I'm so sorry. Another flash of memories stopped him. In his head, Sarah was killed, and while they shared their final moments together, it was too painful. Coke. Naren clutched his heart in pain, looking at his lover with conflicted eyes. What exactly happened? Are these memories of the past, or the future? At this point, he had to imagine if this was an effect of the Hermit Arcana, Or perhaps a new aspect of the power he needed to explore. They're getting more vivid, especially after Jared spoke about Merlin and Naren recollected the words the boy said about Seal, and the Nether. Do I know them? Naren was worried. In the advent that the flashes he was seeing in his memories were real, then that meant chaos. I should tell Jared. Naren thought to himself. However, after thinking it through, the man decided not to. He has a lot on his plate, and unverified information like mine will simply put him on more edge. Deciding to reveal the matter once the time was ripe and he had more to go on, Naren sighed to himself and looked at Sarah one more time. I don't know if all those memories are real, but... He caressed the cheeks of his lover and smiled lovingly at her. I will never let anything happen to you. He didn't know about the Naren that existed in his dreams and memory flashes, but the black-haired man resolutely decided never to lose his own Sarah. I've been having memory flashes since I was a kid, haven't I? It's just been more of intuitions and guidance, never has it been so intense. Naren went back to bed, hugging Sarah close to him. The latter moaned slightly, whispering Naren's name as they both fell asleep in each other's embrace. With a satisfied smile of comfort and love, Naren returned to paradise. A/N. Well, this sets the pace for quite a conflicting and interesting set of events. Also, I'm so jealous of this dude. Chapter 558. Looks like everyone had a lovely night. I smiled at everyone. They seemed raring to go, each armed with their respective tools and clustered in their allocated groups. It was early in the morning, and the sun was yet to completely rise, but every team was ready for their respective journey. Well, let's all be careful, but also give it your best. I didn't want a situation where they would be overly cautious and let an opportunity slip past them. They were allowed to be reckless as long as they fulfilled their mission. Of course, I won't be allowing all of you to die. If you encounter the swordsman from Naren's description, flee immediately. As for other members of the cult, act based on your discretion. To be honest, the version of Biruel I fought was stronger than most of the people on the mission. Biruel is the fourth seat, and a mere machine from him is strong enough to give a lot of you trouble. If you meet the real one, or any of the higher seat members, I'll advise you to flee. At least, that would preserve their lives. In the advent that their souls could be destroyed, it would take even more time and resources to get them back. I have no definite idea what the enemy is capable of. But, since I have ways of tracking everyone, I'll come to the aid of anyone who is in danger. If there was anything I refused to happen, it would be the death of my allies. Let's get those arcanas and win. My speech was accompanied by cheers, and I happily split up the teams. Granting each team an automaton as a guard, I teleport them to the areas where I suspected the arcanas to be. Of course, retrieving them was completely left to them. Are you ready? I appeared out of the blue portal, meeting only Maria in the vast field. Now that everyone else had gone, it was only me and her that was left. Yet. Alright then, let's get this show on the road. Patting her shoulders, I created a spatial distortion and moved us to the place where we would be having some time alone, together. Hopefully this kills two birds with one stone. The portal swallowed the both of us, and I could feel everything shifting to our new location. Before I finally arrived at the designated plane, a thought resonated in my head, and I smiled a little. I wonder what Anna is doing now. Tense silence permeated the room as two people shared the vast space. There was quite a distance separating the two of them, but a certain person's reaction made it seem as though there wasn't nearly enough space apart. Her frown was evident, and her gaze was cold. She was fiddling with a tool, completely ignoring the man who watched her at certain intervals. Are you really going to keep ignoring me? His voice was calm. The boy's golden hair glowed, in the finely luxurious hall. The short blonde girl he was talking to didn't even stare in his direction. She was busy in thought, and the whole things she was doing with the tool was to calm her nerves. In actuality. Ugh, I hate this. She was very dissatisfied. Damn that Jared! Even you, Kuzan. I don't need any of you, after all. Not only did Kuzan call her dead weight, he also said her absence wouldn't negatively impact the team. Jared, whom she thought would argue on her behalf, actually sold her away because of his own loss. It was annoying, to say the least. I feel so stupid. Why was I deluded into thinking they had feelings for me? However, worse than that, she felt even more foolish for having feelings for them both, especially Jared. He's the worst. Gritting her teeth, she kept fiddling with the robotic construct, utterly ignoring Kuzan's stare. Anna and Kuzan were currently in a vast house made by Kuzan. It was created from magic threads, Kuzan's original magic. Not only was the exterior incredibly dense, in case of an assault, the interior was very comfortable. It has a warm, golden ambience that made it seem no different from a finely furbished home. No, it was most likely even better. Anna and Kuzan had been seated in the parlor for hours now, and the former was beginning to wonder what would happen next. Ever since Kuzan took her from the rest of the team the previous day, she had not seen him do anything in particular. He simply told her to rest and make herself at home. They had not left the house, and despite saying he was busy, Kuzan was idle. It was probably because of this that Anna felt his gaze strongly concentrated on her. Ugh! Will you stop staring? She couldn't take it any longer. Did I do something wrong? Yet. It's difficult to concentrate when you keep looking at me. Well, why didn't you go to your room then? That way, you won't feel my stare or anything. Anna bit her lip. Kuzan raised a valid point. Why didn't she thought of that before now? All right then. I'm off. Wait. Anna paused and stared at the golden-haired boy. For some reason, his expression didn't seem as cold as it was back when he was conversing with Jared and everyone else. There was something in his eyes that sucked her in, but Anna fought any form of feelings she had toward him. You don't have to go. He spoke calmly. What was that? Her voice was raised, and despite being of a much smaller build, Anna seemed domineering at this point. I said, you can stay if you want. Kuzan sighed, resting back on the sofa he made. And why would I do that? Because I asked. One raised brow from Anna told Kuzan that his assertion wasn't even nearly enough to make her stay. Fine. I won't stare again. You can do what you like. Anna stared at him with suspicion, and after a brief moment of internal debate, she decided to remain in the parlor. Humph. Now returning to her fiddling, Anna's pout remained on her face. At least you're not ignoring me anymore. With that whisper, Kuzan closed his eyes and decided to simply use his perception to observe the girl. How cute! Chapter 559. Are you just going to keep lazing around there? At this point, Anna couldn't take it anymore. She was bored with fiddling with her tool, and while there were a bunch of other things she could do, the lowly found it hard to ignore the boy in front of her. I'm not lazing around, Kuzan replied, now gazing at her. Sure, you aren't. She found herself stuttering, unable to keep up with his handsome features. Upon seeing this, Kuzan smiled. What's that grin on your face for? Nothing. You sure? Yet. Anna felt weird vibes from Kuzan. To be honest, he wasn't much different from the guy she knew. They hung out and talked a lot, just like this. Of course, Kuzan never really talked much about himself and Anna carried most of the conversation. Still, why did he seem so much like the Kuzan of the past now than he did during their first meeting? All right, spill. Anna sighed, deciding to finally have a conversation with the boy. He might be a jerk, but I'm not. She was used to having male friends, like Edward, who would try to hide things from her. She could tell from Kuzan's face that he was hiding a great deal. The golden-haired boy gave a slightly surprised expression at her statement. I've not forgiven you for leaving me yet, but... Her eyes met with his clear blue with golden and she heaved a sigh. I guess I'll listen to you for a moment. Kuzan broke into a smile instantly. You really haven't changed at all. Hey. I've grown in a lot of ways, you know. Yeah, I know. He narrowed his eyes and widened his smile. This caused Anna to shiver since it almost felt like Kuzan was ogling her body. Just say something already. This is a limited edition coupon. It won't last forever, you know. Ah, really now? Anna closed her eyes and nodded with a false sense of superiority. Panda NVE1 yup. I'm just taking a break. Interesting. What's interesting about that? Nothing. Ugh. You really? Anna's glare was slowly returning. She began to reconsider talking to Kuzan. It wasn't a very good idea, to begin with. I guess I'll just return to. How have you been? Kuzan's voice gently came forth. His eyes showed sincerity, and a warm smile permeated his face. Anna found herself melting as she witnessed this. After I left, how have you been? You've grown into a fine young woman. A lot must have happened, right? You even killed a demon lord, and I've been hearing good stuff about your work. So, how are you? To be frank, Anna never expected that question, especially from Kuzan. But, his gaze didn't seem to have any hidden intentions behind them. It was the opposite, actually. It was almost like he truly, genuinely cared about how she felt. I won't get deceived by you a second time. Anna shut her heart and hardened her face. I was, fine. Her response was short. I see. Kuzan's response was sullen, his face displaying slight disappointment. And you? How have you been since you left? Anna returned the question to him. To be fair, she knew nothing about him. As much as she didn't like Kuzan or tried not to, it was difficult trying to eliminate her curiosity. Busy. I was busy. Yet? You don't seem so busy now. We've been waiting here without doing anything tangible. Anna gave Kuzan a suspicious eye. Well, that's because I was waiting for something. And what's that? For you to talk to me. Anna's face turned pink instantly, and she was unable to hide her flustered, jumbled feelings. The fact that Kuzan's expression was calm made Anna feel much worse. It would be too boring if we're to journey together, and there's nothing to talk about. Is that so? Her face instantly fell. Yet. Silence pervaded the area, and both of them engaged in a brief staring contest. The first to look away was, of course, Anna. And? Now that I'm talking to you, are you satisfied? Not really. You seem upset at me for some reason. What did I do to you? You mean, other than abandoning me for such a long time without maintaining contact? Why yeah, other than that. Kuzan's face slightly scrunched up. For the first time, he appeared flustered as well. Well, let's see. Anna began listing his offenses. You called me dead weight. You sent the wrong signals by giving me a mere customary greeting in form of a kiss. Worst of all, you act all innocent and make it very difficult to dislike you. Wait, how is the last one a bad thing? I'm just being myself. Well, yourself sucks. Wow, you're really mean. See what I'm talking about? How am I the bad guy here? You're the one who kissed a girl and left for that long period without saying anything, then you show up and kiss that same girl again. You whisk her away to your lovely home and suddenly expect that she becomes your chatting buddy. Kuzan was silent throughout Anna's venting. Patiently listening to her, his gaze never left for a single moment. He didn't even blink. And that's why I'm mad at you. Anna took in a deep breath after she was done complaining. She deflated on the golden sofa and sighed. I see. Can I ask something first before answering your complaints? What is it? Are you mad at Jared too? Or, rather, what do you think about him? What does that matter to you? It's just a harmless question. Kuzan strained a smile. Just how much did Anna not trust him? Yeah, I'm mad at Jared, probably even more than I am at you. I initially thought he was just a dense idiot, but it turns out, well, it doesn't matter now. This wasn't just childish rage. Anna's face displayed absolute seriousness. Both men had wronged her, and she was sick of it. Chapter 560. He found it easy to give me away, probably because he felt it would be easier to have me fall for you than for him to muster the courage to tell me the truth, that he doesn't have feelings for me. Kuzan's eyes widened slightly upon hearing that last part. Ah! I mean, that's just pathetic, isn't it? For someone who has done an outstanding job so far, he's just such a letdown. I see. Yet, despite my dissatisfactions, though, I have to admit, he is truly something else. I know you're strong, Kuzan, and I know you beat him, but Jared has done so much and is still doing so much for the world. From the event of Inslark Academy, to the war, and now the Nether cult, Jared's acts were for the world as a whole. Kuzan understood this very much. Unlike him, who was simply acting on his own selfish impulses, Jared's plans were far more encompassing. And for that, I respect him, even though he still pisses me off. Anna gritted her teeth once more. You're a kind girl. Where is that coming from? Anna barked, glaring at Kuzan. Relax. That's meant to be a compliment, right? Yeah? Well, it doesn't feel much like one, coming from you. I figured. Kuzan murmured. Another moment of silence greeted the two and Kuzan decided to stand from his sofa. He walked toward Anna and squatted so they could at least be on the same level in terms of height. This embarrassed the girl slightly, causing her face to turn beet red once more. I didn't ask to be like this, you know. She covered her reddened as those thoughts swirled in her head. I'm sorry. Upon hearing those words, Anna's hand slowly dropped her face, revealing a surprised expression from the girl. Yet, I said. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you abruptly. I also shouldn't have called you dead weight. As for the kiss, it's not what you think. What? It's true that the kiss is something similar to a farewell or greeting used especially when you won't be meeting in a long while. Kuzan's face softened a bit while speaking. But it's exchanged between close friends and family. I obviously considered you special when I kissed you. Anna's memory flashed to both events when their lips touched, and her cheeks turned red once again. I didn't mean to give the wrong impression, though. That was my bad. So, which is it? What do you mean? Which do you consider me as? Friend or family? For the first time, Kuzan's cheeks, especially his ears, turned pink. It was hardly noticeable, though, and it only appeared for a moment. A friend, obviously. I consider you my friend, Anna. I see. Thank you for being honest with me, at the very least. Anna smiled at the golden-haired boy. Well, thanks for being honest with me too. Their smiles greeted each other, and for a moment, all either of them could notice was the other's face. So, am I forgiven? Nope. Dang it. Both of them instantly burst into laughter, and they found their hearts leaping. It was a strange feeling for Anna, seeing as she hadn't felt this way in a while. For Kuzan, it was a pleasant emotion that he could only feel around Anna. This is why I need you by my side. He kept laughing with the girl. He adored her tiny frame and found himself unable to look away. Her flat chest, her tint body, her adorable glasses, everything about her made him happy for some reason. Most of all, her expressions. Unlike him, she couldn't keep her composure and would often move from being annoyed, to bashful, to happy. These fluctuations in emotions and expressions, Anna's reactions always amazed him. I like this girl. He smiled. Kyuzen gulped slightly and found his hands moving on their own. Before he could stop himself, his hand reached the top of Anna's hair and he stroked them. I've always wanted to do this. With his mission complete, Kyuzen laughed even more. Unfortunately, he found out it was only his voice that echoed across the vast room. What are you doing? A voice rang out. Kyuzen's body shivered a bit, but, of course, he maintained his composure. This is another custom among my people. It was a lie, of course. Kyuzen couldn't simply tell Anna he had a thing for short girls like her, especially patting their heads. That would be weird. Is that so? Anna's voice didn't indicate any form of understanding. In fact, she was actually giving a very deep glare that made Kyuzen immediately retract his hand. I got carried away. He thought to himself in worry. What had he done? If he offended Anna, she wouldn't talk to him again. Inasmuch as watching her sulk was a pleasure all on its own, Kyuzen liked it more when they talked. That way, he had access to way more reactions. I see you have chosen death. Kyuzen found it funny that Anna was threatening him with something like that, but he was yet to realize that there was a lot more to the concept than he realized. A kick to his groin was enough for that reality to set in. His body swayed backward, recoiling from the shock of having his milkshake maker squashed by a girl's legs. Pain and pleasure courses through his body, mostly pain though. Ha! Haa! He made small sounds as he fell to the ground. Don't you ever pat my head. I'm not a child, you know? I'm not a child. Deduli, noted. Kyuzen managed to leak out as his body shuddered. Humph. The young Midas once again got to see another of Annabelle's expression, for which he was plenty grateful. Unfortunately for him, his body was still acclimating to the sensation he was feeling. This girl. He smiled as Anna's face magnified in his blurry vision. However, before he could complete his thought, Kyuzen felt something approach the magic house, something very dangerous. Anna, look out! His words were a little too late, though. Chapter 561. Devastation spread across the area, tearing down the monolith Kyuzen had made. As the house was engulfed in a sea of bright energy, the only two inhabitants of the house were locked in an embrace. Kyuzen held Anna rightly to his chest, feeling her little body cling to his. What are you doing? Anna asked. Her face was red again. She was embarrassed, to say the least, about being handled like a little kid. I can't count how many times he has carried me so easily. Not fair. But, it wasn't time to be concerned about that, was it? An enemy attack just came in, so Anna had to save the matter for another moment. Looks like he finally came. Kyuzen smiled, releasing his dense golden mana. The smoke and destruction that ravaged the environment cleared instantly, leaving only trails of the explosion. With everyone in their line of sight gone, the enemy's appearance was right in front of them. Who is that? Anna asked with slight surprise, still wondering when Kyuzen was going to put her down. Fortunately, the young Midas wasn't dense, so he did so without wasting too much time. He's a fairy. One of the higher-ranked members of the cult. Kyuzen smiled, staring at the enraged face of the fairy king hovering above him. Well, his clone, that is. Kyuzen had enough experience to tell that the opponent before him was simply another automaton or remotely controlled golem. The only problem was that he couldn't hack into the signal that the owner was emitting to control it. Then I guess it's an automaton, Kyuzen glanced at Anna and saw that she was fine. Was he being too doting? Should he not overdo things? The boy's thoughts wandered, but it soon converged at a single conclusion. Biruel came at the wrong time. Anna and I were talking. Though a smile was on his face, Kyuzen was actually quite angry at the fairy king. But, unlike the young Midas's slight dissatisfaction, the opponent was raging in fury. You killed my subordinate. His wings glimmered with multiple colors as his regal outfit swayed with the wind. A staff hovered in the air, and he seemed ready for business. Ah, which one was it? The fairy that was the weakest out of your little group? What can I say? This bastard, you'll die in the most miserable way. That guy's death wasn't satisfying in the very least. It was just boring. Want to know why? Kuzan stepped forward, and as he did so, golden strings swirled around him. It's because he was weak. Let's hope you don't fall short of my expectations. The Fairy King didn't waste any more time as he instantly lunged for Kuzan. His speed was insane, and the fact that he oozed bloodlust would make anyone's skin shiver. However, predictable. Kuzan murmured. Instantly, his strings formed the appropriate model to handle the incoming fairy. Like threads weaving into one another, his strings could form whatever Kuzan desired as long as he knew their concepts or structure. Their durability also depended on the mana he poured into them. Of course, as a royal, Kuzan did not like exerting more force than necessary. By reading his opponent, he knew just what level of power to use. Which was why he didn't bother to utilize the Emperor or Xenia, his familiar. He looked at his ring and bracelet. They were both treasures that housed different abilities, but he wasn't really using them at the moment. Biruel used his lance to pierce through Kuzan's threads and kept his charge. No, thanks. The golden strings instantly weaved back to existence, and several of them charged at Biruel. Out of my way! Instantly, another blast burst from the Fairy King. It devastated the environment, sending shockwaves for miles. Once the golden threads were utterly decimated, Kuzan now seemed in sight and Biruel went for the kill. However, he was stopped mid-air. Everyone always falls for the same trick. You get so carried away with the threads you can see that you forget the ones you can't. With his hands in his pocket, Kuzan floated until he reached Biruel's location in mid-air. You know, my original magic is called marionette for a reason. Yes, Kuzan could use threads for most of his combat, and he could even coat himself in it for enhancements. However, his strings had other uses. I can easily control your body however I like a puppet through a string. All he had to do was to link his mana with his opponent's, using the strings as a conduit. Once that happened, he would force resonance and allow himself to take charge of the opponent's body. Coke. Do you get it? I'm currently in control of this body. The boy's grin widened as he whispered into the Fairy King's ear. Just like I was in control of your subordinate. You know, it was fun seeing him peel out his own wings and killing himself in the most gruesome way possible. There was no form of remorse in Kuzan's voice, just pure sadism. You bastard! Despite everything, the Fairy King did not move. Rather, he couldn't. But... Kuzan, watch out! The forgotten lance that Biruel wielded came out of nowhere and pierced Kuzan from behind. Sploosh! Instantly, blood poured out of the young Midas, causing him to open his mouth in shock. Kuzan! Anna screamed, but suddenly felt someone tap her on her shoulder. Relax. That's not me. Beside her emerged Kuzan, the real one, or was it? Kuzan? But, wait a section. Anna closely observed the one that was hit, but it turned out to be another one of Kuzan's constructs. Bastard! Fairy King Biruel growled. Well, playtime is over. I'll be coming to visit you soon. The golden-haired boy shrugged, ready to end things. You think you'll ever reach me? You're strong, I admit, but you won't be able to crack through everything and reach my location. In response to that statement, the boy remained silent. Biruel was right, after all. Chapter 562. Haha, so you realized, didn't you? Kuzan finally spoke, after a few seconds of silence. "What kind of fool do you take me for?" The young man snickered, not saying anything more. "You won't find me. Not in 1,000 years. I'll keep haunting and hunting you until you pay for what you did. By sending those weaklings? Keep joking. TCH. If not for my responsibilities to the cult." Biruel growled. "Excuses? Yet? Well, why don't we see about that when I'm done? I don't need to wait that long." The Fairy King, though suspended in midair, sneered at Kuzan and Anna, as though forgetting who the person tied up was. "You won't be able to do it. Yet. I know I can't. I've tried, and with my skill set, it's impossible." "But..." Kuzan glanced beside him and spotted Annabelle's innocent expression. Quickly carrying and raising her, Kuzan presented his trump card to the Fairy King. "I have someone who can." What are you doing? Put me down!" Anna screamed, struggling to break free from Kuzan's hold. She wanted to cry of embarrassment as she struggled in his grip. "Together, we're going to beat you." "I see, so you two are a couple." Biruel's voice was low, containing a different kind of menacing feel. "Yeah, sure. Got a problem with that?" At this point, Kuzan put Anna down and smiled coolly at the obviously aggrieved Fairy King. "You idiot! Idiot! Don't carry me like that next time!" Anna beat Kuzan with both her hands, but her assault did nil damage. In fact, the young Midas was simply intrigued by Anna's struggles that he was tempted to tease her even more. "Couples, all couples must die." Biruel's voice peaked, and his body began shimmering. "Ah, he's going to self-destruct." Anna looked at the glowing Fairy King's body. Is that all right?" "Yeah. It's fine. My strings already invaded his body, and I got what I wanted." In a flash of golden lightning, a device appeared in front of Kuzan. It looked like a mechanical construct, no larger than a thumb. "What of the Explo?" Once again, with even greater fervor and destruction, Fairy King Biruel altered the landscape. "Are you okay?" At this point, Kuzan drew closer to the girl who was seated on one of his constructs. It hadn't taken long for Kuzan to rebuild the large mansion that was destroyed, and even when he did so, his eyes remained on Anna. Once it was complete, the boy returned to his dear friend. "What did you mean when you told Biruel we would defeat him together?" Down to business already." Anna glared at Kuzan, causing the latter to apologize immediately. "Okay, so, where do I begin?" Kuzan collapsed on the sofa, directly beside Anna. "Why don't you find somewhere else to seat?" "Really? Why? Are you uncomfortable?" "No, it's not that." Anna fidgeted on her seat. "So cute." Kuzan grinned internally, enjoying every moment of the tease. "Then I'm staying here." Spreading his hand all across the sofa, he made himself comfortable. Do what you like." "Like I care. Just tell me what you were talking about back then." Well, remember when you said I have been doing nothing ever since we've been together?" "Yeah. 'Cause that is the truth." "Well, I was actually cracking this code from Biruel's clone, the one he sent after your group." Kuzan brought out a chip. It looked similar to the other thing HR brought out of the clone that attacked then not too long ago. "Can I see?" Kuzan gave the chip to Anna and continued explaining. "I'm good at many things, but not mechanics. I tried using magic to do it, using all the spells I could, but none are working." His goal was to use the chip to backtrack its location until he arrived at the source, Fairy King Biruel himself. If the thing had self-destructed when Jared was with it, the chip would have also been obliterated. "That's why I intervened and got it in time, destroying the rest of his body." "I see." Anna was distracted by the chip, though she still listened to Kuzan attentively. "So, as I struggled to backtrack the chip, I knew Biruel would make another move. It was only a matter of time, so I decided to wait until he did so. Hold on. I thought you said you were waiting for me to speak to you before making a move. Well, there's that factor too. As much as I like your company, I wouldn't have brought you with me if you're not going to be useful. Hey! At this point, Anna's glare was evident. If Kuzan didn't vindicate himself fast, then... Come on, don't look at me like that. Shouldn't you be happy? I don't consider you a burden, after all. Anna looked at him with a changed expression of surprise. I actually need your help. That's what I mean. Now that I've gotten another chip from the enemy, that makes 2 parts. With this, the chances of success should increase. Hold on, what exactly do you want me to do? Anna stared at the smiling boy. Help me find Biruel, the real one. For a moment, no one spoke. They both looked at each other, Kuzan smiling, and Anna dazed. As much as she disliked being used by people, Anna couldn't help but feel some degree of pride and inexplicable joy rising from her small chest. It was almost like the time when Jared told her to work on the demon-obliterating device with Maro, Aloe, and Naren. However, this time it was different. Are you sure you need only me? You'll have better chances with a group. Anna said in a low tone. I'm sure. No other genius could have defeated Lydia of Blanc, and definitely not with half-assed tech. Anna blushed a little. I've also been observing your clothes, down to your underwear. A wave of shock enveloped the room, and Anna's face grew red the moment she realized what the big had just said. Kuzan. Chapter 563. Kuzan. Anna covered herself with her hands while gaping in shock. Don't worry, I didn't go beyond that. I promise. Besides, you know hiding your body with another part of your body is pointless, right? I can just choose to see through everything. The boy's eyes glowed golden as he grinned widely. You pervert. Anna once again hit him desperately with her hands. Nailed it. The boy thought to himself. But, on a serious note. I've observed your outfit, and know you designed them yourself. They're brimming with technology and pinpoint accuracy. Anna stopped her pointless hitting and sighed while nodding. It seemed Kuzan was right. I don't know about other things, but I don't think anyone is more fit for handling such delicate technology. Besides, I trust you, Anna. Kuzan drew closer to the girl's face. A bead of sweat formed on her face, but Anna could feel her heartbeat in exhilaration. She was currently breaking into new grounds in her secret research, but this was the kind of opportunity she was waiting for. The kind of recognition she desired. Anna didn't know how to feel about Kuzan, but he was certainly sincere about needing her help. It made her happy for some reason. Let's work together to defeat this guy. He gave a thumbs up with determination swirling in his eyes. Anna could not help but feel the same. Why yet? Let's do it. Looks like they've gotten one of the arcanas already. A female voice sounded in the dark room. Within it, there were only 2 people. One was the supreme leader of the Nether cult, and his right-hand woman. Though they were the only ones physically present, the other members were connected through magic communication. In essence, it was virtual. I'm sorry about that. I guess they got it right under my nose. The person who spoke was none other than the current 7th seat, Reed Sterling. Jared and his team caught him unawares and retrieved an arcana before he could. This could be considered an epic failure in the eyes of the cult. Rectify your errors. The cult leader spoke, causing his influence to resonate deep into Sterling's heart. G got it. So? Has anyone had any luck on their ends? The cult leader spoke to everybody else. No. Nope. Not here too. Not at all. I'm afraid not. No, sorry. Negative. Their unsatisfactory responses. Xist the usually calm cult leader to give into impatience. His fingers clacked in the table in front of him, and he didn't seem all too pleased. It's not our fault, though. Wouldn't you use your clairvoyance to help make the search easier? It's not exactly a piece of cake to find dungeons. Kido's voice rang out. It sounded rude, but no doubt it was what everyone was also thinking. Yet, Kido has a point. We usually operate with your clairvoyance guiding us. Carla, you finally agree with something I say? I'm flattered. Does that mean you've changed your mind about that? Shut up. Carla's voice snapped. That's enough. The cult leader sighed. As he commanded, there was decorum in the meeting. For a few moments, nothing but silence echoed throughout. One would think their host had gone off to sleep. However, as suddenly as he fell silent, he finally spoke. We can't rely clairvoyance currently. There are several distortions in the world currently. It makes it hard for clairvoyance to work in certain places. Distortions? But your clairvoyance is absolute. What distortion could? It's most likely the work of Jared Leonard, the singularity. We should have killed him when we had the chance. The tone of the cult leader was directed toward one person at least, that was implied. Yeah, it's my bad. Once again, I apologize. Haha. Legris Damien's voice rang out. In any case, he's most likely using technology to distort the environment, making it difficult to use clairvoyance. Usually, even magic wouldn't be enough to stop me, but it seems he's using something else. That was indeed a very worrisome predicament. Couldn't we consider that the places that have been distorted are where the arcanas are located? A voice rang out. It belonged to Stefan Netherlore, the youngest in the group. No. That can't be. It's most likely a trap, a misdirection. The cult leader's voice echoed. Besides, there are over 100 distorted locations. I'm sure he'd rather we waste our time thoroughly searching them than looking for the actual places. No, wait a minute. I agree with Stefan's logic. Legris Damien spoke up. A wave of silence greeted his interruption. Everyone knew the cult leader was always right. He had never been wrong about anything, and that was what made the organization function so seamlessly. For the sixth seed to challenge that, then. What do you mean, Legris? The nether cult leader asked calmly. Well, Jared has been known to evade us multiple times because he usually does the unexpected. From misdirection to surprising innovations, he manages to surprise us because he doesn't operate in the way you'd expect. Legris began. As someone who had the most experience dealing with Jared, Legris' words carried weight. After all, even he had lost to the kid. So, you're implying that since it's illogical that the arcanas would actually be in those distorted places, then we should check them to be sure. Exactly. I believe Stefan brought that up because he knows Jared well too. I see, you make good points. Apologies for shooting down your suggestion, Stefan. It's nothing. Stefan's voice sounded slightly flustered, but the boy did not break his composure. All right. I'll share the locations of the distorted areas with some of our members. Vizer. Legris. Stefan. Reed. The four of you will be in charge of investigating those areas. The members who were called out all responded affirmatively. The rest of you, keep looking. Kido. Carla. Biruel. I'm counting on you. Also be available at any given time. You could be assigned to the distorted zones if they turn out to be genuine. Once again, affirmative responses rang out. Very well, then. This concludes the meeting. A/N. Apologies for the many errors recently. I haven't had much time to edit them since I'm busy with a lot of things at the moment. Thanks for understanding. Chapter 564. Where are we? I looked beside me and watched as Anna looked all around us. There was nothing to be seen for miles except sand. The sand, however, was black. Black grains of sand were trampled upon by our feet, and they spread out for miles. This is the dark desert. It's a vast body filled with nothing but black sand. It is said that this entire place used to be the territory of a nation before they gave themselves to dark magic and became ruined as a result. I smiled. Looking at how there was nothing to be seen but darkness, the story seemed even more plausible. The sun was hardly shining, and dark clouds spread for miles. It appeared to be early evening despite me being certain that we're in the daytime. Oh? I've never heard of that story before. Maria's voice sounded beside me. I glanced in her direction and spotted a confused expression. Well, Maria was taught so many things about the Eastern Kingdom. If there is such a story marking a historical monument, she is expected to know about it. But, I'm not surprised that she isn't aware of this place. Well, we're currently not in the Eastern Kingdom. This is the southern continent, you know. The south. She seemed even more surprised. Yet, arcanas aren't concentrated in the Eastern Kingdom, you know? They're all over the world. I'm pretty sure one of the groups will have to go underwater to get an arcana. What? For real? Yet. I don't know their exact locations, but after compiling all my life's research and also using automatons to scour the areas, I've reached a reasonable conclusion. Even if I couldn't get the exact place, I could map out the surroundings. Afterward, all we had to do was find the place. According to this particular arcana, several stories and tales have spoken about it. How? In the darkest of days and blackest of nights, the sands of time possess no light. Thick clouds block the way, and it appears to be a land of the depraved. Cross-referencing several other stories that indicated an absence of life and a sea of darkness, I managed to link everything together and arrived at the dark desert. It matches all the descriptions, although some of them were exaggerated. I sighed. Stories, though considered silly, were the hallmark of realities. It wasn't easy sorting through everything, but since I was dedicated to finding out more, I looked for the everything, even the seemingly irrelevant ones. Looks like it paid off. Still, though. Where exactly do we start from? There was only one way to find out. I'm going up. With that, I floated above and began getting a better view of the desert. It was truly a large expanse of nothing but black sand. I could see no semblance of life, and the entire place simply looked eerie. Where could the arcana be? I doubted it would be so easy to get a law-bending artifact, but I was truly hoping to easily get one. I guess we have to try this one out. I brought out a card from my pocket. It was, of course, the Strength Arcana. I've still not mastered its use, but it's also resonating with this place. I must be in the right area. The Strength card glowed golden, and it started beeping. I couldn't initially understand it until a slow realization dawned on me. I sharply descended, rendezvousing with Maria, who was waiting patiently. Sorry for taking too long. It's fine. Her voice was calm, as usual. Her expression didn't also show that she harbored any offense, though I had already learned it a long time ago not to trust what kind of reaction Maria made. So, did you get any clues? In response to her question, I nearly shoved the Strength Arcana in her face. This one is resonating with the arcana that is here. If I can resonate with it, I should be able to find out where the new arcana is. In response to my words, Maria nodded, ready for what would come. Here I go. Closing my eyes, I resonated my primary core, which had become a fused core and connected with the card. I got a faint trace, but it wasn't enough, not nearly. I need more. More. Twitching my eyes, I began connecting more of my cores, both mana and miasma. Fortunately, the Strength Arcana did not refuse either. The more cores I resonated, the more I was able to get a clear image. In my head, I saw brightness. It was a sharp contrast to the desert I was currently in, and I found myself enveloped with absolute light. This is. I remembered at that moment, that there were two sides to the story of the arcana. While an aspect talked about the darkness surrounding the object, another side referred to another essential factor. At the end of the darkness, there is light. Journey to the very depths of despondency and see hope. Walk through the valley of shadows and fear no evil. The good that purges evil. The purity of everything, search and find it. I could finally understand why. Right before my mind's eye, I could see just what the story meant. It's so beautiful. With a smile in my face and an inexplicable feeling in my heart, I found the place. And then... Ha, ha. The resonance was cut off. Panda NVE1. That sure took a lot out of me. I murmured, feeling very drained. The strength arcana required synchronizing with its user to function, but it took a lot of my energy, if I was being honest. Still, it was worth it. Did you find it? Maria's question snapped me away from my momentary delirious state. Why yet? I've not exactly found it, but I know where it is. Where? You'll see. I smiled. My mind wondered what Maria would think once we got there. So, how do we reach the place? I was sure she knew. Pretty much anyone would find it hard to believe what I was about to say. However, it was the truth. It's located underground, deeper than you can imagine. I heard her voice squeak. Yet. Pumping my mana, I readied myself to begin work. Let's dig. Chapter 565. Boom. A wave of black sand burst in several directions as I unleashed my mana. The ground shrunk, heaps of the sooty material scattering across the area. Still, I saw nothing but more sand underneath. Guess we'll keep digging, and quickly. I smiled at Maria. My partner nodded at me with determined eyes, even though her face remained stoic. She undulated her mana too, sending a different feel into the air. The both of us began using our respective energies to blast away the sand until we created a massive crater in the middle of the desert. It took us very long to reach the very bottom. At this point, a sheer amount of sand had already covered us from the top, but thanks to Maria's mana field, we weren't buried by their overwhelming quantity. I've lost count of how long we've been digging, and how deep we are. My mind echoed as we were surrounded darkness. It was enough to make me doubt whether I truly had the right idea of where I was going. However, the moment I had those thoughts, I realized that we were most likely on our way to the exact location. With Maria's mana field providing illumination, and our constant blast of mana sparking in the blackened ground, we kept pushing. Until, finally. This is. As we dug further, a bright light like a precious gem glowed and nearly blinded me. The sound Maria gave told me it was most likely the same for her. We're probably there already. Let's push forward. I told Maria, and she nodded. With one final push, me and her burst through the remaining black sand in our path. Boom! More of the gleaming white light greeted us, and it was almost as though we were shrouded in diamonds. So this is what they mean. I reached out my hand for the light, and I spotted my partner do the same thing. When they say there's light at the end of the tunnel. With broad smile, I felt the warmness of the light, and for a moment, my entire body was consumed by it. Everything went blank afterwards. Red. I turned, a bit drowsy for some reason. Someone kept shouting something in the background, but it really wasn't my concern. I simply wanted to relax. Jared. Accompanying the voice was a stinging sensation to my face. I sharply rose from whatever position I was in, invigorated by the slap on my cheek. My eyes scoured the area for the culprit, and I could only find one person. Maria. My eyes widened as I looked at her. She was standing right in front of me, looking rather nervous or uncomfortable. Her skin was as lovely as usual, and their pale glow was especially accentuated in the glow of the surroundings. However, what made her stand out the most was, "What are you wearing?" The unique outfit she had on. Maria was currently in a pure white gown, having a very lovable design, and it also stretched back for a long distance. There was an unveiled fabric hanging on her face, and a crown was locked in her hair. She wore lovely jewelries and looked magnificent, but I couldn't explain why I felt uncomfortable. "I don't know. I woke up like this a few moments ago. Besides, you're dressed a bit strangely too." I looked at my outfit and realized that I was in some form of tuxedo. The suit was exquisitely made, no doubt, but it was too fancy for me. Plus, the design on my outfit matched the one Maria had on. Instinctively, I looked around, and Jay was met with yet another shocker. "What is this?" It appeared we were in a completely different place than I expected. I could see a very large hall in front of me, with pews nearly arranged in two sides right and left respectively, with a broad walkway separating them at the center. The red carpet was amazing, and I looked at the beautiful floor designs as well. The ceiling and walls were pure white, as though made of marbles, and I saw strange murals all over them. The windows and everything were all luxurious. It was an amazing sight. But where is this place? Why are we dressed like this? Also, what's with this setting? Maria and I were currently on the altar of the hall, and I had no idea why she was holding flowers as well. Hold on, were those flowers there a few seconds ago? As my mind wandered, I felt a presence suddenly appear in the room. Maria's facial expression also changed, telling me I wasn't the only one who felt it. "We gather here to witness and celebrate the union between Jared Leonard and Maria Helmsworth." The voice came from in front of us, so I instantly glanced in the direction. In front of us was a man, exquisitely dressed. He was covered in white linen, having gold jewelries all over him, as well as certain designs of rubies and precious stones around him. He had an aged look, but a youthful smile remained plastered on his face. "Shall we begin with the vows?" he added, his eyes closed behind his glasses as his lips parted. "Who is this person? I didn't sense him before. Where did he come from?" As if that wasn't enough, I felt several presences suddenly pop up all around the room. "What is this?" My mind rang as I looked all around. The pews were filled to the brim with people. They were all seated, and the glows in their eyes, smiles on their faces too, showed they were excited to witness this scene. "What? These are?" I could see several people that I knew, both from my past life and current reality. People who were meant to be dead, and those who were still alive. I saw Carla, Amelia, Gerard, Ford, Dom, Raphael. And then, they're here too. I saw two people seated at the back. Chapter 566. I saw two people from my past that shaped my life in the most bizarre and peculiar way. Lilith. Solomon. They were seated at the very back, but seeing them smiling in anticipation made me feel so emotional. I looked at the front pews and saw Naren, Sarah, and a few other friends and allies. There were some faces I didn't recognize, but once I glanced in Maria's direction, I realized they probably belonged to her memories. My brain immediately went to work so I could figure out what exactly was happening. "Why are we here again, Jared? Remember? Do you, Maria, take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband?" the man in front of us asked. On his hand was a scepter, and he was holding a large book in the other. His warm smile made me feel uncomfortable, but most especially so was his question. "Husband? What?" I glanced at Maria, failing to understand what was going on. Was this a wedding? Ah, he did mention a union earlier. Truthfully, I had been trying to figure out what the heck was going on, that I totally forgot what was going on for a while. So, according to what I've deciphered, this is a cathedral. And that man is a pope. I observed him more critically before making my conclusions. There were several stories in this world, and a pope often appeared in the fictional ones. Apparently, he led an organization known as a church and served a concept called God. A church had its customs, and one of those was how they organized their weddings. They're making us get married here. Why? I clearly remembered we came here to get an arcana. Why are they simulating this scenario? They even managed to project the people from our memories and placed them as an audience. I truly did not know how much longer I could take it, considering Amelia and Carla are both watching, and they expect me to get married like this? What the heck? I knew those two weren't real, but it still felt awkward as heck. Was it because I still had lingering feelings for the two of them? Maybe. Will we obtain the arcana if we get through the vows? I asked myself. Maria was looking at me, probably waiting for my decision on the matter. For now, let's play it safe. I thought to myself and nodded to my partner. I do. The Pope widened his smile. And do you, Jared Leonard, take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife? I gave another glance at Maria. She truly was stunningly beautiful. I was captivated beyond words, and her unsure expression made my heart race faster than normal. My eyes glanced in the direction of the pews and I watched those whom I had relationships with. They're all smiling. Carla, Amelia, Lilith. I looked in the direction of the pale-skinned woman at the very back. They're just memory fragments or something, Jared. Don't get distracted. I returned my gaze to Maria and took a deep breath. It wasn't like this marriage was real anyway. I had to get this over with quickly so we could retrieve our prize. That's all that matters now. I do. The Pope's smile grew even wider. Then, is there any among the audience who is against the union of this beautiful couple? Speak now or forever hold your peace. I rolled my eyes at this point. Everyone was smiling and happy for us at least, that was the setting. Who would pop up now and say they were against the... I'm against this. Me too. There's no way I can allow this. Me too. Several people rose to their feet and protested against the union of the wedding. Yet. Maria looked as dazed as I was as we looked at the people who rose. I want Maria as my bride. There's no way I can support Jared's union with her, even if he is my protégé. Naren declared. What kind of messed up simulation is this? But you have Sarah already. I accidentally yelled out in annoyance. I want to have 2 wives. Is there anything wrong with that? Sarah, are you cool with that? I glanced in the direction of the red-haired woman beside him. I love Naren with all my heart. If that's what he chooses, I will support him no matter what. That is why I am also against this union. The dumb version of Sarah rose to her feet and declared. I felt like pulling my hair out, but I controlled myself. There were so many other people who were refusing the marriage. I expected my previous lovers to protest, but none of them did. Rather, the most bizarre people were the ones who spoke up. Louis is mine and mine alone. Jane Ursula yelled. Not my best friend too. I wailed internally. No. He's mine. I want to cut up his body parts and use them for my research. Laimee grinned manically. My own daughter. My tears intensified. Ever since the moment I lost to him, I've never stopped thinking about him. I love you, Jared. Legris Damien puckered his lips as he spoke. Okay, now this was out of control. My nemesis too. What is this? It's going too far. People like my mother, Liliana the maid, and crazy enough, Sierra Epelson who wanted Maria, by the way all sprang up to protest. There were a few faces I didn't know, but they most likely belonged to Maria's side. Uncle. I heard her shout indicating a member of her family was also causing trouble. Speaking of family. I am in love with Maria. Stefan shouted. There's no way I will allow her to be taken away from me. Stefan. You too. He looked like he did when he was in Inslark Academy, so it was a bit funny matching him up with Maria, who had grown to some degree. At this point, I don't think this stuff makes sense any longer. Chapter 567. I don't get this anymore. Giving up internally, I looked at the Pope. He was probably going to call off the marriage, or at least put it on hold because of this big mess. What the foo! When I saw the look on the man's face, I realized that he was relishing the situation. So many people were against our union, and it seemed even more were expressing their displeasure as time passed. I don't know what this situation is based on, but it makes no sense at all. I don't even understand how this will lead us to get the arcana. I followed logic and rational thought in my thinking process, but everything was so random, almost as though an idiot came up with the script. According to Merlin, he made the labyrinth of despair to challenge people who would be worthy to obtain strength, so that means whoever made this place is also an apostle of ether. Why he would generate a simulation like this was something I couldn't figure out. Very well. Since there are so many opposed to the marriage, there is only one option. Will we have to fight? Maybe silence the opposition? What could it be? I thought anxiously as I watched the Pope widen his smile. The audience also fell silent, strangely enough. Their discord became harmonious, and it seemed they also agreed with the Pope's declaration. These guys, they're all in this together. I suspiciously glared at the audience and the Pope. It was a terribly made scenario, if I was being honest. But, it was better to follow it to get what I wanted. The only way to prove the strength of your bond and silence your opposition is by going through the trials of the Pope. I gulped. Were we going to fight him? I began sizing the Pope up. He didn't look particularly strong, but I couldn't take any chances. It was weak-looking folks like him that ended up wielding great power. You will confess in the trial, and your confession shall be your justification. Wait, confess? As in a confession? I don't get it. Is this going to be a... That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready for a lovely game-off. The Pope suddenly changed his tone, and before I knew it, my position and Maria's were altered. We were suddenly seated on respective chairs, facing the audience. We were also strapped to our seats, and I couldn't break free. What the hell? Everyone who watched from the pews looked excited. Their faces were flushed with anticipation as the Pope seemed to drag on his sentence for a more powerful effect. Truth or share? Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The congregation smiled and cheered as soon as the Pope said that. It's a simple game, really. You either tell the truth when a question is answered, or you share a deep, dark secret with your partner. What in the... The rules will be displayed right in front of you. Make sure you read them well. You have 1 minute to prepare, and the game begins in earnest. I glanced in Maria's direction, worried and surprised. She also gave the same look, but before either of us could communicate, a large panel appeared before us. Seeing that we had limited time, we both decided to read the rules first. Truth or share, rules of the game. We have 2 young people who want to be wed in holy matrimony. But, being bound for life can be very hard and unsatisfying if you don't know enough about your partner. Plus, so many people are against your union. Prove them all wrong and show the power of your bond. Let true love prevail. 1. You must not speak to your partner throughout the game. 2. You will take turns asking your questions, and the other party will have to choose between telling the truth or sharing a secret. 3. Honesty is the best policy. You should never tell a lie, or else. 4. Do not ask silly questions or tell silly secrets. The questions and answers must be strong enough to convince the audience of the depth of your love. 5. Telling a lie or failing to meet the criteria of these rules will mean immediate disqualification. You won't be allowed to step foot in this cathedral any longer. If you do well and prove your faith, the Pope himself will bless you with his gift. Enjoy the game. I was appalled by the conditions. Initially thinking we could just get away with asking silly questions, my reality was shattered upon discovering that things weren't as simple as I had hoped. I can't even communicate with Maria. Shit. I wondered what would have happened if I decided to come alone. Would the trial have been different? Or would the cathedral not have allowed me to enter at all? I was confounded, but I still had no choice but to play the game. After all, the note at the end of the rules mentioned being given a gift by the Pope. It was most likely going to be an arcana. Let's just get this over with. I sighed and glanced at Maria. She also had a determined look on her face, so we decided to give it our best shot. All right folks, looks like we're ready to begin. The Pope appeared again. He seemed too different from the calm man from earlier. Now, he just seemed like a wild game moderator, trying to fire everyone up for the game he created. This guy. Our audience is ready, and our young couple are also ready. Now then, shall we start? My heart thumped hard and fast for some odd reason. This was a simple trial for getting my prize, but for some reason, it felt more than that. Having to be open to someone, being so vulnerable, it felt strange. Too strange. As the saying goes, ladies first. The Pope announced, giving Maria the first go. I gulped, turning the gears in my head so I could provide the most optimal answer. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 568. Since Maria is the one asking the questions, it'll probably be about love and stuff. Ha, if she asks me how I feel about her, how am I supposed to respond now? I was certainly attracted to her, but to what extent? Talking about my feelings in such a weird situation, being observed by so many eyes. I wasn't going to enjoy this at all. Maria's lips parted and I felt a few beads of sweat pop out from my skin. In any case, things were about to get really awkward. Jared, how do you know so much about magic? Maria's mind had been swirling with so many thoughts. Nothing was going according to how she expected at all. After her last conversation with Sarah, she was given the next card to play with Jared. Do nothing romantic. Don't take the lead this time, was what her mentor told her. Maria had been a bit confused when she was told this, but Sarah went on to explain. Jared has to take action too. The fact that he asked you to come with him means he is probably going to make moves. So, you should sit back and relax. Let him make all the moves, and see how much you've progressed. So as not to seem too pushy, it was best to let the other person take action as well. Maria didn't think this, but Sarah's advice was something even Sarah didn't adhere to. She chased after Naren unilaterally for so long, yet she dared advise her junior to exercise patience. It was a bit hypocritical, but considering the fact that Sarah had matured since getting together with Naren, it was possible she didn't want the young girl to make the same mistake she did. Maybe I shouldn't ask him anything related to romance. I should ask him something neutral, but also very deep. Maybe in the line of his interest. It was with this mindset that Maria asked the forbidden question. A question that not even Jared could have expected. Oh, shit. More sweat poured out of my body. I was in serious trouble now, wasn't I? Maria had to ask the one question I couldn't be honest about. There's no way I can tell her about my past. How would I even bring it up in this situation? Would I say, hey, I'm actually an old man from the past? Remember Lewis Griffith, the great sage? Yep, that's me. Hell no. I didn't want Maria to see me as an oldie. Things would definitely break down between us if she found out. But, then again, if she loses her feelings because of this, shouldn't that be more of a reason to go along with it? I don't want to lead her on, right? No. 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 I had to think of this from another angle. If I exposed my identity as Lewis Griffith, it would simply be weird. I would be causing too much damage. We need a response from you, Mr. Groom. It's a simple question, right? The Pope suddenly got close to my face, startling me for a brief moment. So, answer it. He snapped. The audience also gave me fervent stares, and I could feel Maria's wide eyes looking at me diligently. It looks like I have no choice. I. With my eyes closed, I blurted out something I had been hiding for so long. I have actually felt attracted to you ever since we first met at the INSLARC exams. Your cute face and aloof expression. I like them a lot. I had to choose share. Ah! I heard the audience give a loud cooing sound as they smiled in exhilaration. Stupid bastards! Why would they be happy about hearing another person's secrets? I thought in embarrassment, glancing in Maria's direction. Her face was flushed with so much pink that I worried for her. Her eyes looked watery, and she looked away the moment our gazes met. Ah, I forgot. We aren't supposed to communicate with each other outside the game. It seemed what I said was too much for her to bear. Damn it, what have I done? Now that I had said this, there was definitely no way I could tell Maria I was Lewis Griffith. If I did, she would be so disgusted at me. I mean, who wouldn't be? An old man having feelings for a young girl? For real. But, I can't help my body. The only advantage my answer provided was that it set the pace for a topic of romance. Now that the mood was established, Maria's next question would definitely fall under that category. Now that it's my turn, I guess it's time to push it. What's the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to you? I asked with a smile. Now these are the questions you're supposed to be asking. I thought to myself with a smile. Maria's face turned even redder, making me realize I made a mistake. I'll choose share. Maria murmured. Is it that embarrassing? Somehow I grew more interested in what she was hiding. I actually had slight feelings for Stefan when we were kids. Hol yi she it. The congregation burst out in response. My jaw nearly dropped in surprise, but I made sure to pull myself together. I never expected this bombshell. Is that why Stefan was against the marriage? Was the feeling mutual? Just how old was she when? My mind was swirling in thoughts, and before I knew it, it was Maria's turn to ask. How do you know so much about magic? What? The same question again. I thought she was going to ask something about romance. Why did she come back to a question I obviously didn't want to answer? Pope, isn't that? It's not against the rules to re-ask a question that hasn't been answered yet. What? Things were getting awry, for real. Could it be that she already suspected something? If so, then how much does she know? Asterisk. 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 Chapter 569. Did I slip up somewhere? Could it be because of the several oddballs among the audience that definitely belonged to my memories? Looks like I'll have to go for share again. I actually thought you and Stefan were betrothed. Because of how close you were, I thought you were in a relationship, and while I pretended not to care, I did, a little bit. Sweat poured from my skin. How long would I need to keep this up? There was no way I could reveal my deepest secrets. Truth was also not an option. Once more, Maria's face flushed pink as she gazed elsewhere. She was clearly affected by what I was saying, but I couldn't help it. The loosest secrets I could divulge were those of emotions. Things will be so awkward for us after this experience. Soon enough, it was my turn. I asked about the embarrassing stuff, but she chose share instead. A smile formed on my face. Since she chose to repeat the same question for me, wasn't it right I did the same for her as well? What's the most embarrassing thing that has ever happened to you? Yet another look of hesitance appeared in her eyes, causing them to glimmer like a bright blue sea. I was mesmerized for a moment, but waited for my answer. I don't even know where this is going any longer. As long as we get through this, I'll go for a share. Maria glanced in my direction for a few moments, and turned away. I don't feel comfortable when you talk to other girls too much. It makes me mad that you talk to someone else about something you could just discuss with me. What they? To be frank, I understood why she would feel that way. I wasn't paying her enough attention, truly. And then, after the whole incident of her confession, it had been somewhat difficult for me to stare her squarely in the eye. Okay, Jared, why don't we go all out now? Since this is already a game, a platform for exposing secrets and bonding, I can use this to my advantage. If things worked out well, Maria and I would grow closer as a result of our bonding experience here. Maybe I can get answers to some of my doubts. A small smile formed on my face. Who do you have feelings for? The question hit me as a surprise this time, and I stared sharply at the one who sent it in my direction. Maria quickly stared away, hiding her face from me. I couldn't get the right angle since I was strapped to a seat, so it was a shame. It would have been so cute, seeing her get flustered over the question again. Especially since the answer to her question was quite obvious at this point. You. I have feelings for you. My answer was truthful. Feelings do not equate to love. As much as I like Maria, and I'm attracted to her, can I call it love? Are my emotions as intense as the time with Amelia or Carla? Even though I genuinely loved those women in the past, I ended up hurting them. How sure was I that it wouldn't happen again? Those thoughts floated in my head. I guess it's my turn to ask the questions. I pursed my lips and let out a deep breath in preparation for the question I was to blurt out. This is practically giving my identity away, but I had to know. Would you still have feelings for me if I end up being an old man in a child's body? Just saying. No matter how anyone sliced it, I was giving a hint as to the possibility of my reincarnation. Plus, based on what I had shown so far, it was possible to believe I wasn't a normal kid. I awaited her response. If it was in the positive, then maybe I would be okay with furthering things. It would be wrong for me to get into a relationship with her and take advantage of her ignorance that I was an old man. Also, if her response was negative, I would have to find a way to end the feelings that we had for each other. I don't know. That's a no, isn't it? I smiled within myself. There were certain answers that one wouldn't expressly give, but they were valid responses nonetheless. Wait, this is a game. So, if she said she didn't know, wouldn't she have been knocked out already? That meant she was being honest with me. She genuinely didn't know. I guess it's my turn. Maria took a deep breath. At this point, I braced myself for Maria's question. She had been unpredictable throughout this game. But, even though I prepared myself, I wasn't expecting the next thing she asked. Jared, are you Lewis Griffith, the great sage? Yet. How did she know? I mean, I gave her a tiny hint not too long ago, but that was nowhere near concrete enough to be substantial grounds for suspicion. Besides, there were many times when one of two lovers would ask the other certain weird questions. Like, if I was blind, would you still love me? Using that reasoning, there was no way Maria could have deduced my identity. So, how did? Remember, speaking to the other person is against the rules. You don't want to be disqualified, do you? I instantly shut my mouth the moment the Pope made this statement, and my brain went into overdrive. What should I say? What should I do? I'll just choose share again. But, somehow, I didn't want to avoid the question. I wanted to address it head on. I want to know what she thinks. Perhaps I had already lost most of my logical abilities at this point, and was relying solely on emotions, but my heart wouldn't let me think properly. To tell the truth, or to share a secret instead, the ball was in my court. Unfortunately for me, if I didn't want to answer such a simple question, I was already admitting the truth. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 570. My chest kept pounding, and as I thought of what to say, I couldn't find anything else to do other than respond in honestly. Yes. I am Lewis Griffith. A gulp escaped my mouth the moment I tightly shut my eyes the moment I was done. Shit. What am I doing? The atmosphere was awkward as heck, and I had never been so anxious in my life as Jared Leonard. Telling Maria how I feel is one thing, but also telling her I'm an old man, that's crazy. I had ultimately done the one thing I was trying to avoid. Shit. 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 As I was cursing within myself, my turn came. The moment it came, I already knew what I was going to ask. How did you find out that I'm Lewis Griffith? My mind was swarming with possibilities, but it was better to ask the source herself, wasn't it? So, I waited in anxiety and suspense. Maria parted her lips and spoke. I wasn't actually the one who found out. It was Anna. Anna? How in the world did she? She has been suspecting it for some time. How you had access to Lewis Griffith's secrets, how you found his treasure trove by chance, how you're close to Jane Ursula, one of Lewis Griffith's closest friends, and how the Mad Witch herself calls you Lewis. The more Maria spoke, the more I realized that I had been dripping clues for a long time now, but I underestimated their intelligence, especially Anna's, to pick up those subtle hints. She still isn't certain, though, but she's closer than ever in her suspicion. Maria went further to tell me how Anna observed my interaction with Lamy. When she got closer to her, the girl figured out the connection between Lewis Griffith and Lamy, thereby establishing a connection to me since I was always doting on her. The nature of my original magic, and how I was so knowledgeable about the arcanas, even magic, generally. Once Maria broke it down, I was impressed how Anna was able to arrive at such a conclusion using even the subtlest of hints as reference. She only spoke to me about it since she wanted me to keep a close eye on you. I don't know if she said anything to Lamy, though. Oh no. If Lamy knew, it would explain why she had been so rash toward me lately. Well, there were a couple of reasons for that, but it sort of made sense that she realized I was her father and began putting up an attitude, especially because I was still keeping it secret. Just how many things have been going on in everyone's head that I know nothing about? People were complex creatures, and maybe I had forgotten that. Everyone has various things going on in their mind, even Naren. My thoughts flashed to Jane, and I felt an ache within me for some reason. Ultimately, I was too self-engrossed to see it, but I had really neglected the emotions of everyone. That's probably why they neglected me. I see. I murmured, quickly silencing myself before the Pope put me in trouble. Last question from the guy, then we call it a wrap. His voice boomed, causing my eyes to bulge slightly. This is the final question. There were so many new things I wanted to ask Maria, so many questions popped into my head. At least, using this game, I could guarantee the correct answer. In the end. Do you? I struggled to form the right words. My eyes hesitantly glanced at her, and while her expression was blank and stoic, I felt she was probably mulling over everything that my identity represented. I'm too anxious to know what she thinks about it. I can't ask her that. Thinking about the question, on and on again, nothing fortuitous came through. Ultimately, I had to settle for the most basic question. Why do you like me? There was a chance that Maria no longer had any feelings for me. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. I was way older than I represented myself to be. I lied to everyone, making them believe I was a special kid instead of an old sage. There were so many things wrong in so many levels. But, the ball is in your court, Maria. I stared at her. Whether or not she still had feelings for me, I was certain things would be a mess after the game. I like you because you're special. I can't out my hands on it, but there's something about you that's not like everyone else. It might seem selfish, but that's the reason I like you, and why I want you." Maria's eyes sparkled with interest, in fact, more so than ever. "You're one of a kind, and I want you for myself." My cheeks were instantly flushed with pink, and I looked at Maria with tensed surprise. She was blushing as well, but her calm face made her appear more confident and sure of herself than I was. "I can't believe this." Maria, despite knowing everything, still professed to have feelings for me, and she still even wanted me? I couldn't comprehend it entirely. Maybe this is. That's the last question for the game, everyone. I'm almost too sad to see it end. The Pope smiled as he charged forward, interrupting my thought. Now standing between Maria and I, so I could hardly see her beautiful face, the tall man smiled and began talking. "Now that we have concluded the round, it is time for the most important factor of this game." The audience was carried along by the man, and they all appeared to know what he would be saying. "It's time for the judging phase." A bead of sweat fell from my face and I fought to maintain my composure. Did they prove their love for each other? Will true love prevail, despite the challenges? I wonder. He smiled, beaming to the false projections of people in front of him. The moment of truth was now upon us. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 571. Send your votes through the polls now. Suddenly, two options popped before every single member of the congregation that sat in the pews. The options were in the form of panels displayed right in front of them, and they were meant to pick either pass or fail. I had thought it would be something more magical, but this ended up being nothing more than a glorified survey. But, what's the purpose of using a fame congregation to come to a decision? They were simply projections of my and Maria's thoughts. Looks like the results are in. The Pope declared, drawing my eyes toward the large panel they spread across the air above me. I waited patiently to see how we had fared. After all, this was the whole reason I went through this. Though my eyes glanced at Maria for a moment, and I quickly looked away. I could also feel a gaze on me, but decided not to look. Let's just get this over with. We can always discuss everything that happened, later. The Pope's grin widened, and he announced the results squarely. Jared Leonard, and Annabelle Frederick, you've passed. I nearly jumped in joy, because that meant my reward was not for nothing. Finally you'll give us our reward, right? Since the opposition has been silenced, we can continue with the marriage that was our hold before. Yet. Hold on a section, weren't we promised a blessing? A gift? I tried to raise the issue. The Pope glanced in my direction and nodded. Indeed. My gift to you is the blessings you need for a good marriage. I wanted to scream. How long was the process before obtaining the arcana? If I wasn't certain about the reliability of completing certain tasks in a dungeon, I would have just burned everything to the ground in a bid to find what I was after. Fine. I stared at the smiling Pope, seeing as the chair and ropes and bounds me began disappearing me. Let's play along, for now. I hereby declare you, man and wife. There was an awkward silence in the air, and I could feel several gazes on us. You may kiss the bride. Now, that was just ridiculous. It made me consider what would have happened if I came here alone. Still. I did what I had to do. Maria and I looked at each other. Passion could be seen in her eyes, and I was pretty sure she could see some sparks in mine. It's not like this is the first time, right? I reassured myself as our faces drew closer to each other. In less than a second more, our lips would collide, and I slowly began to anticipate it myself. However, once again. Okay, guys, that's enough. Break it up. Hey! The unexpected happened. Right before our eyes, the cathedral began to lose its luster. The pews vanished, the altar turned to dust, and the congregation faded away. I looked around me in confusion, and so did Maria. We saw everything turn to mist as though they were never there. Even our wedding attires, disintegrated. Ultimately, everything fake was gone, and we were now standing in a completely empty room. I suppose I should apologize for taking my little roleplay a bit too far. Even though everything in the room vanished, one person remained. He was adorned in his ceremonial garb, and a smile hadn't left his face. His staff was clutched tightly on his left hand, and on his right hand was a book. "You're a singularity, aren't you? I sense ether on you, and Merlin's mana? I see. So you spoke to our leader." Once again, I was confused. But, unlike before, I didn't feel any form of restriction. "Maria, can you see THI?" I paused mid-sentence, upon noticing that even Maria wasn't present. "Where is she?" I looked around me, noticing nothing but utter darkness, with the Pope being the only thing that shined brightly. "The other one can't be present. She doesn't have a connection to ether. It seems the only reason you can communicate somewhat freely is because Merlin's power still clings to you." Ah, did he mean the arcana of strength? I shook off my hesitation instantly and decided to get answers to the question I had. The Pope before me had grey-colored hair, but his youthful face and round glasses made him look very young. He was somewhat tall, and his calm appearance put me at ease. I wondered what kind of person he would have been if he was still alive, and how he was able to manifest his soul so freely even though a lot of time must have passed since his demise. The story of the Arcanas started centuries before I was even born. These people must have been really skilled at magic to have made such a projection. Modern mages couldn't compare to them in the slightest. I mean, no one's magic had surpassed any arcana till date. Naren was close, but even he admitted that the hermit greatly assisted him in furthering his magic. I was certain the title of Great Sage rightfully belonged to them, since their inventions and knowledge were potentially greater than mine. And here I was, standing right in front of one of them. "You must have a lot of questions, but there's really no time. I spent too much energy putting on that elaborate show. You know, I've always been into roleplay, and I always wanted to do this when I was alive." For someone who claimed not to have too much time, he sure took his time talking about things that didn't seem urgent. "I was a virgin till I died, which is why it is greatly fitting I became a clergyman, one who has taken an eternal vow of celibacy." He smiled, as if that was something to be proud of. "To each man, their own. I guess." A smile spread across my face. I couldn't comprehend how he felt, but that didn't matter at this point. What was most important at this moment was answers. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 572. Even though I was called the Great Sage, I had my fair share of experiences with women. There was Amelia, then Carla, and then Lilith. As a result, I couldn't empathize with the Pope who spoke. I only wanted to get to the bottom of the mystery that gnawed at me. "Can we get to the point, please? You're starting to dissipate," I commented, noticing the Pope's body slowly turning into light. "Ah, that's true. I guess I got a little carried away." "Haha. A little." I found his statement questionable, but let him go on. "My name is Morgan, a member of the Apostles of Ether." Finally, I was getting answers. "In our time, a great darkness emerged, and my friends and I had to stop it." "The Nether." Morgan nodded with a smile when I said this. "Looks like Merlin already told you. The Nether is a threat that will consume this world, and will go further to wreak more havoc." "Further? Wreak more havoc?" I don't understand. I suspected he was leaning at something, but I couldn't believe what was appearing in my heart. Nether isn't after the branch, that is our world, he is after the stem itself, all the way to the root. What? Nether seeks to consume ether. Those two were never meant to coexist. Just as existence and non-existence, or matter and non-matter should, never converge. I was confounded, but it slowly made some sense, just a bit of sense. So you're saying, our world is a branch? A branch of what? What is this root? What exactly is nether? What is ether? I needed a breakdown of everything. Ah, I'm not good at explanations. This is why Merlin should have been the one to do this. Ha, this is, oh no, it's too late. I'm disappearing already. Morgan spoke in a deflated tone. Something about the whole thing made me suspect that the guy never intended on giving me too many details. And so, as I watched him tone into nothing but white smoke and glimmering light, he made a final statement. Be wary of seal. And then, he vanished. As the particles of light that danced before me, I grew confounded once more. Who is this seal? Rather than having the answers I sought, I now had more questions. The apostles of ether, and the seal person must have been in conflict since ages past. To understand, perhaps I had to look through other myths and stories, tales that went far beyond just the arcanas. Ha, this is bothersome. The darkness around me began to crack, indicating I was going to be let out of the area pretty soon. I would be reuniting with Maria, which was a different problem on its own. This is gonna be awkward. External light seeped in from the cracks appearing around me, and slowly, the confined space I was in broke apart. As though I was wrapped in a dark sphere, the veil slowly lifted, and I could see an empty room around me. No pews. No cathedral. No altar. Just an empty room. Jared, you're back. A shaky, yet relieved tone rang out, causing me to sharply glance in the direction. Not only did I hear Maria's panicky voice call out for me, but I was also sensing the energy of another. In a flash, I appeared in front of Maria, blocking her from the hooded enemy that stood a small distance from her. He had a long black hooded coat, and I could feel a dangerous aura from him. This energy, it's not mana. The hooded man was emitting almost the same kind of power as someone I knew and despised. Legris Damien. A whisper escaped my lips as I watched him with caution plastered on my face. The moment I said that, he smiled. Jared, that's a disappointing thing to say. The person chuckled slightly. Ah. The closer I looked beyond the energy he emitted, the stranger looked no older than me. Sure, he was tall, and had dangerous features, but in the end, he was a young man barely an adult yet. Who is he? What's he doing here? Someone like this is also a part of the Nether cult. Jared, that is. Steffa. I'm Stefan Netherlore. Surely you remember me now. The boy removed his hood, revealing his pitch black hair and deep blue eyes. His handsome features were now more mature than I remembered, but the moment I saw the face, I recollected the boy I knew back at Anne's Lark. Stefan? What in the world? Don't look so surprised. That expression doesn't suit you. My surprise slowly morphed into anger as I glared at him. What are you doing with the Nether cult, Stefan? Usually, I would be happy to see an old friend again, but he was currently with the enemy. I hadn't seen him in so long, so there was no way I could let my guard down now. Why and how he became a member of such an organization? I had to know. That's none of your business. It seems I was a bit late, though. You retrieved the arcana. Looks like my hunch, and Legris' theory was correct. My eyes bulged the moment he mentioned Legris Damien. Just how close are the two of them? If I capture Stefan here, will I be able to get my hands on more information? He feels almost the same as Legris. That means they're connected, right? I observed him with my gaze, and he didn't seem extremely powerful. Besides, Stefan falls under Maria in terms of talent. Even if he trained his ass off, there's no way he could be as strong as Kuzan or me. I wasn't going to assume, and I was going to be careful, but it would be foolish to let him out of my grasp. The possibilities of using him against the organization was endless. Plus, I'll be saving him from the Nether cult. I wasn't one to waste an opportunity. Chapter 573. Casting Unknowable on a spell of mine, I launched it in Stefan's direction using Spellcraft. As a result, the mass of energy lunged from behind him, enough to cause sufficient damage. Stefan looked behind him, most likely noticing the spell. He can see it. Well, this is my chance. Since he was distracted by the spell, I augmented myself with multiple spells and summoned a blunt blade to use against him in combat. Stefan is a mage, so I'll use martial arts to be certain of quick victory. Of course, I was still going to be on guard in case my opponent was a skilled fighter, but it would be a waste of time to prepare a contingency for everything. With mana completely shrouding my body, I darted at him with determination. I spotted his gaze shift in my direction, but his body was motionless. Am I too fast for his body to react to? Or is he simply waiting? It was hard to decide, but as my spell closed in on him, I was also nearing Stefan at remarkable speed. He could only evade one. I didn't come here to fight. Suddenly, I felt a pressure unlike any other. My body became too heavy, and before I knew it, my body was on the ground. The exploding spell collapsed, and I could feel an unexplainable heaviness envelop me. Hardly able to move my body, my eyes reached Stefan as I displayed shock. What? How? An arcana? So you're an upper member? I blurted out bitterly. According to the information I had, only the top brass of the Nether cult could use arcanas. Placed on Stefan's fingertips was a spinning card. It warbled as the boy smiled at me. We're only down to 8 seat members, so every one of us has an arcana. That must have happened because of the arcana search. Why didn't I think about that? Was Stefan just a lower seat who was graced with an arcana? The heaviness Jay was feeling, and the lack of mobility, it had to be caused by gravity manipulation. He's using an arcana that controls gravity. You've given us a bit of trouble, Jared. Placing all those disruptors to mess with our search for arcanas, it's a smart move. Yeah, but for Stefan to be here, they figured it out. It must suck that 2 people who know how you think are in the cult. You'll have to be smarter next time. He smiled, his hands in his coat pockets. Duly noted. I spoke, finally breaking free from his gravity manipulation by using one of the tower's abilities to teleport back to my previous position. Nice. Nice. You have arcanas too. The simple teleportation was done without having to resort to a spell card or my original magic. Since I had been studying the use of arcanas without a need for aids, I could perform simple spells like this without using the arcanas themselves. So, he controls gravity, eh? This will be tricky. I glanced in Maria's direction to make sure she was safe. Her eyes looked very frightful, and the fact the young woman wasn't speaking made me realize the situation was indeed very dire. Like I said, I didn't come here to fight. I'll just be leaving with the information I've retrieved here. There's no need to engage. Don't you want the arcana? I eyed him suspiciously. Not really. It really doesn't matter what you do, we'll still win. Why do you think the leader hasn't moved yet, despite your constant annoyance? I remained silent, thinking of ways to stop him. Anti-magic doesn't work on arcanas, so that one is out of it. For some reason, the energy around Stefan made it difficult for me to use spellcraft in his immediate vicinity, and even if I could, it would be thwarted by his gravity manipulation. The only say to win was to overpower him with my sheer number of arcanas and skills. Things would get a bit destructive, but I was going to win. What should I do to? As I readied myself to strike, I noticed Stefan's gaze shift to Maria. A wider smile formed on his face, and suddenly... Kya! Maria suddenly lunged in his direction. Wah! As if she was being pulled by an invisible force, she sharply moved toward Stefan, and the smile I saw on his face told me he meant business. Shit. Quickly using another function of the tower, I switched positions with Maria and decided to take this as another moment to strike. Grand Fusion MO. The pull effect suddenly became a push one, and my body was sent flying away in a mighty blow. Crashing on the wall far from Stefan, I coughed out in pain, struggling to regain my composure before any harm befell Maria. Arg! It hurt. The blow from my front, and the crash on the shattered wall. My vision was blurry, but I quickly teleported Maria to my side just to be safe. Did I go easy on him because he was my friend? Did I underestimate him? I wondered why I wasn't playing as many cards as I usually would. I had to resort to that since it didn't seem like you were going to let me go just like that. I heard Stefan, watching as he ascended beyond my reach, flying to the ceiling. Why are you in the Nether cult? Don't you know all they've done? What their motive is? I don't care. Stefan replied with a shrug. I was surprised to see how much he had changed. From the way he condescendingly gazed at me and Maria, he seemed to relish the moment of our weakness. Ah, and one more thing, Jared. Stefan narrowed his gaze. I'm the fifth seat of the Nether cult, so I guess you're wrong about that too. My eyes bulged the moment I heard the absurd statement. We'll see eventually. I'll simply tell the leader that you got away with the arcana using another trick of yours. Legris always uses that as an excuse. Before I could say more, Stefan vanished as he went through the ceiling, leaving me confused and petrified. What is going on here? Chapter 574. Maria and I passed through the ceiling too since it served as an exit, and we found ourselves at the surface of the dark desert. I looked around and saw the vast expanse gleaming with darkness just as we left it. Perhaps I was hoping to see some sign of Stefan, but he was long gone already. Damn it! There were many questions I wanted answers to, but first I needed to take care of Maria. She's really shivering. This expression she's making, it's like she had a never-ending nightmare. Is it trauma? Using the tower, I briskly teleported myself and Maria away from the dark desert and we arrived at a more comfortable place. Whoosh! The blue portal closed behind me as I brought Maria into the large, well-lit room. The ambience was warm and nice, and as I took in the familiar scent permeating the room, I felt nostalgia. Why did I first think of this place? I guess this really is home for me. I laid Maria on the large bed within the room, and fetched a potion from my subspace. It glowed bright white, and it was supposed to grant relief to whatever psychological distress she was suffering. Spells like calm and stability have been imbued within it. Even if one wasn't in a traumatized state, it was still a good potion to take for meditation and relaxation. At the moment, though, it seemed Maria really needed something to calm her down. She won't stop trembling. My thoughts trailed as I tried force-feeding her the potion. Her eyes appeared blank, and I knew she was barely holding on to her string of consciousness. I don't want to be rough, Maria. Just a bit more, and... Wham! The door behind me suddenly opened, and someone appeared from outside it. What in the world? I sharply glanced back, donning a guilty look as I made eye contact with the matriarch of the property I was on. Mom, relax. I can explain. What was I hearing from behind the door? You don't want to be rough? What are you doing to that young girl? Now that I looked at things, my position appeared very compromising. Maria was incapacitated. She was currently lying down on my bed, and a sweet-smelling potion was in my hand. Not only did the situation appear completely suspicious, but my mom was a very big exaggerator. How do I get out of this mess? I instantly blamed myself. I just had to choose the one place where Annabelle Leonard would be. You have to calm yourself, Mother. I could already see her hyperventilating as she looked at me with worry and disappointment. I'm not trying anything shady. Trust me, Mom. I yelled. What have you become, Jared? Tears fell from her eyes as she covered her mouth while sobbing. This woman! My attention sharply fell back on Maria, and I saw her tremble once more. I don't have time for this. Sharply moving in a fluid motion, I made sure to pour the potion at just the right angle. Jared, wait! Ignoring my mother, I treated my friend. It didn't matter what kind of image she had developed in her. Once everything was done, I just needed to explain things to her. HAAA. My eyes beamed as I saw Maria's tensed body relax. The sweat on her body stopped flowing, and her condition stabilized. You better have a good explanation for this, Jared. My mom drew closer, now gaining a better perspective of the situation. Wait, isn't this the daughter of the Helmsworth household? Hold on, why are you even here, to begin with? So many questions. I still had no idea why I teleported here in my desperate state. However, deciding to place my trust in my mother, I decided to spill a little bit. Can we talk? Annabelle, my mother, ordered the servants to take care of Maria. They were to bathe for her and freshen her up as gently as possible. Since she was soaked in her sweat and was also recovering from trauma, it was best to handle her with care. As for me, I decided to leave the ladies to their business. Lingering around the room would only make me appear more suspicious, and I couldn't have that, could I? After she was done directing the maids, my mom entered our private lounge where I was patiently waiting for her. She gave a gentle sigh, and then smiled at me. She'll be fine. Just let the servants do their thing. She was quite perceptive, considering I did my best to hide my worry. Perhaps because she was my mother? That's a relief to hear. My response was that of relief. A lot of unprecedented things happened in our quest for the Pope Arcana, and while I was worried about the others, Maria's condition worried me. If Stefan appeared on our end, the others could also be in danger. However, so far, I had gotten no response from them. Even though Sierra and Lamy didn't agree with the soul brand idea, their partners had them. That meant I could still monitor everyone's safety. So far, they don't appear to be in any trouble. If they were, they can also use the spell cards I have them. With that in mind, I decided to dedicate my brain power to the current situation at hand. So, explain yourself, Jared. What's going on? To be frank, I was under no obligation to tell my mom about the things that were occurring. There was also the question of how much to divulge. However, at the moment, I needed someone to talk to. The shock of Stefan's new identity, and my deep-seated worry about Maria's shaken state. I don't like this feeling. Which was why I decided to confide in my mother. Mom, how did you fall in love with Dad? I could spot my mom's eyebrow being raised, and I knew that wasn't where I ought to have begun my inquiry. However, the question just came out. A smile formed on her face, and I realized that she was having another one of her weird thoughts. What am I doing? Chapter 575. It was an arranged marriage, Jared. There was no love involved. My mom's initial statement jerked me back to reality. I mean, I should have known of that, yet I had to ask. There's hardly any noble marriage that follows the concept of love, you know? Most unions are arranged based on well-analyzed profit and whatnot. I remained silent, watching as my mother explained. It was the same case for your father. Our family needed the Leonard's influence, and the Leonard family needed to produce a mage. Other families would rather not take the risk of sullying their bloodline of mages, but our household was ready to take the chance. I slowly began to understand my mother's position. I had to produce an heir that could use magic. The results weren't guaranteed, but I did my best. Fortunately, I came along. I've often wondered what would happen to this family if I hadn't reincarnated. With this body's poor talent and extremely low mana particles, I doubted the original Jared Leonard would have gone very far in magic. Sometimes I even felt a little guilty for possessing the body of the child of two innocent nobles, but I realized it was probably for the best. So, you don't love father? I asked her with a straight face. My sweet Jared. I don't know how to answer that question. What do you think love is? Wasn't that a simple question? Wasn't love the feeling a person had when they possessed deep romantic interests in another party? Love takes time to blossom, Jared. Feelings can morph into love, but it takes time regardless. The truth is, I hardly know your father. He's busy with work, and I don't blame him. I have grown to respect him a lot, and I like certain things about him. But... Her face grew sterner as she spoke. You can't love someone you hardly know. Somehow, I felt those words resonate with me. Something within me shook, and I remembered my past. I guess it's no wonder I have been so hesitant with Maria. A soft smile played on my face. N0ve1 compared to Amelia, Carla, even Lilith. I hardly knew the young Helmsworth. So, I have feelings for her. But it's not love, at least not yet. But what about her? Maria seemed genuinely into me. Did she simply love what she knew about me? Perhaps our feelings for each other were just as shallow. But, can I tell you a secret? My mother suddenly intruded on my thoughts, causing me to look at her once more. Why yet? Love is, like a seed. It starts out small. And then it grows. It's possible to feel a strong sense of affinity for someone. Give it time, and it could blossom into something. Even if you hardly know the person. It's possible for someone to fall in love with someone they don't really know. But, that would mean that they simply have a wrong knowledge of their object of interest. I get it now. My thoughts trailed as my eyes widened. If you're not careful, you may end up loving someone who doesn't exist. That's the most tricky aspect of the concept of love. If I'm not careful. A smile formed on my face and I nodded. My mother was right, after all. Thank you, Mom. A genuine smile formed on my face as I took in the proud expression of my lovely mother. Yeah, anytime. Come to me for more counsel. I doubted I would do that anytime soon, but... Sure, I'll think about it. Now, it's my turn to ask the questions. A scary smile suddenly appeared on her face, causing me to tremble slightly. What is this bad feeling? The hairs on my skin rose. Why don't you fill me in on your adventures, Jared? What's your relationship with that Helmsworth girl? My mother's smile was broad, but dark. I could tell that she was in no playful mood. She cracked her wrists and winded her arms, sending a message of what would happen if I didn't comply. Shit. My mind trembled in defeat. I knew the inevitable truth. It was either I answered her question with unfettered honesty, or get a mighty suplex. Annabelle rubbed her chin as she seriously analyzed the situation. When she had first caught her son in his room, trying to force a girl to do something she was obviously not into, Annabelle was appalled beyond words. Her only child, and the hero of the Eastern Kingdom, was into something like that? Her mind could not comprehend it. Fortunately, he cleared up that misunderstanding, giving her heart some measure of rest. Then, when Jared asked about love, she was caught off guard once again, but her maternal instincts instantly took over and she managed to say some words from her heart. I might have said nonsense, but... Annabelle tearily smiled to herself. After she was done answering his question, the noble lady had some of her own. Her child, Jared, would be an adult in some months, so she couldn't supervise his actions for much longer, not that she was doing much of that these days. While she missed him a great deal, Annabelle understood perfectly. He was just like his father, both were busy men. The moment Jared asked about love, though, Annabelle connected the dots and had inquisitions of her own. For one, does Jared love anyone? The image of the Helmsworth girl flashed in her mind, and Annabelle could not help but feel even more giddy and interested in the whole thing. As a result, she decided to find out, no matter the cost. And so she did. Jared, you. Annabelle's voice was trembling at this point. After her son was done explaining the situation to her, she could not believe how hopelessly dense he had been. You're truly hopeless. A deep-seated respect began forming in Annabelle's heart for Maria, and she silently supported the young girl's endeavor. It would be nice if Jared married someone he loved, and who loved him. Unfortunately, the boy didn't even know what love was. Chapter 576. You're a genius when it comes to magic, but... Annabelle shook her head at her son's ignorance. Of course, she knew he would eventually grow into the knowledge of love, but her patience was already waning. No matter the cost, I'll make sure you don't turn out like your father. So, what should I do? The boy posed a question. Annabelle had forgotten the last time Jared has asked a genuine question for something he did not understand. He always seemed to know so much. At this moment, she felt triumphant, for some reason. Don't you worry, Jared. Finally, she would take the lead. Just follow my instructions. Maria slurred as she woke from her deep slumber. She had never felt so comfortable waking up. It was like her entire body had gone through a restructuring, because it felt too good. As she yawned, her body stretched in the most pleasant way, and she was happy to be awake. She didn't yet know where she was, but she was already enjoying her stay there. Slowly, though, her memory returned, and she remembered what actually occurred. Her eyes widened instantly, and the pleasant emotions she felt slowly started to fade. Still, she felt a strange calm wash over her. It calmed her nerves, but it didn't change the fact that she was freaking out. Sweat started forming on her body again, and it seemed like fear would consume her once more. However, Maria, calm yourself. The young girl's eyes sharply moved in the direction of the voice, and she noticed Jared appearing from nowhere. He had a certain charm to him at this point, but Maria's fear was skyrocketing due to the ever-increasing return of her memories. Relax. I'm here. Before her emotions could peak even further, Jared swiftly embraced her. Maria was stunned, but not repulsed. At that moment, a hug was probably what she needed the most, especially since it was coming from someone like Jared. It's fine, Maria. Calm down. I'm here. The young lady tightened her grip on Jared as she heard those words. For the first time in a really long time, tears broke forth, and she began shaking. However, this time it wasn't fear. No, it was more of relief. Yes, she was relieved. Thank you. Maria whispered. As she remained locked in his arms, the fear and anxiety she felt slowly disintegrated, overshadowed by a higher emotion. Thank you, Jared. It took some time for Maria to calm down, but I waited patiently. We embraced for so long that I forgot how much time had passed. At some point, I felt she was already past her fears, but she kept hugging me. It almost felt like a baby who didn't want to let go of a grown adult's body. She just stuck to me. I was tempted to speak up, but considering what she had just gone through, it was only fair I humored her. As expected, after a while, she let go of me. Her moist eyes had dried up, and she was looking much better. A smile formed on her frosty face as she thanked me and sat up on her bed. You're welcome. I smiled. I had never seen this side of Maria. Experiencing it made me feel a certain kind of emotion that I couldn't quite out into words. The major issue of concern was the reason why she acted in that way. Of course, I understood she was still recoiling from shock, but it would do a lot of good if I knew the problem. Let's not rush things, though. She should rest first. I can always ask later. With that in mind, I asked some simple questions about her body and how she was feeling. She replied positively, of course. But, as expected, she had a few questions of her own. Where are we? Ah, well, this is my home. You're currently in my room. I didn't realize the implication of my words until after they were uttered. Stupid. Really? I noticed Maria suddenly developed an interest in her surroundings. Her eyes scoured everywhere, taking in the details as I spoke to her nervously. I brought you here without thinking. Forgive me. Logical reasoning told me that I would have simply taken her to one of the numerous guest rooms we had in our manor. Why did it have to be here? No, more importantly, why didn't Mum say anything about it? That sly woman. So much for teaching me about love. It's fine, really. So this is where you grew up, it's less fancy than I thought. Haha, yes. I laughed. There was no way I could tell her that while this was my personal room, I spent most of my night hours with my mother. She didn't like sleeping alone, and to be honest, neither did I, especially after the stunts my mom pulled over the years. My body was simply accustomed to having a partner while sleeping. I still prefer being alone than sharing an awkward moment in bed, though. I instantly shook my head and tried to return to topic. When you were in traumatic shock, I brought you here so you could feel comfortable and relaxed. So, don't worry about anything and make yourself at home. While there really wasn't enough time, I didn't want to put Maria in a position where she would have no choice but to relieve whatever caused her that trauma. I think I'm ready to talk, Jared. It's better to get it off my chest as soon as possible. She murmured. Ah. She's saying it of her own volition. I know you're being considerate by not asking me about what actually happened. But I don't want to slow you down, Jared. Even if, at this point, I can't catch up to you. I would rather not be a burden as well. Maria's eyes glowed with determination. How could I refuse her offer? Very well. So, tell me. What happened? Chapter 577. It all happened when Maria was a little girl. She was barely 4 years old, and her mana training had officially begun. Since she was a genius, she had awakened much earlier than others at the age of 3 years old. As a result, while others were still trying their hardest to go past the threshold, she was already learning the concepts of magic. If there was one word to use to describe the elegant young girl, it would be genius. Maria was the genius of the Helmsworth family, one of the great 4 nobles. The Crimsons, the Lennods, the Netherlores, and the Helmsworths. Their families were as old as the Eastern Kingdom itself, so her family had access to numerous resources. Still, according to what she was told, she was a bright star in their family, one whose talent was unmatched. Maria, at that point, felt glad. While it was not something she chose for herself, she relished the fact that she was special. The only downside was when they compared her to her cousin Stefan. The Helmsworth family and the Netherlores used to be one household until a portion defected and made the Netherlore faction. As a result, she and Stefan were distant relatives, cousins to be precise. It was unavoidable that they would meet, and every time, she would see the gaze Stefan used any time their eyes met. He doesn't like me much. She often thought to herself. It was only expected, though. Childish jealousy was something that young humans were capable of. Besides, Stefan must have also received a lot of pressure from his family. Naturally, his inclination toward his more talented competitor would be sour. Maria decided to talk to him, patch things up eventually. Magic didn't determine their relationship as family, or as friends. Unfortunately, the next day, the most ghastly thing occurred. Ruhuyun. We can't beat that thing. What is this monster? Evacuate the young lady. Guark. While training in the field, trying her hardest to perfect the simple spell her tutor made her practice alone, a horrendous monster appeared. It fell from the sky like a meteorite. The ground shattered, like glass, and it was only a miracle that Maria didn't get badly hurt or worse during the incident. An invasion of the Helmsworth estate was never going to be taken lightly, so of course several mages and knights appeared to get rid of the monster. However, no matter how many of them arrived at the scene, they all horribly failed. What is that? Maria asked herself as she sat on the ground, too petrified to move. Her body had given up all the energy they had, so she couldn't even stand. The monster, like a murky dark sludge, was so repulsive that Maria would have vomited several times over if she could move her body in the slightest. The smell of ammonia tingled her nose as she realized she had soiled herself while staring at the pure black slime monster. It was over 10 feet tall, and its several tentacles, coupled with its extremely flexible and durable physique, made it an impossible monster to kill. Also, for some reason, magic isn't working. What kind of magic beast is this? This energy I'm sensing, is this even magic? All her protectors could do nothing in the presence of such absolute power. They all dropped like flies, dying one after the other. Even the ones who avoided combat and simply tried to evacuate her met the same fate. Maria watched as blood and gore littered the field where she usually had her training. The monster showed no compassion as it slaughtered everyone in its path. Maria waited for her turn, though it never came. Finally, after wreaking enough destruction and carnage, the monster vanished, or more like it imploded. Maria, who had patiently waited for her death while being drenched in sweat and pee, didn't stop trembling even after the monster disappeared. Whether it had died, or was simply waiting for the right time to kill her, she didn't know. And so, she could do nothing but shiver and replay the deaths of the brave men and women who sacrificed themselves for her, the true genius of the Helmsworth household. By the time her parents, who were in an important meeting at the royal palace along with several important figures in the Helmsworth household, arrived, the damage had been done. The monster was gone, and the genius of the Helmsworth family was scarred forever. It took me weeks to stop shaking after that incident. Even after, I found it hard to properly express my emotions, so I was taught to numb them. Ah, I see. That's why she's usually blank. I went through magic therapy, and it took me a lot of time to recover. But, even while going through the process, I heard that the day after that attack, Stefan awakened. Really? I still had no idea what connected the monster in her childhood to Stefan, or why she was suddenly reminded of that childhood experience when Stefan showed up after so many years. I often wondered at the coincidence, but since I wanted to forget that incident, I let everything go. Her eyes were now looking very dark as she spoke. It was like a burning anger was swelling within her. The reason why I brought up my past, and how it connects to Stefan is. As she locked eyes with me, I could sense certainty. Stefan's felt exactly the same as that monster all those years ago. Hey! My eyes widened slightly. What is she talking about? You felt it too, didn't you? That power surrounding Stefan. It wasn't mana, was it? It felt completely different, repulsive. It's exactly the same as that monster from my childhood. But you were young then. There's no way you can vividly remember precisely how the energy. Yes, I can. I've been able to distinguish certain spells and mana attributes from one another ever since I was a kid. I know what I'm talking about. My eyes widened as she responded. Maria truly was a genius. Still, about what she said. I had to believe Maria at this point. Everything seemed too intense to be a lie. If she's right, though, then we're in a bigger mess than I thought. Chapter 578. Stefan Netherlore and that monster, they share a connection. My eyes widened and my brain began calculating the possibilities. A monster that is immune to magic. It appeared and disappeared mysteriously, killing the many Helmsworth mages and knights that challenged it. Stefan also got awakened the next day, and the whole incident seemed as though it never happened. The Helmsworth family is one of the major powers of the kingdom. There's no way their security is weak. That meant the monster had to be unimaginably powerful. Shouldn't such a beast have left some sort of trace? We never got any whiff of it, Jared. It was like, it never even existed, to begin with. Maria muttered. The more I learned, the more conflicted I became. They would have employed anything in their power to solve this mess. It bothers me that they haven't done so yet. Besides, what is Stefan's connection to all this? I was still unsure of the definite conclusion, but even I felt a strange energy around Stefan. Or rather, I couldn't feel it at all. It was just, like a darkness I couldn't comprehend. We'll need to investigate this further. How? Maria looked at me with an unsure expression. Right. This all happened over 10 years ago. How would we even start? Unfortunately for me, I was now obsessed with this subject. When that happened, I needed to reach the bottom no matter the subject. We'll pay the Netherlords a visit. Really? I don't know, Jared. I don't think I'm up for it. Why not? If what I sensed is right, the Netherlords must have a connection to that monster, and to Stefan. You didn't see the thing, Jared. It's impossible. Somehow, her words wounded my pride. Maria, do you think I'm incapable of protecting you? I didn't say that. It would just be better if you went on your own. I wouldn't want to be dead weight or anything. What's up with her? I asked myself. It was understandable if she was scared, or her trauma couldn't allow her to face any possibility that could lead her to the monster she described. But, this felt completely different. Well, suit yourself, I murmured with a shrug. I tried understanding things from her perspective, so it was better to leave her be. No use in forcing anything. I nodded gently. By the way, when will we talk about that? Maria's voice was low now, and her eyes sharply observed me. What do you mean? That? My brain was already saturated with multiple thoughts that I didn't completely get what she meant. The fact that you're Lewis Griffith in THA. I sharply interrupted Maria with a howl, staggering back as I covered my face with my hand. Shoot. Why did you tell her, Jared? It felt like how a sober man would regret the decisions he made while in a drunken state. The game we played, Truth or Share, had made me too much on my heart. That caused me to make such a fatal mistake. Shit. Oh, great. This is going to be awkward. Nervousness set in, but I didn't let any of it show. What's there to talk, Abu? Are you kidding? I want to know everything. It sounds so crazy. Well, it sort of makes sense, considering everything we've been through, still. I don't know. I rubbed my chin, pretending to give the entire thing a thought. I need to find the Fool Arcana quickly. That way. Don't even think of erasing my memories. I like that I know. Hold on, how many people know already? Including you, I'd say 5. Yes. Looks like I'm a part of your inner circle now. Maria gave a surprising smile. The whites of her teeth showed, and I could sense excitement bursting through her face. Is she a Lewis Griffith fanatic, like Anna? If that was the case, then I was in danger. Well, the truth is I've not completely figured out why I got reincarnated into this body. It's still a work in progress. Still. I have lots of questions to ask. That means you'll have to come with me. I'm leaving to investigate the Netherlords. Time is of the essence. We would be facing Stefan sooner or later, and I really wanted to understand the strange power he now wielded, especially how he was able to reach such a rank in the cult. There's no way everything is just a coincidence. Fine, I'll come. But you have to tell me everything. Maria beamed. Everything? Why would I do that? You seem more excited than usual. I pointed out. Usually, Maria never showed such extreme emotions. Usually. Well, I just feel like we now know each other's past, our respective secrets. Of course, they are not by any means comparable, but, it's just that, after this exchange, I feel we've gotten a bit closer. I see. You're right. I indeed felt more invested in Maria after learning more about Maria. If it was the same for her despite the awkward truth that meant my mom was right. Knowing people more deepens that bond of love or, feelings. Are you sure you have no problem with me being an old man? I awkwardly raised the question. How old are you, Jared? You mean my cumulative age, or? Suddenly, I felt Maria's hand pressing on my chest. She had moved so quickly that her body was now pressing against mine, and I could feel her warmth once more. I mean, how old are you? Feeling her body so close to me caused a reaction in my body, and I swiftly stepped away before the symptoms grew worse. See? That explains everything, doesn't it? She watched me blush, and I felt like she was teasing me. This girl. Even after realizing who I was, it didn't seem to faze her a bit. Weren't you the one that proposed an unverified theory in one of your treatises, about the soul's age? Ah. She knew that. My eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 579. You literally said that it's possible that our souls are thousands of years old, that maybe we're all connected to the soul of this world, and that we return to it once we die. How do you even? That was a limited, older edition. I wasn't sure anyone would be crazy enough to read or remember the contents. Except fanatics like Anna, of course. Well, I studied Lewis Griffith too, okay? Just because I wasn't a loudmouth about it doesn't mean I didn't appreciate his works. I see. Maria was basically using my unverified theory to justify my soul being old, yet my body being young. You just happen to have your memories intact, different from the rest of us. Or maybe. Maria's eyes widened slightly, as though another idea popped into her head. What do you think happened to the soul of the original Jared Leonard? I don't know. This isn't the time to think about that, though. There's no point fishing for answers if there isn't sufficient information, or time. Why do you think I haven't explored further into my reincarnation? Maria nodded slightly, sighing as she returned to her position on the bed. In any case, we should be heading out now. I cast a glance at Maria's fixated expression. Unlike before, where her expression was blank, the only thing I saw her do now was smile. Stop staring at her, Jared. Now feeling self-conscious, I cleared my throat and prepared a teleportation spell card. We'll use magic tools and the unknowable spell to sneak into the Netherlore residence. That way, we'll get what we want faster. The issue was whether or not the spell would work, considering the fact that even Stefan was immune to its traceless function. We could put on disguises too. That would make it easier for us to escape liability if we're caught. Nice thinking. I beamed at Maria. The disguise had to be without the use of magic considering we didn't know what to expect there. She blushed upon hearing my words, and seeing her make such a face also made me blush. It was crazy. I guess telling her wasn't so bad, after all. A smile formed on my face as I flew closer to the bed. You're telling me everything, remember? I haven't forgotten. Why yet? I know. I awkwardly laughed, taking back my earlier thoughts. N0ve1 com shit. Shit she it. A man was rapidly trying to clear a vast amount of resources from a shelf in his desk. There were also several workers who did the same outside his office. In the vast room, they all hurriedly began packing every material that was linked to what they were researching, in essence, everything in sight. Shit. This is so sudden. How are we supposed to get all of this done? He lamented as he kept doing his work. The man alongside the other personnel who worked as hard as they could were all within the Netherlore estate. This was a secret facility, and according to the intel they got, it was about to get compromised. We have to clear everything before he arrives. Shit. That meant it could be any time from now. The angry, but worried man Professor Lightnovel was a brilliant mind within the Eastern Kingdom. Many praised him of an intellect on par with Lewis Griffith himself. But, since that wasn't enough for him, he decided to prove himself as superior. Comparing someone of his caliber to an outdated scholar was nothing short of an insult. The Netherlore family contacted him many years ago, and he had been working for them in a groundbreaking project ever since. That was probably why he was so frustrated that he had to evacuate his life's work within the short amount of time he had. They would have had me destroy these precious notes of research instead. Those barbarians! Lightnovel growled, quickening his pace. The grey streaks on his full black hair fluttered as he moved in a hurry. He was already balding at his scalp, and several of his hairs were falling out, but he ignored them. Using magic would have been so much easier. He glanced at the remaining documents he had to pack within his large bag. He understood why he couldn't dare use something like that here, so he decided not to be hung up on the subject. Almost done. Almost done. Almost. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-I-am. A blast rang out from outside Lightnovel's office, making him groan in utter annoyance and frustration. As he feared, they were too late in evacuating. Shit. He quickly packed the rest of his items, hoping his staff would hold the enemies back until he was done. Just some seconds more, and that would be it. So this is the place? It does look shady, like a lab. He could hear the voice of a boy ringing out loud. So, he's finally here, The one who just entered the room was none other than Jared Leonard. There was no way Lightnovel wouldn't recognize his voice. Shit. The man knew he could only pray for his subordinates. I have to hurry. Okay, so we teleport to the Netherlore residence using the tower. I gave Maria one of my unknowable cloaks, so we were both immune to sensory abilities and magic detection. As expected of a noble household, it was very vast. It wasn't as large as the Leonard residence, probably because we lived in the rural area. That meant more land for us. Okay, let's begin. I telepathically communicated to Maria, who was beside me. Sure. Thanks Go Resonance, we were both able to sense our respective locations and communicate effectively. As a result, bypassing the guards was not too difficult. Where exactly are we going? Beneath us. I answered Maria's inquisition. Since I could use spellcraft to sense everything around for miles as long as there was mana involved, it made sense that I would be able to locate where everything and everyone was. But, even though I should have had access to every nook and cranny of the place after all, mana was everywhere. I couldn't sense anything at all in a particular point underneath. It was like a dark blot in the entire space. No mana at all. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 580. We made our way down, using the intangibility function of our cloaks. As we passed through the walls, like ghosts, Maria and I descended the stairs and have hidden passages that should have kept strangers away. The building was structured in such a way that it had so many levels even underground. Mana gems provided illumination, and the structure seemed to be built using a rather strong alloy as the base material. The walls had a metallic gleam to it, but I chose not to focus on those for too long. I sensed some activity in every floor, making me curious as to what exactly the Netherlores were doing in such secret underground structure. Time to find out. Fortunately, I came prepared. Summoning my automatons, all of which had the unknowable effect on them, I sent them to the various locations we bypassed. That final spot underground, that's the goal. I spotted so many magic traps and defenses. As we ventured deeper. Unfortunately for the Netherlores, none of them were going to be of any help. They couldn't sense Maria's presence or mine. Besides, even if they could, we would simply pass through them. It's perfect. My heart somehow raced in both excitement and dread as we got close to the blot in space. What I was sensing from there almost felt forbidden. Could this be it? The big Netherlore secret? My thoughts rang. Soon, we arrived close to the point where mana was basically non-existent. Maria and I halted, now standing before a door. I don't know what exists beyond this door. It could be dangerous. If you want, I could teleport you away and take care of this Mij. One glare from Maria made me realize I had said something unnecessary. We've already come this far together. Let's end this the same way. I couldn't agree any more. As we both nodded while grinning ear to ear, at least, it felt like that was the expression she made. All right. Why don't we pass through this? As I touched the large metallic wall, my body felt hard and stiff. I wasn't intangible or invisible any longer. What in the... It was unexpected, but the unknowable effect on my hand had gone. Realizing this, I quickly removed it from the metallic wall, causing another strange phenomena to occur. It returned to its invisible state. Why? What was happening? Could it be anti-magic? No, my unknowable was a product of the Tower Arcana. I extrapolated one of its space-bending functions to allow myself become intangible and non-visible. Kind of like I was at a particular place, and also not there at the same time. Anti-magic couldn't interfere with laws that complicated. It simply offset the effects of magic made from mana and miasma. Besides, this didn't feel like anti-magic. There was no trace of mana or miasma behind the door. There was no trace of anything. We'll have to destroy this door. There's a possibility we've already been compromised. To get what we want, we're going to have to love quickly. Magic perhaps wouldn't work, even if I attempted to destroy the door with it. Let's find out. Shoo-yoo-yoo-yoo. The moment my mana or miasma attack touched the surface dot of the door, it dissipated. There was no resistance at all. The spell simply melted away into nothingness. This is serious. So it doesn't just offset the spell or disrupt the process, this stuff simply kills it. As I observed the door, I wondered what kind of element it was. If only I could use magic on it, things would be much easier, but it just looked like a pitch-black metal door. What should we do now? Give up, Maria's thoughts echoed in my head. Give up? Me? It appeared Maria Helmsworth did not know me very well. When confronted with impossible tasks like this, I found it very hard to detach myself from exploring all the possibilities. Unless every single route was cut off, I wouldn't stop. This obsession was a great strength of mine, but also a flaw. As I pondered on what next to do, a sudden thought sparked in my mind. Why don't I try this? I reached out for my subspace and brought out a card. It was, of course, an Arcana, one of the two that I had currently had in my possession. Strength. I smiled at the glowing card. It gleamed with its usual malleable energy, taking fluid-like form and several colors whole warbling. I somehow had the inclination that this would work. And so, what spell should I try with this? Maybe a fireball. Before I even completed my thought, the arcanas took the form of glowing ember, and flames suddenly manifested in front of me. The intensity was unlike anything I had ever felt, though it was in minimal form. It read my mind and generated the spell. I hadn't fully deciphered the capabilities of strength, but at this point I was understanding even more. The energy I'm sensing from it isn't mana or miasma. It's something else entirely. However, compared to what was behind the door, the power of strength felt better, more familiar. I can't explain it, but it feels so different, yet so familiar. Two new different forms of power were currently evident before me. And I had no idea what to call them. What matters now is that I don't think the door can resist this fireball. I'll think about the rest later. For now, let's get what we want. Agreed. The fireball spun as I directed it at the door. Boom! The door was instantly destroyed, burned to nothing. That wasn't all. The blazing trail kept burning through everything, until it finally died out. I was amazed by the destructive capability of a single ball of flames, something that would qualify as basic magic by normal standard. Sure, I knew it was denser and more powerful than a normal fireball, but not to this extent. As I watched the simmering hot smoke and glowing embers left behind by the flames' attack, I was beyond shocked. Everything in its path got destroyed. Chapter 581. What is this place? I murmured as I stepped into the devastated room. It was dark. No mana stone glowed, and the atmosphere seemed dreary. My unknowable effect ceased the moment I stepped in, same as Maria's. There was no longer any need for speaking through thoughts, so I abandoned that approach. If not for the glowing card that floated in front of me, we might have as well been in pitch-black darkness. Are you okay, Maria? I glanced to my side, observing Maria's trembling body. It's the same energy. Don't you feel it, Jared? The same as that time, the same one Stefan had. This feeling. It was true that the ambience felt dreadfully tense, and I could feel a strange darkness creep upon me, but I wasn't affected at all. Is it because I'm wielding the Strength Arcana? My eyes watched the warbling card. Maria was without protection in this oddly mysterious atmosphere while I had the warm power of strength keeping me safe. That's not right. Hold on. I accessed my subspace and brought out the second arcana in my possession. Here. Take this. Taking Maria's shivering hand, I placed the Pope Arcana in her grasp. Suddenly, a white glow manifested and the light intensified all around Maria. I could also feel it from where I stood, a warm power that seemed to ward away the darkness enveloping us. I feel much better. This is amazing. It was no surprise that Maria felt the same. Both strength and the Pope gave off a different energy from anything we had ever experienced. Could the other arcanas be the same way? I never felt this kind of power when I used them, though. Perhaps it was because I approached the use of the arcanas with mana, so they responded to me in kind. That means, each of the arcanas has this new power within them. Just what had I missed out on? It was possible that the apostles of ether discovered a new source of energy, something different from mana and miasma. I've been so close-minded all this time. This warm energy around me, and this vile power pervading this room, they're in different realms from what I understand. Mana and miasms were currently obsolete. The magic I had pursued my whole life was non-functional in this new territory. I was nothing more than a layman. Layman? Someone told me that. Layman. Solomon. My eyes widened as a spark of memories appeared in my mind. Arg. Grabbing my head in both discomfort and confusion, I made a shout of pain. Jared, are you okay? I heard Maria's voice, but I was too overwhelmed to speak. Solomon said that. Solomon. What is this? Jared. Maria's voice seemed more distant as I could feel something wash upon me. It didn't come from my head, but from something deeper. My soul. As if that wasn't enough, I heard footsteps approach us. They sounded hurried, as the echoes of their boots hitting the ground caused me even more discomfort. Gah! My eyes tightened and more agonizing groans leaked out. The footsteps got closer, and before I knew it, silhouettes of people emerged. Where did they come from? Is there some other door? Gah! I clutched my chest and my head tight. Jared, hang in there. Maria's voice was trembling now, and my blurry vision couldn't make out her face. Was she crying? I had no idea. My mind was a blur, and new flashes of memories appeared. Intruders. They appear weakened now. Let's end them quickly. I could hear voices manifest around me. The silhouettes brought out weapons resembling staffs. The staffs had an obsidian glow, and they seemed like even more concentrated forms of the murky darkness surrounding us. No. You can't hurt me. You can't hurt Maria too. Kill them. They fired shots of dark flames at us. My mind was too disoriented for a counterattack, but I pleaded within myself. I pleaded to strength for help. Instantly, a wave of even stronger flames appeared from the arcana as it warbled more intensely. Thank you. I smiled, now feeling my body growing numb. My vision was getting darker, and my soul was unraveling. It felt like distant memories that were bottled inside slowly started taking form. Ha! Solomon, you bastard! My thoughts trailed as the image of a golden-haired man flashed in my mind. He was adorned in several jewels, and a floating crown hovered above his head. An eternal smile was locked on his face, and his pure white attire was captivating beyond measure. What the hell did you do to me? Jared. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-I-am. After that, everything went blank. Jared. What's wrong with him? Jared. Maria's heart was racing as she watched the young boy fall unconscious. He seemed to be in great distress, but she was powerless to help him. She tried healing magic, but mana didn't avail her. The Pope Arcana glowed brightly as she held it, but she didn't know how to use it. The power around her was growing, and it seemed to beckon on her to take action. But, what could she do? More footsteps. More people are coming. Maria's eyes widened as she glanced at the far end of the dark room they were in. Another door seemed to open in a corner, and people were pouring out. The bright light in her grasp granted her enough vision to see the people who were desperately charging at her and the unconscious Jared. They're esteemed citizens of the kingdom. I recognize some of them. Some were brilliant researchers, while others were powerful mages. They had all claimed neutrality, so Maria wasn't expecting them to be in cohorts with the Netherlords. Now totally confused, torn between caring for Jared or protecting the both of them, Maria felt her mind collapsing. The white light around her glowed brighter. Amid the despair and creeping darkness, the seemingly overwhelming situation, pure energy surged even more. And so, as they pointed their obsidian staffs at her, Maria felt the embrace of power whispering to her. Have faith. Chapter 582. Suddenly, in a burst of white light, Maria ascended into the air. Her body was doused in an unquestionably radiant light. It covered her, like a sphere, developing her immediate surroundings as well. Jared's unconscious body also got bathed in its warmth, and the creeping darkness all around began to dissipate. How is she? That's now possible. She's using magic. It's not. The mysterious men clad in black were beyond shocked when they observed the power Maria commanded. It was enough to make them shudder in despair, and their hands nervously trembled even as they gripped their staffs. Kill her! Hurry! Heeding the command of the one who seemed to be their leader, everyone gained some measure of their composure and powered up their dark rods. The darkness in the rods swelled, seemingly corroding everything in its path. Certainly, their joint attack of corruption would be more than enough to get rid of the girl. Having these thoughts, they widened their eyes and curled their lips as the devastating blast neared the target. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-I-am. The dark surge of power never reached their designated target. Rather, it clashed with the barrier of light around her, causing the former to instantly get crushed. And no. But how? Everyone was about to go mad with confusion. The ultimate power that surpassed even the concept of mana, was easily destroyed by a mere child? The scientists were beyond appalled. They were mad with confusion and rage. No way! No way! No way! The group desperately tried again and again, but their efforts all ended in futility. The darkness kept growing thinner and thinner, and the bright light kept expanding. The men watched as their obsidian staffs slowly lost their color, powerlessly seeing the source of their power fading. Their years of dedicated research, their quest for transcendent power, their sacrifices for absolute strength. Everything went down the drain in that single moment. The light swept through them, filling them with such overpowering energy that they screamed. Their bodies overflowed with the foreign surge, and they felt something leave their system. Everything went blank, and the ferocious individuals became docile beings as though they were marionettes whose strings had been cut. Thud. They're all unconscious now. They won't hurt anyone again. A soft whisper escaped the lips of the perpetrator. Her eyes gently looked around her, seeing every last ounce of the disgusting darkness already gone. Shoo-yoo-yoo-yoo. Slowly, the swelling light began to reduce. It dimmed, shrinking in size and power as it let Maria down from her height. Before long, the bright sparks faded, and the remnant energy returned to the card the young lady held in her grasp. Ha, ha! Her body shuddered as she hugged it tightly. Never before had she felt the sensation she had just experienced. It was like she was one with everything, a state of absolute control, of purity and transcendence. Maria's breathing stabilized, but her legs were too weak, so she fell on her butt while yelping slightly. That was amazing. Her eyes moved in Jared's direction, watching as he still remained unconscious. Ha! Jared! Maria was a small distance from the young boy, so she began drawing close to him in her drained state. Her eyes were brimming with hope and passion. It felt like if she would touch him, then everything would be all right. The way the boy peacefully slept almost made him appear dead, but Maria did not allow such thoughts to cross her mind. She simply wanted to remain by his side. Jair! Fools! 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 All of you are fools! A voice suddenly bellowed. An ominous energy suddenly took over the room, and the darkness that had vanished instantly returned. Ah! Maria's eyes widened as she looked behind her. A man stood there, clad in a dark suit and a researcher's attire. He had glasses on, and his roughened dark hair made him appear a madman. His slumped stance added to that aesthetic, same as the way he mumbled unintelligible words and seemed increasingly irritated. You fools! You worthless fools! You could not use the power well. Fools! You insult the power. Fools! Why can't you do anything right? Fools! His screech was beyond annoying. It peaked until it reached a frightening degree. Suddenly, squelch! He stomped his boots on the head of one of the unconscious people, killing him instantly. Worthless! Sploosh! Blood splattered all over him and the area as he crushed another one. Fools! Another died in the same way. You're all! Yet one more head easily caged in as the man's weight burst the brain and shattered the skull. Worthless! At this point, upon seeing such carnage being wrought before her, Maria was petrified with fear. It wasn't simply because of the mayhem, but also because of the despairing darkness around her. Her body shivered endlessly, and the flow of sweat did not cease. Her gaze shifted to Jared, and she watched him remain motionless. Even if they were simply a short distance away, it suddenly felt like they were miles apart. That frightened her beyond belief. Arg! Her maddening scream pierced the air, drawing the attention of the mysterious murderer. His head mechanically tilted in her direction, and his bloodshot eyes displayed a murderous gleam. You! A deep, vengeful voice followed. The man's tone was as unpleasant as metal scraping metal. This is all your fault. It's your fault. Yours. Now focusing all his killing intent on Maria, the insane researcher only had one expression displayed. He resembled the personification of pure, unbridled terror. Lord Stefan told me, he warned me you would show. But it was too late. You were too early. Not enough time to research. Not enough time to run. No. Flee. Run. Stay. Kill. Arg! The man was now itching his head in agonizing conflict. Should I kill you? No. I should not. No, I should. Young Helmsworth lady. Feeling superior to our master. The one who is most compatible. The child of darkness. The one who is one with the abyss. Netherlore is his name. Chapter 583. The man abandoned his glasses and approached Maria, exuding the very darkness that made the poor girl shiver endlessly. At this point, she was closing her eyes tightly, curled up in a ball as she struggled to stay afloat. Any little resistance, and Maria felt like she would sink into despair. Why you would dare compete with Master Stefan? You think you're better? You know nothing. Ignorant nonentity. His steps were slow and haggard, almost as if he was on the brink of death. Still, he had enough oppressive presence to make the entire area tremble. Eek, eek. Hot tears flowed down Maria's cheeks as she sobbed. She didn't understand the man's words. His mere presence, and the grating sound of his voice simply drove her insane. She prayed for salvation, but even her arcana no longer responded. You bitch! You cur! You sow! You in! Swoosh! Suddenly, in a white blur, something sharply moved. The grating voice stopped, and the oppressive aura vanished. It was as though there was now a dead calm in the raging sea. Haa, so noisy! A familiar voice rang in Maria's ears, causing her to open her eyes. The first place she turned to look was Jared's position. He wasn't there. Ah! More tears streamed down her eyes as her face moved in the direction of the approaching man. Why you reawake? Maria's whisper contained relief and gratitude. Jared was currently standing right in front of the insane researcher holding a blade that ran through his opponent's body. Why you bastard! The researcher coughed blood, dark, corrosive blood. You should shut up. Jared's voice was commanding and cold. His eyes showed pure disgust, and a deep-seated hatred could be found just far within them. I would have made you suffer the same kind of pain you put her through, but I don't have the luxury of time. Master Stefan told me you'd come. Jared. You aren't good enough, but he considers you a rival. You inferior, your mana, your magic. Inferior. In the end. The man's murmur was strained, but he spoke anyway. I don't care. Swish. In a quick slash, his body was rent into two, and then Jared burned everything to a crisp with a busting glow of white energy. You're the true fool. Maria watched as Jared's eyes slowly transformed into that of pity and pain. There was a profound wisdom locked within that she couldn't fathom. It was almost like he was a different person. You dedicated yourself to a lie. Jared's lips finally closed, and he turned back to look at Maria. A delicate smile was planted on his face. It showed how happy, yet sorry he was. The young girl who watched him knew something was different. The person standing in front of her was Jared, but he wasn't the same person she knew. There was something about him that was different. Jared. Yes. It's me, but I understand why you're confused. As he began moving closer to her, the blade in his grasp vanished in a blue spark. Who, what are you now? I don't understand. Maria didn't know how to feel. Her body was trembling as he drew closer to her. It wasn't out of fear, but a different feeling. It was an overpowering feeling of reverence. Jared currently didn't feel human the same way Maria felt when she wielded the power of the Pope. It's still me, Maria. I'm just borrowing some power from strength. Suddenly, the aura around Jared dissipated, and he felt the same way as before. Still, though. There's still something different. Maria murmured, noticing a glow in his eyes that weren't present before. The young girl didn't have the words to describe it, but... You really are very perceptive, Maria. Jared had changed. What happened to you? Why did you fall unconscious? Why are you different now? She asked, and then Jared drew even closer to her. Before she could say or do anything else, he drew her closer to himself, and both of them were locked in an embrace. Maria felt sweaty and dirty, but she could not resist the urge to wrap herself around him. Her shivering body slowly calmed, and she felt much better than before. After they hugged for a minute, maybe two, Jared withdrew himself and locked eyes with her instead. So close. Having the face of the boy she had feelings for so close to her made Maria feel like drawing much closer, but she controlled herself. And no. I can't be certain it's really. Don't worry, Maria. It's still me. Jared suddenly answered her worries with a smile. Maria froze. She was too captivated by his charming smile that she forgot to do much else. All the despair that assailed her in the past were drowned in the vast sea of forgetfulness. At the moment, it was just her and Jared that existed. I just had something returned to me. Jared's voice was soft and calm. His eyes narrowed, and his smile grew broader. I finally understand what's going on. I'll explain everything soon, Maria. First, though, we have to act quickly. Maria was still confused, but she decided to listen to Jared. The Netherlords have access to something very dangerous. Even I can't comprehend how it got into their grasp, but it's not supposed to exist here. Oh, okay. We need to destroy it. I'm afraid you were right, Maria. Stefan is already affected, maybe more than I can comprehend. Affected by what? Is this also related to the monster that attacked our estate? Jared nodded, causing Maria's eyes to widen. I didn't think too much about it initially, but the name Netherlord bears a keen resemblance to it. Why didn't I notice sooner? Jared, what are you talking about? I don't understand. At this point, Maria was exasperated. She hated being left out, especially when she wanted to help. Grabbing the boy by both arms and drawing close to him so he could see her eager eyes, Maria asked with all seriousness. What exactly is going on? Jared sighed, instantly raising his hand to acknowledge defeat. Once he did this, she loosened her grip and stepped back a little. It's about the Netherlord family. They're involved in something that shouldn't exist in this world. Maria's eyes widened, awaiting more from Jared. They have access to Nether. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 584. I observed Maria's expression after giving her my assertion. And Nether? Isn't that what you said Merlin warned you about? She mumbled thoughtfully. Indeed. I wouldn't have thought that the danger itself was in the Eastern Kingdom, especially a noble household. Was the Nether cult also in possession of the same element? If that was the case, then it could be a war on two ends. First things first, though. I had to get rid of whatever abyss they found to access Nether. According to both Merlin and the Pope, the world would be destroyed if I allowed Nether, an energy not meant to exist on this plane, to thrive. We have to act fast, Maria. Things could have progressed past the point of no return, so it was best if we moved as quickly as possible. But what exactly do we have to do? First, we get enough information on the Netherlords and what they are up to. Deducing from the incident that happened to Maria so many years ago, the Netherlords had been involved with Nether for a while. Also, since they separated from the Helmsworth and took on the name of Netherlord, it must have been caused by their exposure to the element. The royal family might eventually get involved in this. In the worst-case scenario, the Netherlord household could be purged from the Eastern Kingdom. I heard Maria give a surprised gasp. I understood she didn't understand the severity of the situation. Even I didn't, at least, not until I received my locked memories back. It looks like I won our bet, Solomon. A slight smile formed on my face, but it didn't last long. I calmly grabbed Maria by the shoulder and stared into her eyes. I know you're confused. Everything is happening very fast, and there's a lot you don't understand. Don't worry, I'll explain everything as soon as we wrap this whole thing up. Everything? I nodded at her question. We just have to hope that everyone else is fine with their search. We're going to be quite busy with this mess. Thankfully, Maria was quick on the uptake. I could still sense worry locked in her eyes, but she pushed it back with determination. I understand. Let's do this, then. A smile formed on my face, and then I noticed something glow from Maria's grasp. Is that? Ah. Yeah, it's the Pope Arcana. It sort of helped me for a bit when you fell unconscious. Ah, I see. Here. Maria pointed the card at me, but I quickly shook my head and clasped my two palms on her hand. No. Keep it. Yeah? Why? Trust me, okay. Alright. Maria didn't argue. I heaved a sigh of relief, happy to have such an understanding partner. She must be so confused and shaken right now. I'm surprised she hasn't broken down despite all the overwhelming power she just experienced. It showed that Maria had potential. Perhaps she too would develop a connection with the source? No. I can't be too sure. Maybe she's just compatible, like Stefan is. Too many unanswered questions swirled in my head, but I had to shove them away at the moment. Layers upon layers of overlapping memories also surfaced. My time with Solomon and Lilith especially reared their head. The situation demanded I remained focused, though, so I pushed them down. All right, Maria. Let's go. A bright blue flash of light appeared, and space instantly distorted. This place is a research facility used for the purpose of Nether. I'm sure it goes deeper than this. First, I'll clear the building, and then take my time to explore the results they've reached. My automatons had already gotten most of the building's layout, and I knew just where my enemies were situated. Thanks to the commotion we caused here, a good number of them had to be headed to this location already. If I didn't act fast, they were going to interrupt my investigation. A smile formed on my face as I calculated the time and distance it would take for me to finish everything. The most optimal solution presented itself, and I nodded in approval. All right, why don't we greet them instead? Maria was important for another mission, so I dropped her off there before assuming my position in the extermination of the vermin closing in on me. It honestly didn't take me very long to handle everyone. Thanks to anti-magic, I shut down everyone's use of spells within the entire building. None of them could even detect me, or offer much resistance when I appeared before them. The problem was that they were scattered like cockroaches, each group in a different location from the rest. Those who used regular magic stood no chance, but a few had access to original magic. Of course, I chose to be careful with those who had achieved such heights of magic. Not only were they going to be experienced mages, but their original magic's abilities were unpredictable. Panda NVE1 as a result, I decided to observe how they functioned by using my automatons as probes. Gawain was still under repair, so I used a few of my other reliable automatons to deal with them. Most of the enemies were able to go down with sufficient effort since their original magic were of no consequence to my creations. The only few who were challenging were the ones who had portions of Nether with them either as stages or as darkened rocks. I had to handle those myself, using the power of strength to face off against them since mana and miasma even anti-magic proved ineffective. Within an hour, most likely even less, I was done cleaning up the entire building chock full of powerful mages. Considering the trouble they gave me, they were probably among the elites of the Netherlore noble household. I killed them, of course, and stored their souls with the Collector, my trusty automaton. Once that was over and done with, I finally returned to the core of the crime, the place emanating the strongest amount of darkness that caused even me to shiver. It's a good thing Maria isn't here for this. I gave a nervous chuckle as I opened the door. Right before my eyes was the very stuff of nightmares. She just might freak out. Chapter 585. Nether. I first encountered the concept in the later years of my past life as Lewis Griffith. It was the knowledge of this strange element, as well as its counterpart, that finally put an end to my search for the arcanas. I never wrote a single entry on it in any of my books, though. There were two reasons for that. One was that it was not a concept I discovered. I was simply taught. I was shown. The knowledge wasn't something just anyone could encounter. It was the product of countless centuries, if not millennia of research and study by an entire race. It wasn't mine to give. As for the second reason, I couldn't remember any of it. That's right. In exchange for such profound wisdom, Solomon, the leader of his people at the time, sealed my memories away the moment I stepped out of their society. I didn't have a clue about Nether after that moment. Even when Merlin and the Pope warned me, I had no idea what they meant. Until finally, thanks to the only condition I managed to fulfill, they returned to me. I was currently in a large room resembling a lab. Several experimental objects, vials, tools, and chemicals could be seen around me, orderly placed on labeled shelves. I even saw an entire shelf dedicated only to staffs and staves. Gleaming stones filled another angle. That must be where they infuse Nether with tools. The room, unlike the other areas, was well lit. Of course, it wasn't done by the use of conventional magic. Somehow, they had managed to convert the abominable energy they were harvesting into power. Enough power to generate their twisted form of magic. The stones that radiated evil shone brightly, ensuring everything in the room was clear, including the beast that was right in front of me. Years ago, the Helmsworth estate was attacked by a mysterious beast. It wreaked havoc, claimed lives, and then vanished into thin air. Till date, no one could decipher the identity of whereabouts of the strange and powerful creature that could potentially ruin an entire superpower of the Eastern Kingdom. At least, until now. You must be the one Maria saw. I smiled, walking closer as I observed the thing in front of me. The monster was at least 10 meters tall, and it was within a glass-like confined chamber. Its body was obsidian black, and it gleamed with light and darkness as it remained stationary at the center of the room. Numerous pipes and tubes poked its body, and mist-like energy flowed through them. The creature's body morphed with every passing second, and it thumped like a beating heart. Its malleable body became as liquid like goo for a moment, and then turned solid like metal the next. Eyes would pop out of its body at certain intervals, and then at other times it was nothing but a lump of blackness. As I observed the creature, a myriad of emotions coursed through me. This wouldn't be the only time I laid eyes on one before, but it was my first in this body. Another beast, but look at you. Unlike the ones I saw in the past, it was awfully malnourished. Clearly, the Netherlords hadn't taken proper care of the thing and were only interested in taking from it. I reckon it'll die in a few more decades. Personally, I felt nothing for the creature. It had no real sentience, and only followed instinct. It was also a being of mass destruction, so I could only consider it a threat. So this is where they got their Nether from. But where did they find something like this? Could it be? There were two possibilities. One was that it involved the Nether cult. Considering that they had been the malefactors of several terrible incidents already, I couldn't put it past them. Also, since Stefan was also aiming their ranks, the possibility only increased. As for the second, my focus centered on a particular member of the cult, someone who was even more menacing to me than the group as a whole. Legris Damien. Did he cause this too? After putting several pieces together, it seemed to me that Legris wasn't entirely acting in favor of the cult. His lackadaisical behavior, and the way we had related in our few encounters only solidified that suspicion. Did he act out of the bounds of the cult to provide them with this specimen? But, that wasn't possible. The Netherlore noble household dated back over a century. It was possible that Legris could have lived that long, no doubt, but I wasn't certain of that yet. Plus, the major cause of separation that occurred between the Helmsworths and Netherlores must have had something to do with their exposure to Nether. Could Legris have been the cause of that too? I somehow didn't want to believe it. Perhaps I was worried that if that truly was the case, then the man was an even bigger threat than I initially calculated. Too big a threat for me to handle with my current capabilities. Still, Legris has some connection with Nether. That repulsive aura I felt from him, it's similar to this. Except Legris' power was definitely more warped. I couldn't explain it in words, but that man was really dangerous. I don't understand him and his motives either. That was what made him even more frightening. The cult or Legris? I should act with the assumption of both. It's official now. The Nether cult has a major hold on the Eastern Kingdom thanks God his family. Since Stefan was in their higher ranks, he had to be the one in control of this household. The researcher said so himself that Stefan warned them of my arrival. I hope Maria sorts out the issues I placed in her hands. As for me, I glared at the Nether beast. It still remained stationary, as though nothing bothered it. I'll take the job of putting you out of your misery. I don't have enough knowledge or control over this power to capture you alive. Chapter 586. A surge of pure, unadulterated energy coursed through me. The room trembled, and the glass separating me and the beast began to vibrate violently. The power I wielded wasn't mana, but a different kind. It was the same one I had sensed from Kuzen's familiar back when we fought. I couldn't fathom it at the time, but now I understood. I allowed strength to grant me reign over the supreme ability that defied everything else. And so, as a bright white light surged from me, I noticed the Nether beast move. Its body instantly morphed into an extremely dangerous size. Guruahuyu. Now almost twice its initial size, spokes protruded from its body and it seemed to be entering its assault mode. So, you finally see me as a threat now. It was too late, though. With the power of strength on my side, I could tell the difference between me and the beast. While this monster would give most of the seasoned mages I knew a run for their money, it was still inferior to me. This should be a start. Let's see what you can do. The glass wall separating me from the beast shattered, and the pure darkness it radiated escaped. I instantly vanished from my position, seeing the entire area get devastated a split second later. The Nether beast was now out of its cage, roaring like a creature afflicted with insanity. It had multiple bloodshot eyes on its face, and its huge jaws salivated with gooey black drool. I could sense a huge concentration of malice from it, and everything around the monster began decaying, turning to ash. Let's take this outside. With a burst of light, I took to the air and flew off. Boom! The entire building trembled as the monster chased me with violent fervor. As I left a trail of blinding light in my wake, it devastated its path with corrosive darkness. Everything came to ruin as I escaped the beast's numerous attempts to crush me. It generated multiple spikes to mutilate my body, sending them charging with blinding speed. Fortunately, I evaded most and destroyed the rest of them with pure blasts of contradicting energy. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr approach. We're almost out of here. I navigated my way through the underground structure, paying close attention to the monster chasing me from behind. Suddenly, a dangerously immense concentration of nether gathered in its mouth, and it steadied its aim in my direction. The calcified nether blast was going to overwhelm me in my current state, so I had to act quick. Not on my watch. As the energy gathered around its mouth, I condensed a good amount of energy and aimed it at the beast's throat. The bright arrow I launched pierced the monster, sending panging pains coursing through it. Thanks to this distracting pain, the blast it was preparing was foiled, and the nether dispersed once more. Pain screeches leaked out of its large mouth. The nether beast's body hissed, and a portion of it got corroded. I watched how its cells died off and crumbled away from the rest. It let go of the affected parts of itself to save the rest of the body. Not bad. I kept observing the monster. It was my first time fighting something like this, so I had to gain enough experience. If the nether lords got their hands on this, it's possible that there could be others. I can't be too careful. Enhancing itself with more nether, the beast now increased its pace and slowly closed the distance between the both of us. Too late. Generating a pulse of power, I destroyed the luxurious ceiling of the nether lore household, flying out in a flash. Not long after I emerged, the beast appeared as well, donning wings behind it as it looked even more terrifying. Twisted horns protruded from its body and its gleamy skin generated more spikes. Ominous power oozed from its body as we both saw the outside warmth. Interesting. I noticed what was happening thanks to my spellcraft technique. The nether beast was infecting the surrounding mana with its energy, causing the particles to die out. So that's how it works. It was no wonder that normal spells couldn't work on something like this. Nether easily destroys mana and miasma. It's like a virus. Using spellcraft was impossible when facing something like this. Mana and miasma were out of the picture. I can't use normal spells too, since they operate with either mana or miasma. The result of using them would ultimately lead to the same thing. It won't work. The most regrettable aspect of facing the nether beast was the ineffectiveness of my original magic. I used mana to conjure my great sage's memoir. All the spells stored within required mana to function. As such, none of them were going to be effective on this creature. My only saving grace was the arcana I currently wielded, strength. I'm learning more and more of its abilities as I use it. A smile formed on my face as I observed the nether beast. It was about to make yet another move. But that wasn't all. Looks like quite a crowd is forming. I looked all over the nether lore estate and noticed the many people that were watching me and the nether beast. Some pointed in disbelief, while others had faces indicating fright. This is what I wanted. By bringing this fight to the open, I'll be exposing the nether lores for what they've been up to. The attack on the Helmsworth estate was something that still remained shrouded in mystery. Even though the nether beast killed a great deal of their forces, the Helmsworths couldn't do a single thing. This way, they'll have the proof they need to take down the nether lore family. Once the secrets of their underground facility was exposed, it would be over for them. I just had to put on a good show with the nether beast and wait for the perfect opportunity to finish it off. Chapter 587. The nether lore family was going to be branded as a criminal household. Their crimes not only included the horrible incident that occurred when Maria was little, but also involved the illegal experimentation and non-disclosure of the harmful element nether to the kingdom. It was treasonous, to say the very least. For harboring and researching something that could potentially bring the entire Eastern Kingdom to ruin, the nether lores were officially screwed. I just have to put on a good show. I smiled at the ominous creature. We both ignored the people beneath us. It was a threat to me, and I was a threat to it. That was all that mattered. Flapping its massive wings, the nether beast lunged at me with incredible bloodlust. With its body shrouded in nether, it killed off all the mana around while charging straight for me. I could choose to defend or run, but none of those options seemed appealing at the moment. Time to fight. Taking in more power than earlier, I increased my capabilities and focused most of strength in my fist. Boom! I swiftly evaded the monster's brutal chomp and responded with a heavy blow on its face. Space distorted even more and a massive shockwave spread across the sky where we fought. I could hear the screams of everyone beneath us as the impact was enough to make even them tremble. Garaug! I heard the nether beast scream in pain, most definitely feeling more of its body eroding. Whoosh! It flapped its wings and retreated backward, probably trying to create more distance so it could launch a long-range attack. I wasn't going to let that happen. Enhancing myself with power, I launched my body toward it and have another blow to its chest. Ark! It coughed a dark, vile substance as its body got propelled backward. Not wasting any time, I sped to the powerless beast's destination before it could get there, sending yet another powerful strike to it. Boom! Shockwaves spread across the area, and the destructive power of my some strikes caused every cloud in the vicinity to spread apart. Nothing but the vast blue sky could be seen close to our vicinity, and even that was distorted by further strikes from me. I kept increasing my pace with each strike, ensuring the nether beast could not react before another hit sent it flying again. Its durability is higher than I thought. Such tenacity. My mind wandered as I felt myself tiring out. Using strength too much was not good for an inferior body like mine. As someone who wasn't used to such power, I was going to expire soon if I wasn't careful. I'll have to end this soon. I'm just waiting for Maria. Fortunately, as I was making this thought, several flashes of blue light appeared underneath me. Warps in space popped all over the place, and people began coming out of them. Finally, I smiled in satisfaction, happy Maria was able to complete her mission. I spotted Ilrich Lendertwal, King Albion, my father, the head of the Crimson family, and the head of the Helmsworth household. Of course, several Imperial warriors and mages also showed up, all donning their gear as though ready for war. All right. Looks like I can finally close this act. The nether beast roared, causing everyone and everything in the vicinity to tremble. The power it expressed, though weakened, spoke volumes of its character. This was a true harbinger of destruction. Once again, I watched the nether beast gather a great amount of its repulsive energy in one spot. This time, it was even greater than the last. I understood that it saw me as an even bigger threat and desired to end me without further delay. It's a lot weaker now, but it still expends so much power. I was truly amazed by the creature's tenacity. Unfortunately for it, games were over. Energy concentrated within my grasp, and a glowing blade was formed. The power within it was unrivaled, and I could sense the atmosphere quivering as a result of the amount of energy that dwelled in it. My body was also feeling extremely overwhelmed, but I endured. Your power is truly something, I admit. My lips moved and I exhaled a heavy breath. However, swish. It was not enough to change the results of our match. Swish. From my distance I gave a cross slash, sending both horizontal and vertical attacks flying toward the enemy. The speed at which it traveled was too fast for even me, the assaulter, to comprehend. The only thing I noticed were the results. GGUU. The nether beast's body instantly divided into 4 clean bits. Usually, it would glue itself together and heal or break away the dead cells. However, the energy poured into the strikes sent the beast's opposite energy coursing through its body. It ruptured, as a result turning into nothing but ash and embers of death. As I watched every fragment of the nether beast decay and evaporate, I noticed a tiny darkness gleaming at the center. It shone obsidian, and despite the rest of the monster dying off, it remained intact. I considered the jewel worth investigating, but after considering the dangers of the nether element, I decided against it. Die off. Sending a thrust of concentrated energy straight at it, I whispered. The gleaming crystal turned to dust as well, disappearing without a trace. With that, the nether beast was gone forever, at least this one. Heaving a sigh of relief and exhaustion, I looked beneath me and noticed the Imperial forces establishing a perimeter around the nether lore estate. They were also arresting every single member of the household and securing the area just as instructed. Since Ilrich, a Grand Mage, was supervising the whole thing, I didn't expect much resistance. Plus, the other top noble families were also present, even the king. I didn't need any more confirmation. Things would be playing quite nicely from this point onward. Are you watching this, Stefan? I hope you are. I looked up at the sky and smiled. I hoped the troublesome boy was. After all, he was next. Chapter 588. So, they failed, A voice called out from the darkness. It belonged to a young man. His eyes were crimson, and he stared into the vast night sky. All alone, he felt the loss of the subordinates he had warned. To think they still failed despite his help. It's just like Jared to get in my way. His eyes narrowed as he replayed the battle that happened on a screen created by magic. The panel showed how Jared fought against the nether beast, not missing a single thing. So he can even handle one of those things. Impressive. The boy in the darkness was Stefan, and his lips curled up in a smile while rewatching the fight one more time. I guess this is the end of the Nether Lores. They were useful, but I really shouldn't consider them family. As his voice echoed into the silent night, his gaze fell on the blonde boy once more. Still, Jared, you took your time facing off against just one of those. Stefan, who comfortably sat on a high cliff, looked beneath him. Several monsters prowled about emitting the same wave of energy one could classify as nether. They numbered in hundreds, at the very least. Stefan watched as their bodies morphed into various shapes and sizes. The beasts mindlessly lumbered around, littering the ground like filthy animals. In the end, nether beasts were just unintelligent monsters. If this is the best you can do, Jared, then. Stefan's smile widened as he closed his eyes. The battle he had with Jared replayed in his memory, and he could see just how much he had been overestimating the boy compared to the underwhelming results he now saw. How can we call ourselves rivals? Okay, this place gives me the creeps. Is it just me? 3 people walked down an empty hallway. Their different sizes and shapes told of how unique the trio were. One had a slender build and long hair, obviously a girl. Her pointed ears showed she was an elf, no, half-elf. The man beside her was huge. Having bulging abs and glistening biceps, he made sure not to draw too close or too far away from the lady. As for the last person, he was a simple fellow. Having red hair and a plain face. His body was also normal, no extraordinary features at all. In raw words, he was an ordinary human, or at least he appeared to be. Don't you worry, Lamey. I'll never leave your side, no matter what. Edward smiled bravely. His auburn hair danced in his head as he walked, always keeping his senses open for any danger that might befall any of them, Lamey especially. Thank you, Ed. Can I call you Ed? The half-elf called Lamey gave a wide smile at the obviously love-struck boy. Her soft hands caressed his muscled hands as she smoothly called his name. Well. Edward felt his body jerk as he felt every touch due to his peaked sensitivity. Still, he controlled himself to the maximum. Even as Lamey's hands were intricately tracing their way through his hand, and then bare body. It felt very ticklish, yet so very unique. Your body is so amazing, Ed. I'd really love to see more of it, with just both of us. Lamey's eyes were wide with delight and a perverse pleasure. Well. Ha ha ha. Edward was at a loss for words. His innocence in these things largely contributed to his inability to properly react to Lamey. What in the world was he supposed to say when a hot half-elf girl like her told him about how amazing his form was? Edward had already been feeling self-conscious among everyone, thanks to how bulky he was. But, the fact that Lamey liked it so much made him drown in an inexplicable emotion. She even wants to see it in private. Ha, could this be it? According to what he heard from Jared, he couldn't make his assessment on Lamey based on looks alone. While his very good friend didn't specify her age, Edward could deduce that Jared meant she was older than he was. Elves live longer and maintain their youthful forms. He remembered one of their discussions. It begged the question of how old Lamey was, not that it really mattered to the young loverboy. Despite his huge size, Edward was just 15 years old. He looked much older and bigger than the girl he desired, but he was happy that she was older than he was. Hee hee, look at this perfectly toned skin. Your abs are just so, look at that chest. It seemed Lamey had long forgotten the purpose of their mission, or the fact that she said she was frightened merely moments ago, since she was actively fawning over Edward's body. Her hands just kept rubbing them and feeling the meaty mass. Edward idiotically didn't stop her, as he too derived pleasure from every single thing she did. It was a win-win situation for everyone, right? Wrong. You guys should just get a room or something. It seemed the two have forgotten, but there was one last member of their team. Sure, he was silent and lacked any significant presence, at least compared to the other two, but that didn't make him non-existent. How much longer can I take this? Ivan Smith was bordering on the edge of insanity as he had this thought. He was fine with public display of romance, and he wasn't exactly a wet blanket, but weren't Lamey and Edward being inconsiderate? I'm human too, you know? Isn't this too unfair? He practically withed his tears as he kept walking. Ivan had tried everything to distract him from the shameless display of the two beside him, from active mana meditation, or communication with his familiar, but nothing seemed to quell their very steamy session. The worst part was that Ivan could not understand why these two would choose to do or say such sensitive stuffs when he was right beside them. It made no sense. Let's just find the arcana and get this over with. I want to go home. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 589. Edward, Ivan, and Lamey were currently in a tomb. It was a creepy place, but this was here Jared dropped them off. Once he explained the reasons for his action, and what their mission was, he vanished. The three had the simple goal of collecting the arcana that could be located here. What did he say the rationale was again? Stuff about an ancient story with the goddess of luck and the devil of probability. Jared told them a story about how a certain goddess who represented luck made a bet with the demon of uncertainty. They argued which was more powerful. Was it good fortune, or was it unpredictable scenarios? Eventually, after arguing for an infinite number of times, they realized the obvious truth. They were one and the same. Luck and probability. Fortune and uncertainty. One could not exist without the other. Realizing they had found themselves in each other, the goddess and demon became one and sunk to the depths of the world to create a foundation of their love, and a tomb for their rivalry. It was a pretty wacky story, and had a lot of plot holes in it. Ivan could not understand how Jared was able to make sense of anything from the tale, or how he was sure of an arcana being in this place because of something so random. However, according to the blonde boy, he cross-referenced the origins and date of the story. It overlapped with the other findings of the arcanas. It could have been simple coincidence, but Jared seemed so convinced. He also said a bunch of other things Ivan did not understand, stuff about causality and anthropological coherence. In the end, Ivan simply decided to explore the tomb and leave the analysis to the obvious genius among them. How did he even get this exact location? It's best not to even think about that, at this point. With the way Jared sounded at times, it was as though he had spent his whole life researching arcanas. Ivan could not comprehend it, and he decided not to bother. Improving himself and becoming a pillar strong enough to live with pride were all that occupied his thoughts. Well, at the moment, something else continuously bugged him. Would you two stop it already? After being unable to hold back his anger, Ivan finally erupted. Both of them instantly ceased their giggling upon hearing the annoyed boy's roar of dissatisfaction. We're on a serious mission, you know? Can't you guys wait till we get the heck out of here before doing stuff like this? Geez. Lamey, who was now on top of Edward for some unexplainable reason, frowned at Ivan's attitude. Hey! That's no way to address someone older than you are. Even as she said this, she kept dragging and pinching Edward's cheeks. Apparently, even those amazed her. Then act older. You're behaving like a child right now. It pisses me off. Lamey was at a loss of words, quickly looking at Edward from back up. The muscular boy caught her drift. He understood how affected she must have been due to Ivan's harsh statement. Truthfully, he understood where his friend was coming from. The redhead wasn't wrong, after all. Still. Maybe you should relax a bit, Eva. Shut it, Edward. You're basically the same as her. Ivan's words were enough to forcefully silence him in an instant. Despite the weight, height, and power difference between the two, it was clear who won the contest of words. Edward melted, unable to fight against Ivan's words, or protect the half-elf sitting on his shoulders. So mean. Lamie gasped, leaking a tear as she shook her head. Indeed. Edward sniffed. Suddenly, the tables shifted and the red-haired boy was painted to be the villain. It was 2 opinions against 1, and frankly, Yvonne was outmatched. However. Zip it. You think I care? When you were up to your shenanigans, didn't you consider how that made me feel? Bunch of idiots. He growled. Just because Yvonne had been tame lately didn't mean that was his personality. Anyone who was remotely close to him would have realized it by now. Yvonne Smith's default setting was that of a wild man. Lamie was weak against harsh words since she never received any when she was younger, and Edward had too pure a heart to handle something so heavy. Plus, despite how things looked, Yvonne was older than the buff boy. These factors combined, it was pretty obvious who would win if they were to go at it in the manner of speech. Now that you've both mellowed down, let's focus on the mission, and Lamie get off Edward now. Yvonne growled, returning his gaze ahead. No. The half-elf's resistance made more veins appear on the red-haired boy's face. He returned his face in her direction, glaring like a demon. I said, get down. A wide smile was plastered on his face, and one of his eyebrows was raised. However, neither his smile nor his raised eyebrows diminished the obviously threatening reaction he gave. In fact, it was the opposite. Eek. Lamie hugged Edward tighter than before. It was obvious she was being a big baby. Yvonne realized he couldn't deal with her, so he chose the next best thing. Isn't that Anna's riding spot? I guess I'll have to tell her that Lamie decided to take her place. I wonder how she's going to take that. Edward shuddered once Yvonne began speaking. He looked at his dear friend with horror, wondering how someone could be so cruel. Don't you wonder the same thing? Ed. Ivan's grin grew wider, becoming more threatening than ever. Edward's muscular body grew rigid, and just like magic, perspiration flowed from the boy's face. Yvonne, why you wouldn't? Of course not. What are friends for? You. Edward felt relief wash over him. He was safe. Indeed. So, can you do me a solid, as a friend? Yvonne interrupted his sigh with a friendly proposal. Oh? What's that? Ivan's agreeable face suddenly warped into the most twisted expression. Both eyebrows curled up and his eyes gave the most disdainful and condescending expression. His lips melted downward, hardened in the most threatening manner. Get Lamie off your back. Now. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 590. Ever since he was a boy, Edward had always been rough and stubborn. He wasn't exactly mannerless, neither was he unjust. He was just very thoughtless. The one who slowly curbed that habit of his was Annabelle Frederick. Perhaps it was her cute nature, or the fact that they had such intimate interactions as friends. Edward slowly found himself changing. And, before he knew it, Annabelle had become something of a limiter he placed on some of his more excessive character. In conclusion. You understood. Edward removed Lamie from her position and placed her on the ground. The shocked half-elf looked at the muscular boy with disbelief, but he simply couldn't meet her gaze. He could feel a swirl of emotions within him, none of which were inherently negative. Still, he was certain of one thing. Does Lamie see me as a wuss, now? Despite thinking about the girl, if she could even be called that, he still couldn't bring himself to glance in her direction. Much better. I'm proud of you, Edward. You did the right thing. Yvonne smiled, patting his meaty muscles. Thanks. The tired and emotionally anxious martial artist responded. He would not have been in this mess if Yvonne had just been more understanding. However, he also understood that he and Lamie's actions caused the redhead's outburst. Ultimately, he couldn't blame anyone but himself. Yvonne is right. I should focus on this mission. Steeling himself for the challenge ahead, Edward clenched his fist and bulged his muscles. The least he could do to absolve himself from his guilt was to actually get results. The trio kept walking for hours, making sure to do things Ivan's way, concentrating on the mission and the mission alone. However, after walking in the empty tomb hallway for so long, the group began to feel a bit weirded out. Haven't we been walking for too long? Do you think we're walking in circles? Ivan was the first to speak. Apparently, the other two didn't want to say anything first. I thought so initially, but I've been paying very close attention to the walls and floors. Unless there's a special trick at work, I don't think we're walking in circles. Yet. I've been using this detector for a while now too. We're definitely on course. Lamy brought out a special radio thingy. It looked wacky, with an antennae on top, but it was the real deal. Lamy invented it to test mana particles in the air, and search for distortions or the locations with the highest amount of power. It's not sensing mana here, so that means we can't be in an illusion too. Then what's going on? Let's keep going. There's nothing else to do. Maybe we can speed things up a bit. Ivan sighed. To be honest, he was expecting some sort of action like the time in the Labyrinth of Despair. Unfortunately, he was just stuck with nothing to do but walk. I agree. We should increase our pace. Yeah. All three of them activated their mana, and then charged through the hallway. Edward and Ivan still paid rapt attention to their vicinity, ensuring they weren't being misled, while Lamy kept observing her device. Whoosh! Since it was a tomb, they had to keep their speed within a certain extent. If they went too fast, the facility around them could be destroyed. After a few more hours, they finally made some progress. The dull-colored walls and floors assumed different colors. The sudden brightness and colorful ambience made the transition strange, but the three kept charging. The bricks had multiple colors: green, red, yellow, blue, purple, orange, etc. colored on them. It resembled a playground more than a tomb at this point. I still sense no mana. None at all. Lamy groaned. Was her device broken? Did it not work? She was certain it was functioning before they entered the tomb. Even Jared confirmed it before. TCH. Let's not think about him. The three finally saw with their enhanced sight the end of the absurdly long hallway. Finally. They all declared at the same time. Excitement played on their faces as they prepared to face whatever challenge lay in store for them. What will see? I can't wait. Ivan's eyes widened as he grinned uncontrollably. He had been working his butt off to get stronger. It was only natural that he sought who to use his strength on. Edward, on the other hand, simply wanted to redeem himself in the eyes of Lamy. They hadn't said an actual word to each other after he removed her from where she sat atop him, and frankly, he was getting worried. It's okay. It's not too late. I can impress her by putting these muscles into action. Breathing calmly, he set his eyes on the goal. It could have just been their imagination, but the trio felt their bodies moving faster than ever as they closed in on the target. In a few more seconds, they arrived at the target destination. Their eyes bulged in surprise, their faces contorted in confusion, and their minds tried to make sense of what they saw there. What's this? It looks like a spin wheel. Why is something like that here? Right before their eyes was a multicolored circular board that had about 22 gradients. Each gradient had different colors spanning from white to yellow to blue and so on. Then there was also black. The gradients also had words written on them, but no one in the trio could understand what was inscribed there or even what was going on. I don't get it. There's nothing after the hallway, just this wheel. It sounded like a bad joke, especially after they had traveled for hours to get here. How could they meet no enemy or clues? The reward for all their efforts was a simple spin the wheel game. Maybe we should just destroy the walls. There's probably something beyond here. Edward suggested, unable to take it anymore. Ivan would have readily agreed to his suggestion if he hadn't been using his brains recently. No, there has to be a reason for all this. The young man's eyes squinted as he focused on the wheel. What could it mean? Asterisk. 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 Chapter 591. Why don't we just spin the wheel? I think that's what we're supposed to do. Breaking the anxiety with her words was the oldest, but seemingly least mature of the three Lamy Vindil. The half-elf had grown tired of everyone's interpretation of the wheel before them, and she was pretty much bored of it all. What's the worst that could happen? She asked. The two boys instantly shot her a look that immediately buried her argument. We don't understand the language, so there's no way to decipher what we're spinning. Ivan murmured, taking the role of the most sensible of the three. It could also be a trap. Don't worry, everyone. I'll protect. Why? Edwards was instantly stoked by Ivan's dirty glare. Don't be weird. The red-haired man thought to himself as he put his brain to work. It was unfortunate, but he was surrounded by idiots. Both Edward and Lamy were airheads that didn't seem to understand how grave the situation was. Still, they couldn't give up hope yet. He simply needed to think of the most rational approach. Ask yourself, what would Jared do? Ivan closed his eyes and nodded, thinking deeply. It took a while, but after sorting through all the options, he realized the simple solution. Why don't we just contact Jared? His speech slowed down as he realized what was occurring in front of him. Why? His eyes bulged, and his heart tightened. Veins appeared on his face as his face twisted to form a frustrated, angry face. Why the hell is the wheel spinning? Ivan's bark echoed in the empty hallway. He glared at the two idiots beside him, both feigning innocence. Don't look at me like that. One of you must have done it. Confess now. Arg. Gritting his teeth, his bloodshot eyes was filled with murderous rage. It was Edward. Lamy quickly fessed up. For a moment silence prevailed amid the three. Lamy's hand was pointed at Edward, whose face previously filled with guilt slowly morphed to surprise. But you. The buff boy stuttered, sweat coming from his face. His eyes displayed a hint of heartbreak. It seemed he didn't take the betrayal well, or rather, he didn't understand why Lamy told on him when. Edward, you. The red-haired boy slowly approached Edward, his rage-filled face displaying a warped look of terror. No. Relax, Ivan. It's not like that. The thing is, she told me to. Arg. Guys, the wheel is slowing down. Lamy interrupted the boys, now pointing in the direction of the spinning wheel. One had to wonder about the convenience of her timing, but the occurrence with the wheel was more important. While none of the three knew exactly what to expect, they saw enough to tell them what to look out for. A single arrow pointed upward, and whatever gradient it landed on was most likely the effect that would occur. The one who explained all of this was Lamy. She wasn't familiar with the language, but she was still a genius in her own right. Figuring out how the game worked was something she focused on, while the others simply wanted to avoid it. I'll be honest with you guys. Lamy murmured, watching as the wheel was about to completely halt. I was the one who told Edward to spin the wheel. I think it's here for a reason. This girl. Ivan's head was steaming hot at this point. The most rational thing was to simply call Jared to help. He knew more than all of them when it came to arcanas. Sure, there was the possibility that he would be busy with his task, but they could simply ask questions and get a good perspective at the very least. But now. Trust me, guys. I have this intuition that it's the right thing to. Ding! As soon as the arrow stopped on a gradient, a loud chime echoed within the hallway. The gradient glowed in response to its purple color. A bright light suddenly enveloped everyone. Before they could react, they were overwhelmed by the brightness. A few seconds passed, and the light finally sizzled out, allowing them to see. Ah, that was intense. Lamie rubbed her watery eyes as she opened them. The blue and violet in her respective irises glimmered as she cutely stared around her, only to be met by an ugly, irritating sound. Lamie, you. The screech offset half-elf, causing her to jump in shock. What the hell, Yvonne? She shouted, equally upset. Why did this guy have to be so rough in speech? Even though he was younger than her, not to talk of weak. I told you not to spin the wheel. Who made you leader? On what basis? Well, that is. You're not the oldest, I am. You're not even the strongest. Why should you call the shots? We could have agreed unanimously. Why did you take the decision on your own? I didn't. Edward and I agreed. Right, dwarf? It was only at this point that the two arguing parties realized something they were too angry to notice before. Where's Edward? At this point, anxiety slowly replaced the anger that dwelled in both their hearts. Their dear friend, Edward, was missing. Asterisk. 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 Ah, where am I? A confused muscular man glanced around him. His eyes permeated curiosity, but no fear, as he took in his surroundings. He was currently in a purple room, completely devoid of anything else, but the color. It was like he was stuck in an endless space, having only the color to recognize. Does it have something to do with the arrow striking purple? Most likely. At this point, the young boy vigilantly prepared himself. He couldn't see or sense Lamie or Yvonne, even by stretching his perception to its limits. Lamie's judgment was what led to this situation. I wonder. Edward had no ill will towards the girl. However, he had to admit he was a bit rash. Now that he was trapped, all alone in this place, he couldn't help but feel this was his penance for spinning the wheel. What should I do? Asterisk. 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 Chapter 592. All right. I've decided. Edward said to himself. After thinking for a minute or two, there was only one solution to his problem. Yes, he had no other choice. I'll just cut my through this place. The hulky boy stretched out his hand, and a burst of blue light manifested from his ring. Spatial magic that stores my sword. Nice going, Jared. Shoo. Instantly, a bastard sword appeared in Edward's grasp, gleaming in its blue and black metallic color. The long sword was firm, sturdy, and best of all, it was brimming with power. Edward had been guaranteed that even he couldn't break this blade no matter how many times he used it, so it was a treat to wield such a weapon. The bastard sword, as tall as Edward himself, could be easily wielded with one hand, but the boy decided to pour his strength into it for a more assured effect. He was trying to escape an unknown place, after all. Some measure of seriousness was necessary. Mana smoothly coursed through the blade, causing it to give off a bright blue glow as it brimmed with far greater energy than earlier. The mana conductivity is perfect. Nice. Edward grinned. Within seconds, Edward built up a frightening amount of energy, readying to use everything in a single slash. With this much power, he could cut down the highest mountains in one swoop. Certainty, it was enough to break free from this strange place. Here goes. His blade caused distortion in space, and a powerful wave of bright energy was sent playing in a single direction. Unfortunately, the vast purple expanse swallowed the deadly slash, not leaving so much as an explosion in its wake. There was no dent or destruction. Just an empty silence that followed. It didn't work. Not even the slightest effect. Edward felt challenged at this point. Sure, he didn't use any special martial arts, neither did he utilize martial state or fusion mode. Still. All right. Let's see how much you can resist. Gripping his blade tighter than ever, Edward prepared another round of attack, this time raising the stakes a little. 12 Ultimate Forms, Step 1. Asterisk. 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 Oh shit. Oh shit. What should we do? At this point, even Ivan, who had been the voice of reason, was in a panic. The first few minutes, he had tried to pull himself together. However, he was going insane as time went on. Not long after, panic took over entirely. We should contact Jared. Ah, communication isn't functioning here. Shit. I can't reach him. He would have tried using the soul brand stuff to contact him, but Ivan wasn't an expert at soul magic. Apparently, only Jared could communicate, not the other way around. Besides, he was only going to intervene if their lives were in danger or something. The fact that he hadn't showed up meant they were not faced with a threat strong enough to warrant his attention. You shouldn't rely on Jared for everything. We can figure this out. Lamy, at this point, was critically observing the wheel. A floating automaton was beside her, and she was exchanging information with it as she proceeded. Yua, what are you doing? Ivan was surprised by the sudden change in the girl. Not only was she silent, but she was actually being productive. It amazed him how their positions had changed so quickly. Trying to analyze what happened, and what we can do to get past this. She muttered, not letting her eyes off the roulette. And? What did you find? Ivan said, feeling dumb for some reason. Not much. I'd advise you to forget about Edward for now. He's probably paying a penalty for failing to win the spinning wheel game. Her cold voice echoed in Ivan's ears, causing him to flinch a little. We should be grateful he was taken. With this, I can further develop my hypothesis. She smiled, her eyes completely focused on the mechanism in front of her. Why you don't care about what happens to Edward? He could be in danger right now, you know. Lamy ignored Ivan and kept conversing with her automaton. After some minutes, she finally spoke out. I've figured out an underlying principle. It's just a theory, though. Come here. Ivan was furious with the half-elf, at this point. Edward was their friend, and he was freaking out about his whereabouts. Yet, the one girl he had been showering so much attention didn't seem to care. However, since he was curious about Lamy's discovery, Ivan swallowed his rage and moved closer to her. There are 22 gradients here. It starts from white, and it stops at black. There are several other colors here and there, but what do you notice about this wheel? Ivan glared as he observed the object. He honestly couldn't see what she was talking about. It was all just a circular board of colors with an arrow pointing upward. Look closely, the color yellow is repeated 3 times. Here, here, and here. Ivan's eyes widened as he saw what she was referring to. Truly, as she mentioned, there were 3 gradients with yellow. They were simply scattered in several locations and trapped amid other colors that one wouldn't pay them much mind. Also, they had different shades of hue, so one wouldn't really classify them under the same grade. No other color is repeated there, or even has other shades of hue other than their base appearance. Ivan nodded, totally lost, but agreeing regardless. I initially thought we needed to choose white since it seems like the purest, but with what I'm seeing, the odds of actually reaching that are ridiculously high. Besides, the other colors have the same underlying basis. If we can't isolate a distinct feature of a particular element, then it just makes the effect or expected result left to random. Ivan's head hurt at this point. He had been fooling himself all along, but now the young boy realized the truth. She's the one with the brains here, not me. While it was painful to admit it, the boy had to concede. No one was more suitable for the role of leader than the half-elf herself. I have a theory. If it's correct, then we can win this game. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 593. In case you didn't notice, there were initially only 2 gradients of yellow. I observed all the colors and their positions when we saw the wheel. Yet. This was news to Ivan. He thought the wheel had always been like that. How come she noticed something like that? After Edward spun the wheel and vanished, an extra one appeared. My theory is that due to our error in picking the wrong color, an extra right color appeared to make things easier. These serve two goals. Lamy faced Yvonne, who was downright flabbergasted by Lamy's reasoning. One is to give us a clue for which color is correct. The other is to make the next person who tries to spin the wheel have a better chance at getting the right color. Since there were currently 3 yellow-colored gradients, and 19 with other colors, there was a greater likelihood to score yellow than the previous round when only 2 yellow gradients existed. Extrapolating these scenarios, alongside another ongoing investigation of hers, Lamy was almost sure she was on the right track. There's more to understand, but this could work. Asterisk. 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 As Yvonne listened more to Lamy explain, he began to realize just how short-sighted he had been. From the very beginning, the girl had been thinking of solutions to the problem, rather than simply avoiding it. Sure, she was a bit rash in her actions, but her choices simply led to more discovery that she was using to further investigate their situation. Unlike me, who was panicking about Edward's disappearance, she simply focused on the task. Edward will be fine. He's tough. Besides, he was a necessary sacrifice. If he didn't spin the wheel, I wouldn't have known so much. It sounded cold-blooded, but Lamy was just being rational. She unapologetically continued her task of investigation. All right. I think I have it all figured out. From what my automaton has analyzed from this foreign language, there seems to be a common denominator among the darker colors. The automaton used light magic to project what she meant so Yvonne could understand what she was referring to. The boy didn't understand though. I'm trying to extrapolate the language and understand the underlying principle here. Look above, there's a board above the wheel. If I assume that the letters there read spinning wheel or at least something in that respect, I can check for similarities in the respective gradients. Yvonne was slowly comprehending. The gradients have letters written within the colored gradient and above them too. The ones within are most likely the name of the colors, while the one above states something else. I was trying to understand what they state. And? You get a good idea. Yvonne found himself somewhat excited. All of this was new to him, but he couldn't deny that he was enjoying the new knowledge. Sadly, not exactly. There's so much to decipher, and since I'm using inductive logic, there's a chance that my conclusion could be wrong. There just isn't enough information or enough time. I see. Yvonne muttered. I did find a common denominator among the darker colors, and also some similarities among the other colors. Guess what? None of those have any similarity to the color yellow. I think it's safe to assume that yellow is the safe color. I thought you had already established that. Yvonne chuckled a little. Are you crazy? Do you think I would just blindly follow one approach without cross-referencing with another source of evidence? Lamy suddenly shouted, causing the boy beside her to jerk back. I didn't know she could be this serious, damn. Ivan's thoughts trailed. My bad. It's fine. As I was saying, with the 2 tests I devised, I'm almost certain that this is correct. There's a chance of failure, so I can't be 100% sure. Then, how many percent? About 60. But if you add my gut feeling, and the fact that we don't exactly have a choice, it skyrockets to 99. Yvonne sensed some weird logic behind Lamy's last statement, considering she just mentioned stuff about not leaving anything to chance. Still, his trust in her analysis made it impossible to doubt her. Let's give it a try then. Thank you. Now spin the wheel. She smiled. Yvonne stopped dead in his tracks and glanced at the half-elf. For a moment, silence took charge. Millions of thoughts coursed through his head as he wondered the reason behind her suggestion. You heard me, Yvonne. Spin the wheel. Her grin grew broader. But why? There's no telling if it'll end up getting the desired results. The odds are still overwhelmingly high and... Do you trust me, Yvonne? Well. There's no time for hesitation, Yvonne. I have a reason behind everything I do. I know you wish you had Jared here with you, but guess what? I'm not him. Even if he were here, do you think he'll explain every single thing to you? No, I doubt it. Yet, I'm almost certain you'll follow his instructions anyway. Hold on, I don't have the time to explore every single reason behind my decisions. Edward understood that, and he listened. So, what will it be? Yvonne was stunned beyond words. Faces with the serious stare of his colleague, he only had to choose what decision to take. The boy found himself swallowing his saliva. One question. If I do this, will it add to the probability of winning? Yes. Yvonne sighed, gulping once more as he did what he was told. This better work. He murmured, spinning the wheel in front of him. The mechanism began rotating, and all eyes were on the object. Please work. Please work. Please work. Yvonne begged and prayed. He wondered why Lamie was so calm when the stakes were so high. Was she so confident of their victory? There's no need to beg or pray. The odds are against you. You'll most likely lose. Chapter 594. There's no need to beg or pray. The odds are against you. You'll most likely lose. Ivan's eyes widened the moment Lamie said this. Why do you look surprised? It's a simple fact. Her melodious voice sounded distant and unfazed. Then, why? The young boy's voice rang in despondent betrayal. Just what was going on here? See what I mean? Lamie's finger was pointed at the stopping wheel. Just as she predicted, the gradient that the arrow pointed to was not yellow. It was orange. Why you? Lamie, what did you? Before Yvonne could pounce on the half-elf, another burst of light enveloped the hallway. It blinded the two of them, transporting the boy from the place. Just as with Edward, the light faded after some time, now leaving Lamie all alone, well, except for her automaton. As expected. She smiled, drawing closer to the wheel. How hilarious, his face before vanishing. What an idiot. So much for trusting me. Lamie understood that she wasn't as amazing as Jared or Lewis Griffith, but she wasn't stupid either. Her actions and methods were simply not meant to be understood by most people. It didn't make her wrong, but it simply showed how her mind functioned from everyone else's. Have you finished analyzing it? She asked her automaton. Confirmed, all Ivan's actions have been calculated. Replication is possible. Perfect. Transfer the information to me. Understood. The half-elf shut her eyes and a bunch of data suddenly popped into her head. She processed them, sorting out the application and methods to utilize. Opening her eyes, she observed the spinning wheel, which now had 4 gradients that were colored yellow, and prepared an appropriate course of action. Then, shall we begin? She placed her hand on the wheel and took a deep breath. What Yvonne didn't understand was that he was also a necessary sacrifice so she could learn something more. Most people based games like roulette or spin the wheel on luck. However, to someone like Lamie, those factors were incoherent with her beliefs on certainty. The weight of the board, the speed of the spin, the muscle movements of the player, the position of one's hand on the board, the direction of the spin. Everything can be calculated. By observing Ivan's interaction with the wheel, using both her senses and her automaton, Lamie could replicate his actions and gain the same results. Or, she could alter the data to match an action that would guarantee the desired effect she was aiming for. At this degree, with this level of strength, I'll spin right too. Yes. Let's go for that one. A smile formed on her face as she readied herself. Everything was counting on this single move. She had done her research and arrived at this conclusion, the most optimal and assured means of success. Would she win? Would she not? You better not lose, Lamey. Asterisk. 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 HAAA, HAAA. Edward heavily exhaled. His hands tightly clenched his blade, and his eyes were still full of determination. However, his heart wavered a little. Is this really the way out? He asked himself. So far, he had swung his sword many times, all to no avail. Not only could he not make a single dent in the world he found himself in, but he couldn't even see a reasonable effect of his efforts. Nothing worked. Damn it, guess I'll have to give it everything I have. Doing something like that was risky, but the results were assured. However, considering none of his martial arts had worked, couldn't it be possible that even this final move of his would end in a similar effect? Common sense told him that. However, his desperation to keep using martial arts and to return to his friends plagued his mind. He had tried bond techniques, martial state, etc. Yet, all of them were to no avail. Ultimately, this was the only thing he was yet to do. Phew, guess I have no choice. Edward slowly took his stance as he closed his eyes. His feet planted themselves on the purple ground and he began pushing his muscles to their limits. Slowly and steadily, he raised his power. Doing everything at once was extremely dangerous, so he had to take his time to achieve his desired state. More power, more. Shwoo. Before Edward could build enough power, he felt his body tingle with light, forcing him to open his eyes. Ah! He was glowing, and it wasn't with his own energy. The bright light enveloped him, seemingly making him much lighter, though he found himself unable to move in the process. Am I finally returning? He thought to himself. If that was so, then was it because of his hard work all this time, or was everything he did meaningless? Edward didn't know. Sheeg. In the beam of light, he vanished from the purple space. And, as soon as he left, the entire area collapsed. With no prisoner, there was no need for a prison. Thus, it ceased to exist. Asterisk. 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 Let me out of here, you bastards! Ivan screamed with passion. He was trapped in an orange room. Similar to Edward's prison, though Ivan was unaware of this fact, there was nothing to be seen for miles other than the endless hue of orange. After being transported away, he at least thought he would have to face enemies or see Edward, but none of that was the case. He was simply tossed into this world with not a single soul present. You bastards! After some time of throwing tantrums and trying out techniques, Ivan realized it was hopeless. I'm not a musclehead like Edward. It's better I think rationally. Interacting with Jared, and now Lamey, showed how certain problems did not require violence. Sure, he wasn't a genius in that field, but he had learned a thing or two. Looking far into the horizon, he realized that the world was endless. He even spread his perception, but as far as he could sense, there was nothing but space. It was hopeless to try to run away or escape. Rationally speaking, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 595. Welp, I'll just wait for Lamey to pull me out of this mess. And so, Ivan took his meditative stance and began internal training. Rather than wasting his energy and burning out his mana, wouldn't it be better to take this time of solitude to increase it? Alright, let's do this instead. Ivan smiled, closing his eyes as he commenced his mana core training. However, merely seconds into it. Shwoo. He felt his body shrouded by white light. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. One would expect Ivan to be happy, considering he wanted to get out of the place just some moments ago. However, his face clearly showed annoyance toward his rescue. At least give me some time to try in. Ivan's voice echoed as he vanished from the orange space, which collapsed upon the frustrated boy's disappearance. Asterisk. 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 I did it. I was right. Whew. A sigh of relief escaped Lamy's lips. She was just as surprised as she was impressed by her abilities. As someone who knew the uncertainty of life, there was no way she could have known for sure that her plan would work. In your face, Dad. I mean, her face became flushed with embarrassment for a minute as she fell to the ground on her buttocks. Dad? What the hell am I saying? Her eyes narrowed as she gritted her teeth. Her father was nothing more than a jerk who left her mother and even had the guts to neglect her. And even now he gets on my nerves. What a dude. He's not as amazing as I imagined. Anna had told her the truth some time back, and they both took their time deconstructing all they knew this far. They also investigated everything they could, a major reason they were close. After exchanging information and engaging in separate as well as joint observation, the girls arrived at the same conclusion. Jared Leonard is Lewis Griffith. She had previously thought that was too far-fetched. Perhaps Jared simply had Lewis memories. However, after seeing her aunt's current disposition towards Jared, and most importantly Janicila's interaction with him, it was difficult to call that the case. There was also the fact that Jared's personality, even since when Anna knew him, was odd for a child. They could only have been formed by personal experiences, and he had to be the same person as the man in the past. Maybe he could have done this much faster than me. Maybe he wouldn't have needed to sacrifice his teammates, but at least, with this, she proved she didn't need his assistance. The only reason she even embarked on this mission was for the greater things at stake, not because she personally believed in him. He healed me of my sickness. He trained me to fight, and he even helped with my research. I can tell he's trying to right his wrongs. Unfortunately for the half-elf, despite how selfish she seemed, those things he did weren't enough. He would do the same thing for his friends. He resurrected Alovita, a total stranger. He trained Edward and Anna, even before they became very close. He's saved people without necessarily having a connection to them, even going as far as risking his life. Whether she admitted it or not, Lamy could feel the gnawing pangs growing in her heart. The truth that she wasn't any special to Jared as everyone else. And not like I even care. Humph. Her face was once again flushed with pink. She-ee-ee-ee-ee-ng. A bright light appeared, causing the half-elf to cover eyes with her hands, even after closing them. The surge of energy lasted a brief moment, and once it died down, she could hear the voices of her two companions. Lamy. You did it. I'm back. I'm already back. Edward seemed motivated to be back, but Yvonne appeared somewhat gloomy. Not like she cared much about the latter, though. I'm glad to see you're both in good health. I told you to trust me, didn't you? My plans always work. There were a few holes in her statement. Luckily, none of the two in front of her were smart enough to notice. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm sorry for doubting you. Yvonne swallowed his words and smiled slightly. You're a good leader. Those words made Lamy's heart leap slightly. She didn't expect Yvonne to say something so decent, for once. Why, thank you, Eva. Indeed. Lamy is just the best. Why do you think I spun the wheel the first time? All you have to do is trust her. She has a plan for everything. Edward interrupted her word of thanks by stealing Ivan's attention. Ho ho. I see now. I don't understand most of what she says, but we can trust her words, right? Yep. She's crazy smart. Haha. That's our leader for you. As they kept talking about how awesome Lamy was, leaving the subject of their conversation out of the discussion, she couldn't help but feel a bit. Aren't they exaggerating a bit? I'm not that awesome. They kept talking about how they would blindly follow her as long as she had a plan. At this point, she had become deified. You guys, stop. That kind of thinking is dangerous, you know. At this point, the half-elf was panicking. They had yet to even see the arcana they were searching for, yet these idiots were already drawing conclusions. Wasn't it crazy? What if they start looking up to me for everything? I don't have the answers. Ah, shit. She found herself under stress at this point. What should I do? I'm surrounded by idiots. Is this how Jared felt? Laimi found herself thinking about her father. Jared must have had his memories as his last life for some time. That meant he had to interact with humans who didn't measure to him in terms of intelligence and made him into someone more special than he was. In that respect alone, I can at least empathize with him. Keeping up with expectations was a rabbit hole she never wanted to get into. Though, just as she must have suspected, it was too late. Chapter 596. I'm over 500 years, for crying out loud. These humans are like children to me. Laimi felt like she would cry out, with the way the two human boys kept talking. Was this her punishment for defying Jared? Babysitting the boys. Ha! A brief sigh escaped her lips. Even though she felt like their treatment of her was polarized, the half-elf couldn't bring herself to hate it. In fact, it was the opposite. Well, it's not so bad. Laimi smiled slightly, feeling her initial hesitance fade away. Both of the boys were loud, annoying, and mistaken about her. However, she couldn't say she disliked the scene unfolding before her. I guess you also enjoyed yourself like this sometimes. A boy appeared in her mind, the same person she suspected to be her father. Maybe I should have. A bright light interrupted her line of thought, causing Laimi and her comrades to closer their eyes in response. It was a bright yellow color, almost golden in its ambience. What's going on now, Laimi? Yet. Did something go wrong? The half-elf almost wanted to take back all the nice things she thought about the two boys the moment they came crying back to her. How the hell am I supposed to know? Her voice screeched, causing both boys to scream in response. If the brightest mind among them had no idea what was occurring, how could they think of anything? I don't want to return. I don't want to go back there. Edward shouted, clinging firmly to the giant blade he swiftly summoned. It seemed he was ready to swing his sword to simply avoid the looming fate that seemed inescapable. Hey! Don't you dare swing that thing! Laimi screamed. How did you? You can see me. No. Of course, not. But I can tell what stupid things you'll do. This intense back and forth between Laimi and Edward unnerved Yvonne, who was left just as confused as the two. His mind was under stress, and he didn't know what to do. Perhaps he wouldn't mind returning to the quiet and peaceful place from earlier, but what if Laimi can't bring us out? Sweat dripped from his face as he entered a state of panic. Rarararararara. Before he knew it, Yvonne was throwing balls of flames in the direction of the light, not that he could even see well, to begin with. Boo-ah-am, boo-ah-am, boo-ah-am. Loud explosions echoed across the hallway, causing Laimi and Edward to snap at Yvonne. I was freaking out, okay? Hope nothing hit you. Of course not. Can't you tell where I am by hearing my voice? True. You guys are idiots. Who would have thought that a team which almost achieved perfect unity was once again ripped apart by an unexpected variable? I think we should just... A gust of wind suddenly manifested, and the light slowly converged in a single location. Everyone's vision slowly returned, and their various awkward positions were revealed. Laimi was flat on the ground, trying her best to avoid being hit by Edward's swing at Ivan's explosive spells. Yvonne already had 2 fireballs prepared ready to launch them while Edward's blade was raised, taking on a stance that meant he could strike at any time. You guys! What the... Unbelievable! Laimi screamed in exasperation, rising to her feet, whole casually dusting her outfit. Well. I just... Save it! Laimi ignored their excuses and pointed her gaze in the direction of the converged light. Floating in mid-air was a card. It hovered in the air, slowly spinning as it bounced ever so slightly. I've never felt energy like this before. What is this? Edward was the first to whisper. The mysterious object hummed, glittering yellow as it invited all three of the spectators to draw nearer. I think, that's the arcana. We passed the test, so this should be our reward, right? Yvonne simplified the experience, staring at Lamy for confirmation. The half-elf did not respond. Her eyes were simply focused on the card, enamored by its existence. Interesting, we actually got one. A smile leaked from her face. She reached out for the card, but was promptly stopped by Edward and Yvonne. It could be a trap. Why yet? Despite their volatile arguments, there was no doubt that they still cared about each other. There was no way they could just accept such a risk and... You're right. Edward, try taking it. Lamy smiled in response to their worry. Yet? But it could be a trap. His response was that of confusion and apprehension. Unfortunately for him, the half-elf didn't seem to care about his worried reaction. Exactly. You're the sturdiest among us. Come on, just do it. You're strong, right? Right. The musclehead nodded, though it was a bit uncertain whether he agreed to Lamy's clearly unreasonable request because of his confidence in his abilities, or the foolish feeling of love. Either way, the boy sucked it in and approached the card with a fierce look of determination. He had to do it. He had to prove himself. I am Stro. As soon as he touched the card, it glowed purple and sent a wave of energy. The violent burst of power instantly repelled Edward far away from the suspended card. Arg! The muscular teenager was pushed far down the hallway. ITT took his absolute best to regain balance and launch himself back to his comrades, though he was wincing as he returned to them. Ow! Ow! He nearly cried, feeling his body throb in pain. Cackles of purple lightning flickered on his body as he felt their sting every second. It would appear that he wasn't strong enough. Your turn, Yvonne. Lamy glanced in the direction of the very hesitant human. Hell no. Come on, don't you trust me? Not at all. I have a plan, and I need you to do it yourself. Panda NVE1. Lamy's eyebrows twitched as she glared at the stubborn redhead. After watching the strongest member of their group get flung away so easily, who in their right mind would want to take the risk? Definitely not the most cautious one among them. His answer was an emphatic no. Chapter 597. No. Leave me alone. Don't do this, please. The long hallway was filled with the echoes of one particular human. His throes were loud, and they rang of desperation, but they had no power in them. The owner of this voice was, of course, Yvonne. Edward, you traitor! Don't let the fiend deceive you. Let me go! The young man cried, kicking his feet in the air as he was overpowered by his hulky friend. Yvonne, just calm down. Didn't you say you trusted Lamy too? She has a plan, so just... No. Let me go! The red-haired boy kept throwing his tantrums. His throws almost made Edward give in and release him, but a glance in Lamy's location made him reconsider that idea. Her serious gaze, and the very dangerous glint in her eyes that promised a harsh punishment if he failed, made Edward keep going. He carried Yvonne to the suspected arcana, and then threw the young boy toward the card. BBBZZZZTTTZZZ. Once more, the arcana changed color, sizzling with orange electricity as Yvonne was launched back. Kurg! It hurts! His screams echoed as he flew backward. Fortunately, Edward caught him. Still, his body sparked with orange electricity, making him make funny faces that only served to depict his pain. Why, you bastards! He gritted his teeth as he looked at Edward and Lamy. They were traitorous friends who betrayed him, and... Oh, please, Yvonne. It wasn't that bad. Besides, you could have just used magic to escape Edward's grasp whenever you wanted. Stop making a big deal out of it. The red-haired young man gulped, realizing he had been found out. He was truthfully curious about the results, though he was also sort of unwilling to take the risk. The fact that they forced him was perfect since he could blame them for mishandling him. How did things end up this way? Ivan's thoughts rang, though he was unwilling to accept defeat. Well, it hurts. You wouldn't understand since you didn't feel it. He barked. You're right. Fortunately, it seems I won't have to. Lamy snickered, approaching the glowing card, picking it with her delicate fingers. Yvonne and Edward winced, expecting some sort of buzz or negative reaction. Personally, the former wished for a scream as well. However, oh, looks like I was correct, after all. See. Lamy's grin was yet to fade, and there was no scream. Rather, locked between her fingers was the card that gave them so much trouble. It flickered with yellow lightning, resonating with the half-elf holding it. How? Ivan's jaw was slack with surprise. His planned revenge had failed. I suspected as much when it flickered purple in reaction to Edward, and then orange when it was your turn. The girl explained, drawing closer to the boys. You both picked the wrong answers in the test, and the colors that the wheel landed on was displayed in the sparks of electricity. The reason Lamy wasn't affected was because she was the one who got the answers right. In essence, she was the chosen one. The arcana was rightfully hers. Oh? Looks like it's the Wheel of Fortune. Nice. I have such good luck. It took a while for the boys to realize this. Perhaps they never got the full picture on what happened, but they had just gotten played by Lamy. Mew-ah-ha-ha-ha. She gave a mock evil laugh as the defeated men hung their heads in shame. At this point, the zeal to fight or argue had long faded. Let's just go home. Ivan's voice unenthusiastically echoed. Why yet? Edward responded. Lamy shrugged. She felt a little bad for the boys, but every course of action she made way the most optimal. Sure, she used them, and they arrived at a conclusion where the arcana of fortune chose only her. However, one could argue that she contributed most to their mission. In essence, no one deserved the power more than she did. Though I don't even know what this does. She looked at the warbling card. In the end, she would still have to consult with Jared and train to master whatever ability was waiting in store for her. Sweet. Something nice to experiment with. Now that their business within the hallway was complete, it was time to leave. The boys were long ready to depart, but Lamy was still enjoying herself a bit. All right. Let's go. She finally agreed after watching their unmotivated faces. Jared had given each them spell cards so they could return, though one was enough for all three of them. Lamy decided to use the one in her possession, and it glowed blue as soon as she activated the spell. Goodbye, hallway. I enjoyed myself. The blue portal appeared before them, and they were able to leave in one piece. It truly was a fun time, though open to interpretation, depending on which member was asked. They could all agree on one thing, however. Mission complete. The Glacier Dungeon. TCH, this is unexpected. A gruffy tone sounded, and misty breaths escaped the lips of the man who spoke. Yet. I agree. A feminine voice replied. What should we do? This time, it was the tone of a child. The group of three had troubled expressions on their face, and as they exhaled, visible evidence of their breaths leaked out. Morrow Smith, Alovita, and Asa were in quite the pinch, and they knew it. Their mission was to recover an arcana suspected to be in this location, so of course they had tried their hardest. They were able to navigate their way through the harsh climate of eternal frost that surrounded the dungeon. Once they entered the extremely dangerous structure, they were greeted with countless opponents, most of which were frosty statues. With their intelligence and abilities, they somehow managed to get by. The journey got more difficult the further they ventured into the dungeon, but they endured. Until finally, they arrived at the heart of the most dangerous place they had ever experienced. Now this was where things got a bit tricky. This is a bit too much, don't you think? Chapter 598. The boss of the glacier dungeon wasn't the real problem. Sure, it was a tough opponent standing at about 60 meters in height alone. The golem-like entity had a very bulky body, and its cold skin was hard. The mana it exuded was also extremely immense. Alovita and Maro struggled a great deal against it. Not only was it strong, but it was fast as well. Due to its extreme mass and magical density, it was a challenge to fight it. Still, by using ASA as the deciding factor, they had managed to push through. The young beast folk had a special ability that allowed him to escape the detection of anyone. Even he couldn't explain it beyond merging with the surroundings. The ability was useful in this respect, though. By planting mana bombs in the specified areas that Maro told him to the boss's weak points and most important joints, they were able to deal serious damage and slow it down. Once ASA was done with his mission, Alovita leaped into action and used her frightening magic ability to finish it off. All in all, it was a tough round, but they still managed to emerge victorious. Asterisk. 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 So, why? Alovita was sick and tired of facing challenge after challenge. It ate at her energy, but mana wasn't her problem. The whole thing just seemed unfair. The boss has been defeated, so what is the meaning of this? The three team members watched as three thin layers of ice emerged from the ground. They had immense energy within them, energy that couldn't be explained or described with words. It was simply overwhelming. This could mean trouble. Even Alo, the most powerful of the three, felt like she couldn't comprehend the energy she was sensing within the ice sheets. Finally completely separated from the grounds, the three surfaces transformed into mirrors, reflecting the respective challengers within them. From left to middle to right, Alo, ASA, and Maro watched as the mirrors took in their image. Confused expressions formed on their faces as they failed to comprehend the relevance. Until Shwayuyu. The most absurd thing occurred. Out of the mirrors proceeded the reflections they encapsulated. Single copies of the respective personality captured came out of the mirror. Alovita's eyes widened as she gazed at a copy of herself. The same happened to the two beside her. Their mirror selves gave dead, cold expressions. Other than the misty energy emanating from them, and the blank expressions they made, it was impossible to differentiate any of them from the original. What are we supposed to do? Fight them? Alovita glanced at Maro. It didn't seem like there was any other option. Even though all three copies were transfixed in a single position, unchanging in the slightest, they were still obstacles. It was possible that they wouldn't receive their grand prize with the mirror versions of themselves standing. How much mana do you have left? Maro whispered to Vita. Out of the three, she had been the one who expended the most energy. Her original magic, and the light magic that was useful for burning through the obstacles, rightfully earned her the position of vanguard. Maro was the strategist, and while his magic was the weakest, his technology and use of resources made them complete their mission with relatively greater ease. Even the plan for dealing with the boss came from him. As for ASA, he was a tough nut. His combat ability was scary as expected of the child of the Beast King. In terms of battle prowess and skill alone, Vita thought he was better than her. Unfortunately, he was still weaker than her in every other regard. It's fine. I'm still fine. I've almost recovered the mana I expended. She quickly responded to Maro's inquisition. Scary, are you sure you're human? Ace's voice echoed with awe rather than disrespect. Hey. Alovita was blessed with a great deal of mana and her recovery was just as fast. Thanks to the multiple mana core technique Jared taught all of them, she was now able to stock up a lot of mana, making her reserves extremely abundant. That's good. What of you, ASA? Maro's gaze fell on the young beast folk. I'm not a monster like Miss Vita, but I have over 60% of my mana pool. Maintaining his null state, as he had dubbed it, took a lot of energy from him, so even though Asa hardly fought the boss, he was still plenty drained. I'm not a monster, Asa. I just have my circumstances. The lady squealed, a bit embarrassed. Take it as a compliment, Miss Vita. You would suit a lovely bride for my father. I'll make sure to tell him all about you. What are you even? Aloe groaned in exasperation. Apparently, Asa had some weird ideas, no doubt thanks to his beast folk heritage. Whether or not he would go along with his word was something the monster lady didn't want to consider. It's because of Jared, and my sudden resurrection that this happened. Ever since that moment, her power had increased beyond expectations. As if that wasn't enough, it kept rising after the incident. As a result, her recovery and growth skyrocketed. Even when I told him, Jared told me he has also resurrected others, yet, none of them are showing as much potential as me. It made her wonder if her resurrection was the only reason behind her ever-growing power. Focus, everyone. Meiro's voice brought her back to reality. The opponents were still stagnant, in front of them. The decision on whether or not to engage remained undecided, though it was about to be addressed. I believe we should start simple. Let's start small, maybe with simple spells, just to see their reactions. As expected of Morrow. Rather than choose a straightforward answer, he preferred to mull over the situation and consider other possibilities and alternatives. That was why he was unanimously agreed to be the leader. While Aloe was a magic lecturer, and a powerful mage at that, she knew her limits. She wasn't as tactical as Morrow, and she certainly wasn't as brutally violent as Asa. With this understanding android maturity, she nodded in response to Meiro's suggestion. I agree. Me too. Alright you two, let's do this. Chapter 599. It was meant to be a demonstration of simple spells, yet the explosion caused the entire area to roar in response. Aloe had used her light grenade, while Morrow utilized a fireball spell. The one with no bearing with common sense was Asa. He went ahead to use Icy Burst, causing massive ice spikes to emerge from the ground, enveloping the opponents in a powerful cold explosion. Asa! Morrow and Vita yelled at the boy instantly. What? I did as I was told. He replied innocently, his blue eyes radiating absolute honesty. How do you call that a simple SPE? Morrow stopped dead in his tracks the moment he realized something. Ace is right. It's actually a simple spell, at least, by his standards. I used an advanced spell. That's simple, right? We've been using Peak all this time. Miss Vita even resorted to original magic, which is transcendental. Asa was confidently defending his decision. Unfortunately for the two adults, they couldn't argue with him. He was right, after all. It was their fault for not giving him enough of a thorough explanation. Despite his prowess, Asa was still a child. Well, what's done is due. Suddenly, three figures approached them with deafening speed. Damn! Fortunately, one of the three originals was fast enough to react. Swiftly erecting a golden barrier that encompassed them, Aloe's eyes widened as the copies dangerously approached. Sparks of energy flew in multiple directions as her barrier was chipped down in mere moments, not lasting more than 5 seconds. The explosion caused Aloe and her allies to dart backward, creating enough distance between them and the enemies. TCH. They're strong. Morrow commented, gritting his teeth as he watched the shattered ground they once stood on. The devastation their copied had wrought within mere seconds was frightening, to say the least. As the smoke cleared from their location, the three artificial human or whatever could be used to describe them looked just as cold and lifeless as before. However, Morrow, Aloe, and Asa could sense danger pulsating from them. They're going to be tough. Yet, you think they're mimicking our power level? Morrow didn't want Aloe's suspicion to be true. Because if it was, then they were in serious trouble. I'm sorry, guys. This is all my fault. Asa gave a stifled sound. The beast folk expressed worry, and guilt was written all over his face. No, it's not your fault. These things most likely have a defense mechanism which we triggered by attacking. Morrow responded, refusing to take his eyes off the opponents. They were no longer stationary. In fact, their movements seemed to indicate they would be attacking any moment. Yet, they would have probably come at us regardless of the kind of spell. Aloe reassured the boy, rubbing his head in a playful manner. Her optimistic and energetic smile reflected in the boy's clear blue eyes, and he found himself accepting her words as true. Yet, you're right. It's not my fault at all. It's Mayro's fault for choosing this course of action, right? How could the adults have known that Asa would end up making such a conclusion? They almost sighed in exasperation. Well, that's not exactly. Boo-hoo-ah-um. Aloe found herself unable to correct the boy's ideology due to the enemies striking once more. Shit. She readied her body, infusing light magic to give her far greater speed to react to the enemies. Be careful. Don't use your full abilities on them. It might trigger another response. Got it. Vush. Aloe surged from their location and solely charged at the 3 copies. Golden mana flashed as she closed the distance between them in a flash, creating several hardened light constructs to pierce them. Will she be alright by herself? Asa asked Morrow, whom he had already deemed to be sole cause of their predicament. His eyes suspiciously watched the older man. She should. So far they're not displaying more dangerous abilities. I suspect they respond to our power levels, or maybe there's something else going on here. In any case, I need to observe them more. As such, Aloe Vita would take the forefront and engage the enemy while he watched them closely. Morrow hoped he would find the weakness of their copies, or at least learn enough about how they function to turn the tables around. What about me? I should join the fight. I can at least help Vita. Asa made to leave, but Morrow stopped him by placing his hand on his shoulder. No. You don't know restraint. For now, we simply observe. Asa wanted to snap at the man, but Aloe's words surfaced in his mind, causing him to stop. You're lucky she told me to respect and listen to you. The boy sulked. For beast folk, strength was everything. In terms of mana capacity and magic abilities, Asa had already surprised Morrow. That was probably why he found it difficult to listen to the human, despite the age difference. Fortunately, Aloe had figured this out early on and managed to knock some sense into the young and impressionable beast folk. Being beaten by an older woman who was far stronger than he was also pretty and very kind made Asa develop some sort of attachment to her. It was close to filial love, mixed with respect and idolization. In simple terms, to Asa, the young woman could be seen as Aloe Vita is so cool. A mother he never had. She has to marry father. He thought to himself, watching as the brilliant lady zoomed in the air as she single-handedly handled their copies. It was just as Morrow posited. The clones weren't utilizing the full abilities of the originals. Aloe Vita's ability to keep up, and even overpower them was proof. However, just as they were about to celebrate, the Aloe clone suddenly started increasing in power. What is that? Ace's eyes widened as he saw fake Aloe's mana surge with greater power. Its power, and speed especially, instantly caught up to the originals and it zoomed in on Aloe catching up to her in a flash. Chapter 600. Launching a frightening kick at Aloe, the copy sent her falling down. Shwoosh! Right before the gleaming Aloe could hit the ground, she twisted her body in midair. Swiftly maintaining her balance, she returned to her comrades in a flash. Ace's eyes sparked with relief to have Aloe back with him, while Morrow nodded with gratitude for taking on her task with due diligence. "So, did you figure anything out so far?" she asked, keeping watch on the 3 copies who hovered in the air. "Yeah. I did. I think I've figured it out." Morrow's words were never to be taken lightly. The fact that he had taken some things into observation, and was able to offer a reasonable conclusion in such a short time simply spoke of his capabilities. "I know how we can win." "Oh? Pray tell." It wasn't easy restricting herself to a particular set of skills, so Aloe was pretty much prepared to end the fight and get their prize. Besides, her copy seemed to be adapting very quickly. If she kept delaying, it wouldn't take long for it to catch up. "From what I've observed, the clones can only mimic the power levels of those they resemble. As in Aloe's case, even though you were overpowering the 3, only your copy became stronger." Seeing that the other 2 still struggled to fight with her, not making any noticeable improvements, it could be posited that their clones could only match the power levels of their respective originals. "I suggest we take on copies different from our own. That way, they won't be able to use our abilities when fighting." Morrow continued by explaining what he meant. By matching Aloe with Ace's copy, for instance, she could go all out without the clone being able to evolve beyond its current limits. Likewise, if Asa fought Aloe's copy, the same results could be seen. The best part about this plan is that you don't need to use too much of your abilities to handle Ace's clone, considering your limited self is already superior to both mine and his copies. The real problem was Aloe Vita's duplicate. It had already reached a level that would make it quite difficult to catch or combat without having to resort to some degree of seriousness on the part of Asa or Morrow. "I suggest you leave your duplicate to us. You can handle ours, right?" the red-haired man asked. "Yeah, I can. But are you sure you'll be fine? I mean, what if you have to resort to using more power and your duplicates match your power levels? Things could get more difficult for me." That was where the problem existed. They were all in the same area, and so if any of them exceeded a certain threshold, the clones would respond in kind. "Think we should split up? That'll be nice." Morrow looked around him. They could lead Aloe's duplicate through the entrance of the boss room and fight with it in a different location. The only thing we're unsure of is whether or not they'll be willing to leave this place. Morrow considered the fact that they spawned in the boss room. Perhaps they were being too optimistic in thinking they could lure the enemy away from their territory. "You guys, they're about to make their move again." Asa pointed at the hovering beings. Just like he said, they seemed to be preparing for another charge. "Both of you just try your best to hold my copy off until I destroy yours. Once that happens, you're free to go all out." "Smart move, Aloe." "Well said. Miss Vita is the best." As the 2 nodded in response, Aloe prepared herself for round 2 against her opponents. It would be a bit tricky, but they didn't stand a chance against her. "All right they." In an eruption of pure blue energy, the 3 copies were instantly engulfed in an explosion that consumed the air they occupied, and the ground underneath them. The heat and pressure caused the 3 to brace themselves, shell-shocked by the sudden occurrence. What just happened? Morrow's thoughts rang. Aloe and Asa had similar thoughts, wondering what could have caused such an explosion, possessing enough power to easily destroy the enemies they had painstakingly strategized against. Before they could make sense of what was occurring, the blast died down, and steam radiated throughout the area. The icy surroundings began melting, sizzling like boiling water, as the floor turned wet with the heated liquid, leaving only a few sheets of solid ice floating around. As the smoke permeated the surrounding, a splashy sound of approaching footsteps could be heard. "Someone else is here. This energy. S so strong." Morrow, Aloe, and Asa jointly glared at the emerging being in front of them. He was a distance away, but the sound he made as he drew closer gave an ominous vibe. "You people waste too much time." His voice was deep and commanding, enough to cause all three of their bodies to shiver. Sweat fell from Meiro's face as he could feel himself get overwhelmed by the mana pressure alone. Asa and Aloe still seemed all right, but his head was pounding so much and he was slowly becoming lightheaded. In the presence of this extremely powerful stranger whom he did not even know, Maro felt tortured. You could have just killed them in one blow, talk about a waste of time. The mist around the stranger cleared, revealing his surprising form. Why you are? Asa was the first to respond. The young boy's body trembled as he fully captured the image of the person in front of him. The man had 2 horns growing on his head, also possessing rough blue and red hair that flowed to his backside. His eyes glowed with both crimson and azure, having the glare of a beast. He wore a long garb, though his bare chest could be seen due to its design. His bare foot and exposed portion of his arm showed scales, like those of a dragon. The scales gleamed blue and red, and they seemed incredibly tough. There was no doubt. This man, whoever he could be, was incredibly strong.